Ξεκινάω εγώ. Ναι.
Ναι.
Okay. Καλησπέρα, καλημέρα σε όλους. Θα μιλήσουμε για μισή ωρίτσα, μία σύντομη εισαγωγή, να σας εξηγήσουμε λίγο τι προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε με αυτό το συνέδριο, να πούμε δύο λόγια για το ποια είναι η πρωτοβουλία. Μας λείπει ένα μέλος σήμερα, ο Νικόλας ο Κοσματόπουλος. Ελπίζουμε να είναι μαζί μας σύντομα, ίσως και πριν τη λήξη εδώ αυτής της σύντομης εισαγωγής. Να πούμε δύο λόγια για το πώς ξεκίνησε η πρωτοβουλία, της οποίας βέβαια μέρος των δράσεων και της δουλειάς είναι και αυτό το συνέδριο που θα παρακολουθήσετε τις επόμενες 4 μέρες. Η αφορμή, για όσους δεν το έχουν ήδη παρακολουθήσει, προφανώς είναι η δισεκατονταετηρίδα, τέλος πάντων, της Ελληνικής Επανάστασης, οι εορτασμοί των 200 χρόνων, οι οποίοι είδαμε βέβαια κάποια στιγμή ότι συνέπεφταν μια σειρά από άλλες εξεγέρσεις, αν όχι επαναστάσεις, αλλά κινητοποιήσεις σε διάφορα μέρη του πλανήτη, μεταξύ των οποίων βέβαια και το Black Lives Matter. Και μέσα από διάφορες συζητήσεις που κάναμε μεταξύ μας, αρχίσαμε να βλέπουμε σχέσεις. Σχέσεις οι οποίες μας πήγαιναν πίσω από στην αποικιοκρατία. Συνειδητοποιήσαμε λοιπόν ότι η όλη συζήτηση, οι πολλές ενδιαφέρουσες συζητήσεις που είχαν ξεκινήσει να γίνονται σε σχέση με την Επανάσταση και τον εορτασμό της, με διάφορους τρόπους, μεταξύ των οποίων και με πολύ ενδιαφέροντα συνέδρια βέβαια, δεν ακούσαν καθόλου το θέμα. Δεν βλέπανε πιθανώς κάποιες σχέσεις. Εκείνο που υποστηρίζουμε, εκείνο που βλέπουμε και μέσα από τη δουλειά μας, είναι ότι η αποικιοκρατία είναι, και εκείνο που με πολύ ενδιαφέρον τρόπο αναγνωρίζουν τα κινήματα εδώ και αρκετό καιρό, είναι ότι η αποικιοκρατία η ίδια είναι ιδρυτική συνθήκη τόσο για τον καπιταλισμό όσο και την νεωτερικότητα γενικότερα, και σε άμεση σχέση με την ιστορία της ίδρυσης του έθνους κράτους. Θεωρήσαμε λοιπόν σημαντικό να στρέψουμε τη συζήτηση εκεί, να δούμε τι μπορούμε να πούμε, να δούμε ερευνητικά που βρισκόμαστε τόσο στην Ελλάδα όσο και στο εξωτερικό. Κάποιοι από εμάς διδάσκουν στο εξωτερικό. Ο Κοσματόπουλος, Νικόλας Κοσματόπουλος είναι στο Αμερικανικό Πανεπιστήμιο της Τσιμπιρίδου. Εγώ διδάσκω στο City University of New York. Αλλά ασχολούμαστε όλοι με τον ένα ή τον άλλο τρόπο ερευνητικά και με την Ελλάδα. Το συνέδριο για το οποίο θα μιλήσουν περισσότερο εδώ οι συναδέλφισες είναι μέρος μόνο, ίσως μπορεί να πει κανείς, λίγο το πιο ακαδημαϊκό, ας πούμε, κομμάτι της όλης αυτής της προσπάθειας, που στοχεύουμε να συνεχιστεί να πάει πολύ παραπέρα από το συνέδριο το ίδιο. Έχει σκοπό να αναπτύξει μια σειρά από δράσεις. Ήδη υπάρχουν κινητοποιήσεις και δουλειά που έχουν κάνει και η Φωτεινή Τσιμπιρίδου εδώ και η Παπαηλία και η Σύση Θεοδοσίου με τους φοιτητές τους. Μια πρωτοβουλία, για παράδειγμα, που φέρνει μαζί το Πανεπιστήμιο της Θεσσαλίας, της Θεσσαλονίκης αλλά και των Ιωαννίνων. Καλλιτεχνικές δράσεις, αυτό που ονομάζουμε anti-tour, να προσπαθήσουμε μια διαφορετική προσέγγιση στο να καταλάβουμε χώρους, μνημεία, ιστορία, όπως αυτό που συνδέεται με την Ακρόπολη, όπως θα δείτε με περισσότερες λεπτομέρειες και στο πρόγραμμά μας. Η πρωτοβουλία ήδη έχει μπει σε πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες συζητήσεις και έχει δεκτεί και πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες κριτικές, τις οποίες θα θέλαμε να δούμε και κατά τη διάρκεια αυτού του συνεδρίου. Οπότε, ανοιχτή πρόσκληση ξανά και από εδώ για συμμετοχή στο συνέδριο και για συζήτηση. Η πανδημία το κάνει λίγο πιο δύσκολο, βέβαια, αυτή τη στιγμή όλο αυτό. Θα θέλαμε να είναι εδώ όλη η αίθουσα γεμάτη, δεν είναι ακριβώς γεμάτη. Σας καλούμε λοιπόν για τις επόμενες 4 μέρες να έρθετε, να παρακολουθήσετε, να αφήσετε λίγο τις οθόνες σας και να τα πούμε από κοντά. Αυτά από μένα, έτσι πολύ εν συντομία.
Good morning. My name is Papailias, and I teach anthropology at the University of Thessaly. I want to welcome you to Decolonizing Hellas, Imperial Past, Contested Presence, Emancipated Futures, 1821-2021. I would like to begin with a word of thanks to our partner institutions, the Pelian Summer Lab for Cultural Theory and Experimental Humanities, the Culture Borders Gender Lab, the Floating Laboratory for Action and Theory at Sea, the Decolonial Initiative at Brown, the Australian Migration History Network, and especially the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation office in Greece, which is funding our activities this year. The foundation took a risk on our passionate, if vague, idea to attempt to open up critical and controversial discussions in and of the moment, and to do so in a more public way than we academics are accustomed to, by collaborating with artists, activists, journalists, members of our local communities, equally concerned with these issues. You will judge if we have been successful. From our vantage point, what we can say is that we have been transformed by this experience, and thank the foundation for this opportunity. The Decolonize Hellas initiative, which we launched earlier this year, emerged at the intersection of three critical events. First and foremost, the inspirational Black Lives Matter protests of 2020, building on longstanding demands of BIPOC activism and social movements for abolition, reparation, restitution, and sovereignty. Secondly, the banal and oppressive recirculation of national mythologies during the bicentennial year of the Greek Revolution, against the backdrop of xenophobia, homophobia, sexism, precarity, police necroviolence, and the exclusiveness of citizenship in a land unwelcome to migrants and refugees. Thirdly, the pandemic itself, which radically expanded and diversified our networks of communication. For many, the call to decolonize Hellas is puzzling, provocative, maybe superfluous. There's, of course, an important tradition of scholarship on which we have been raised academically that has identified the Greek state as a crypto colony based on its ideological connection to Hellas, the Western whitewashed construction of ancient Greek ideal. We can also point to centuries of economic extractivism, political control, and cultural imperialism in various flavors and accents. We can also see Greece as a laboratory for beta testing colonial tactics, from necrotechnologies to the classics, from population exchange to archaeological excavation. At the same time, the Neo-Hellene could be understood as a settler of sorts on this land and desiring more, who has worked towards the erasure of ethnic, cultural, religious others. And Greece itself as serving faithfully Europe's Islamophobia along the Greek-Turkish border as Europe's shield. The general attitude, however, remains that Greece was neither a colony nor colonized. Whatever Greece's role in European colonial histories and their afterlives, it is deemed minor. So colonialism's afterlife is not our problem, not our responsibility. We would beg to differ. Decolonizing Hellas, for one, is a critical piece of the larger and pressing agenda to decolonize Europe. Hellas has been foundational to European civilizational discourse and white supremacy. It is linked to keywords like democracy, law, art, liberty, humanism, light, culture, and thus has served as a smokescreen, a hypocritical alibi for centuries of largely unrecognized, unpunished, unrepented, and unrecompensed Western violence, terror, lawlessness, inhumanity, and brutality. On another level, in the months that we have worked on this initiative, our open call has been answered by a remarkable number of people who occupy diverse positionalities in relation to Greek society, who are questioning their own complicity in upholding white privilege and white power. They are trying to find the points of connection between the racism and violence of contemporary Greek society and the activist struggle against them, and the work and agenda of global decolonized movements. They are seeking new modes of interacting and living in a common world. While one will often hear the remark that Greece has been on the right side of history, fighting fascism, neoliberalism, etc., a question we might need to add is how Greece has come also to be on the white side of history, and what we can collectively might do about it. The symposium we have organized these 4 days is a space in which we hope we will come together to further push our thinking of what might be at stake in decolonizing Hellas. In closing, I just want to say a few things about the form of the symposium and how it fits into the broader goals of the initiative. First, as you will have noticed, the conference program is sprawling and rhizomatic. It could go on for another 4 days. This chain-like organization follows the links of conversations that each of us in the collective has been having with colleagues in Greece and around the world, with groups and individuals working in and outside our fields in the arts and activism. In our program, we have tried to retain that conversational style, not only to make the program more accessible to non-academics, but also because these conversations truly are experimental and exploratory. The participants themselves are waiting to be surprised by the connections and the questions that might emerge. The program, furthermore, is nomadic. It moves from the Haitian Revolution to the Algerian anti-colonial struggle, from the Roman Greece to the Mediterranean migrants in Australia, from the British Museum to empty mosques and churches in Thessaloniki and Smyrna. The program actively pushes back against the disciplines of Western epistemologies based on linear and spatialized histories. It moves out of the nation frame and beyond its critique to trace the global transcultural connections in which colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle have been moving over the past centuries. What cuts across all these times and places are three clusters around which our initiative is organized: nation and race, memory and monuments, cosmopolitanisms, and cosmopolitics. Even though it might seem that the goal of our initiative is this slightly insane marathon of a symposium, a bright flash of activity, I would like to note that much of what we are trying to do in the initiative is hardly visible. It includes late-night teach-ins on Zoom with students and faculty in our student network, trying to parse concepts together, to think about what decolonizing the university might mean in the Greek university context, to find new ways to learn and make knowledge within the context of the university. It is the anti-tours, one of which will be presented on Sunday, but another two that are in the works, which we hope will prove a useful methodology for cultivating new forms of collaborative research, grassroots pedagogy, and encounters in public space with local communities that can be provocative and transformative. We have also run two workshops in the weeks leading up to the symposium, one on art and the other on monuments, based on open calls and drawing together multidisciplinary international cohorts. These have involved small group discussions, collaborative writing, and hopefully will continue after the presentations on Sunday to actions and exhibits to be presented in the beginning of next year. We have tried, in short, as best we could with our limited resources of time and bodily energy to respond to the overwhelming interest in the initiative through our call to participate. Because we know what is fundamentally at stake is decolonizing knowledge itself and our methodologies, which both requires and enables us to create new relationships with others, trying to work together across disciplines, ages, backgrounds, to learn from each other and to risk failure in academic terms in order to produce new knowledge and action together. So we are ecstatic that the day of the symposium has finally arrived, and we can't wait to see what we have learned by Sunday.
Καλησπέρα. Μετά την παρουσίαση των δύο συναδέλφων και συνοδοιπόρισσων σε αυτό το εγχείρημα, θα μου επιτρέψετε να εγγραφώ σε αυτήν την εισαγωγική συζήτηση με έναν πιο προσωπικό τόνο. Με αυτοαναφορικότητα θα αναφερθώ για ποιο λόγο τα ερευνητικά ενδιαφέροντα, ο ακτιβισμός και η ακαδημαϊκή ιδιότητα μπορούν να μας φέρουν κοντά σε ένα τέτοιο εγχείρημα. Ως ανθρωπολόγος που από τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 80 και 90 ασχολούμαι με θέματα προσφυγιάς και μειωνοτικής συνθήκης στη Βόρεια Ελλάδα, ομολογώ ότι ένιωθα αμήχανα όταν έπρεπε να εγγραφώ σε συζητήσεις περί ταυτοτήτων, εθνικισμού και μειονοτήτων που αγνοούσαν τα κοινωνικά ζητήματα της τάξης, της ανισότητας και του φύλου. Εξίσου ανεπαρκές όμως μου φαινόταν και το αναλυτικό πλαίσιο μιας παλαιομαρξιστικής αφήγησης που παρέλειπε τη διαπλοκή της τάξης με το φύλο, τη φυλή και το έθνος, το σώμα, το συναίσθημα, την υποκειμενοποίηση. Η μεταπικιακή κριτική βοήθησε πολύ σε συνδυασμό με την πολιτισμική και τη φεμινιστική κριτική. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η εθνογραφική μου ανησυχία και έρευνα σε περιοχές της Μέσης Ανατολής, αλλά και στο κέντρο της Ισταμπούλ αργότερα, μετά το 2000, με έβαζαν μπροστά σε ερωτήματα που αδυνατούσα να απαντήσω μόνο με τα αναλυτικά εργαλεία της εποχής του τέλους του ψυχρού πολέμου. Η αποικιοκρατία ως συνθήκη κατοχής, υπαγωγής, υποτίμησης, αυτοαπικιοποίησης, αλλά και ως έννοια με νόημα και πολλά νοήματα διαφορετικού τύπου και τεχνολογίες, έβγαινε μπροστά μου σαν φάντασμα. ή, να το πω καλύτερα, σαν φαν της μπαστούνι, για να μου δείξει δρόμους ανάλυσης, χωρίς όμως να μπορώ να την επικαλεστώ σε αναλυτικό πλαίσιο, γιατί μου έλειπαν οι διασυνδέσεις. Το δεύτερο σημείο που θα σταθώ είναι σε ό,τι αφορά τις ανησυχίες σχετικά με την ακτιβιστική δράση. Λίγο πριν την εποχή της κρίσης, το 2008, της ελληνικής κρίσης, βρέθηκα στη συλλογικότητα του Κοινωνικού Εργαστηρίου Θεσσαλονίκης, που προέκυψε από το Παγκόσμιο Φόρουμ του 2004, αναζητώντας κατά κάποιο τρόπο καταφύγιο στην κοινωνία, προκειμένου να ξεφύγω από τα στενά πλαίσια της ακαδημαϊκής μοναξιάς, με τα ερευνητικά προγράμματα, τον ανταγωνισμό και γενικά τα αναλυτικά διέξοδα για τα οποία αναφέρθηκα μόλις προηγουμένως. Για 9 και πλέον χρόνια, ο γνωσιακός ακτιβισμός και οι πρακτικές αλληλεγγύης με έβαζαν σε έναν δρόμο διαθεματικής δράσης και κατανόησης που συμβάδιζε με το πολύ ενδιαφέρον εκείνη την εποχή πεδίο στο κέντρο της Ισταμπούλ, όπου παρατηρούσα ότι ο ακαδημαϊκός λόγος, ο καλλιτεχνικός τρόπος, η φεμινιστική μεθοδολογία και η κινηματική πρακτική συνυπήρχαν και έδωσαν τελικά την έξοδο στο Γκεζί το 2013, όπου όλοι αυτοί οι δράστες σε ένα μικρό τόπο συζητούσαν για μεγάλα ζητήματα. Τρίτο σημείο αφορά τη σχέση μας και τη σχέση μου ιδιαίτερα με το Πανεπιστήμιο, όπου αυτός ο κύκλος θήτευσής μου στο Κοινωνικό Εργαστήριο της Θεσσαλονίκης μου επέτρεψε να επιστρέψω ξανά και να επιτρέψω στον εαυτό μου να οραματίζεται ένα νέο πρόγραμμα για ένα πεδίο του σπουδών περιοχής που υπηρετώ, αλλά και την ίδρυση ενός ερευνητικού εργαστηρίου, το οποίο είναι υποστηρικτής στη συγκεκριμένη δράση σήμερα και στο Συμπόσιο και στην πρωτοβουλία του Decolonize Hellas, ένα εργαστήριο μελέτης του πολιτισμού, των συνόρων και του κοινωνικού φύλου. Αυτό γιατί θέλαμε να δώσουμε μια άλλη ματιά για τα Βαλκάνια, για τον Κάφκασο και την Ανατολική Μεσόγειο, όχι μέσα από οριανταλιστικές και τεχνοκρατικές απόψεις και αντιλήψεις, αλλά και από ανθρωπολόγους που συνομιλούν με την ιστορία και τις σπουδές του πολιτισμού. Σε αυτή λοιπόν τη φάση με βρήκε συνάντηση ένα χρόνο πριν με την πρωτοβουλία του Decolonize Hellas. Έτσι, μέχρι στιγμής και με ό,τι έχουμε οργανώσει με τους συνοδοιπόρους και συνοδοιπόρισσες σε αυτή την πρωτοβουλία και σχετικά με το συμπόσιο που ετοιμάζουμε σήμερα, που ξεκινάει σήμερα, εμπλέκομαι σε αυτή την πρόκληση το πώς οι επιστημολογίες του Νότου και η κοσμοπολιτική μπορούν να μας ανοίξουν δρόμους συζήτησης και επαναθεώρησης εθνικισμών, εθνοτικής ταυτότητας, διαφοράς, αλλά και κατανόησης της κινηματικής δράσης με προσανατολισμό την ισότητα και τη δικαιοσύνη. Ερευνητικά και κινηματικά προτείνουμε αναζητήσεις γύρω από τους αποσιοποιημένους τρόπους συμπερίληψης και συνύπαρξης μεταξύ διαφορετικών και ξένων σε ένα οικείο μεταοθωμανικό, μεσογειακό ή αιγιακό περιβάλλον, νησιωτικό περιβάλλον, το οποίο συναντά τη δυτική νεωτερικότητα, τη γραμματική της και τις απικιακές τεχνολογίες και νοοτροπίες, ωστόσο παραμένει ξένο από τα εθνικά μας κράτη που πραγματικά έχουν βαλθεί να τα ξεχάσουμε όλα αυτά. Ωστόσο, σώματα, μνήμες, υλικότητες μαρτυρούν συνέπειες μιας τέτοιας γνωσιοκτονίας, όχι μόνο για ανθρώπινες σχέσεις, αλλά και για τρόπους επιβίωσης σε ισορροπία με τη φύση, με το περιβάλλον, με τον άλλο κόσμο ή με τους άλλους κόσμους. Εστιάζουμε λοιπόν ή θα προσπαθήσουμε να εστιάσουμε στην ηπειρωτική ενδοχώρα των Βαλκανίων, στην νησιωτική ζωή του Αιγαιακού Αρχιπελάγους, αναζητώντας, συνομιλώντας με εγχειρήματα από-αποικιοποίηση σε όλο τον κόσμο. Αυτές οι επιστροφές δεν λειτουργούν παραπληρωματικά, αλλά συνυφασμένα, συγκριτικά, με όρους παλήμψης τους, οπισθοφυλακής, χρησιμοποιώντας φεμινιστικές μεθοδολογίες, προστρέχοντας σε διαθετικές γεωγραφίες, αντικείμενα και ερείπια, όπως και σε πολλές άλλες τεχνικές και τεχνουργήματα από αποικιοποίησης, για τα οποία θα μιλήσουμε σε αυτό το συμπόσιο. Στόχος μας η δημιουργία και με το φοιτητικό δίκτυο των 3 πανεπιστημίων, του Πανεπιστημίου Μακεδονίας, του Πανεπιστημίου Θεσσαλίας και του Πανεπιστημίου Ιωαννίνων, η δημιουργία αντιεργαστηρίων, αντιμαθημάτων, γνώσεων μαθητείας σε πολλά επίπεδα, με διαφορετικούς ετερόκλητους ξένους σε συνθήκη έρευνας πεδίου, και εδώ η εθνογραφία έχει να προσφέρει πολλά, μεταξύ ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας, λογοτεχνικής φαντασίας, καλλιτεχνικής δημιουργίας, φεμινιστικών κινημάτων, μεταξύ καθηγητριών, καθηγητών και φοιτητικού σώματος. Αυτή η συνθήκη αλληλοτροφοδότησης συνιστά, πιστεύουμε, ένα πλαίσιο αποαπικιοποίησης της ακαδημαϊκής κοινότητας, προκειμένου να γεφυρώσουμε το αβυσαλαίο χάσμα ηγεμονίας, ανισοτήτων και αποστάσεων μεταξύ κυρίαρχων και κυριαρχούμενων, που παρήγαγαν ηγεμονικά η δυτική επιστημολογία και το μονοπόλιο στην εκπαίδευση της εθνικής, κρατικής, διχαστικής, εθνοκεντρικής παιδείας. Με αυτά και με εκείνα και με την υποστήριξη του Ιδρύματος Ρόζα Λούξεμπουργκ Ελλάς, βρισκόμαστε εδώ για να ξεκινήσουμε τις εργασίες αυτού του συμποσίου. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Έχουν γίνει ήδη πάρα πολλές αναφορές στο πώς το σκεπτικό της πρωτοβουλίας ταιριάζει ουσιαστικά με τον τρόπο που στήσαμε το συμπόσιο. Επιτρέψτε μου εδώ να κάνω λίγο με πιο αναλυτική, στα πλαίσια φυσικά του χρόνου που μου δίνεται, αναφορά. Πώς δηλαδή μέσα από το συμπόσιο προσπαθούμε να δούμε τη σημασία και τη συνθήκη της αποαπικιακότητας ή αποαπικιοποίησης για το ελληνικό συγκείμενο. Στο συμπόσιό μας, λοιπόν, που φιλοδοξεί να αποτελέσει μια πολυτοπική και πολυκοινοτική συνθήκη συμπίκνωσης και κορύφωσης των επιμέρους δράσεων της πρωτοβουλίας μας, που έχουν ήδη ξεκινήσει από τον προηγούμενο Απρίλιο, αλλά και πολλών νέων που έρχονται να δοκιμαστούν εδώ, στο εδώ και τώρα του συμποσίου, ή θα δείξουν τους καρπούς τους στη συνέχεια, το κάλεσμα για την αποαπικιοποίηση της Ελλάς συνιστά μια επιστημολογική εγγραφή, αλλά και ταυτόχρονα ένα πολιτικό πρόταγμα που ευθυγραμμίζεται με την αποαπικιακή κριτική. Με αφορμή το συμβολικά φορτισμένο εορτασμό των 200 χρόνων από την Ελληνική Επανάσταση, το Συμπόσιο στοχεύει να συνομιλήσει κριτικά με την επίσημη ιστορία του ελληνικού έθνους, κράτους, διαμορφώνοντας μια ιστορία του παρόντος ή από τη σκοπιά μιας ιστορίας του παρόντος. Επιδιώκει να αναπλαισιώσει την ήδη υπάρχουσα γνώση, αλλά και να βοηθήσει περαιτέρω στην αναζήτηση και τεκμηρίωση εμπειριών, πρακτικών, μορφών μνήμης, κινημάτων, γενεαλογιών και σχέσεων που συχνά βρίσκονται στο περιθώριο του εθνικού αφηγήματος, υποβαθμίζονται, αποσιωπώνται και συνολικά καθίστανται μη αφηγήσιμα μέσα στα πλαίσια των κυρίαρχων ερμηνευτικών πλαισίων. Και η αναζήτηση αυτή φωτίζεται και πρημοδοτείται από μια οπτική διαπολιτισμική, παγκόσμια και οπτική κοσμοπολιτικής νομαδικότητας, που απεκδίεται μια λογική γραμμικής χρονολόγησης και αυστηρής τοπικότητας. Ήρθε και ο συνάδελφος ο Νικόλας, έλα μαζί μας. Και έρχεται να αντιπαρατεθεί με τις πειθαρχίες της δυτικής επιστημολογίας, φέρνοντας στο προσκήνιο την τοπική, ακαδημαϊκή και πολιτική δράση, δίπλα με τους παγκόσμιους αγώνες για δικαιοσύνη, δικαιώματα και ισότητα, και επιδιώκοντας να συνδεθεί στεναρά και προγραμματικά, να αποσυνδεθεί μάλλον στεναρά και προγραμματικά από τη μονολυθική ιδέα ότι υπάρχει μία και πρωταρχική ευρωκεντρική νεωτερικότητα και άλλες περιφερειακές και εναλλακτικές αυτές. Τι αλλάζει λοιπόν όταν πει στην ιστορία των Ελλήνιων αλλιώς, όταν τη βάλει στο ίδιο πλαίσιο με τους παγκόσμιους αγώνες για την αποαπικιοποίηση των μουσείων, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη ότι αποτελεί μια λευκή περίπτωση ιδιοποίησης και λαιλασίας? Πώς η απικιακότητα αλλά και η φυλή εγγράφονται στη συνθήκη γέννησης του σύγχρονου ελληνικού κράτους και στη συνέχεια έρχονται να πρικοδοτήσουν τον τρόπο που διαμορφώνονται πολιτικές ταυτότητες και η σύγχρονη κουλτούρα στη χώρα μας? Πώς η πολυσυζητημένη εθνική κοσμοκρατορία της εθνικής ελληνικής ναυτιλίας αναπτύσσεται στις απικιοκρατικές θάλασσες? Μπορούν τα αιτήματα της ενσωμάτωσης και της συμπερίληψης του άλλου να συζητηθούν με άλλο τρόπο πίσω και πέρα από το πλαίσιο μιας λογικής δικαιωματισμού που συναντάται στα πλαίσια της νεοφιλελεύθερης εκδοχής του με την εξάσκηση πολλαπλών αποκλεισμών και την αποδιάρθρωση του πεδίου της πολιτιότητας? Σε ποιο βαθμό οι μεταπολιτικές συνθήκες ειρήνης μεταξύ Ελλάδας, Τουρκίας, Κύπρου κλπ. Ενέπνευσαν και εμπνεύστηκαν από μεταπικιακά καθεστώτα διαχείρισης της βίας και προσφυγικών πληθυσμών? Αναφέρομαι μόνο ενδεικτικά σε κάποιες από τις θεματικές του συμποσίου. Η επιλογή των κεντρικών ομιλητών, διανοητών που οι ερευνητικές αναφορές τους δεν αφορούν το ελληνικό πλαίσιο, αλλά συγκροτούν κομβικές συμβολές στην κατανόηση της μεταπικιακής τάξης πραγμάτων, συνιστά μια πάρα πολύ συνειδητή επιλογή που έρχεται να φωτίσει έκεντρα και να αποδιαρθρώσει το αφήγημα του προνομιακού ελληνοκεντρισμού, αναδεικνύοντας τους κοινούς τόπους ανάμεσα στο ελληνικό συγκείμενο και την εικονικότερη συνθήκη του παγκόσμιου φιλετικού καπιταλισμού, της έμφυλης και ταξικής κυριαρχίας. Η συνθήκη αυτή της εξωστρέφειας, ευθυγραμμιζόμενη κυρίως με την αποαπικιακή κριτική, μας φέρνει εξάλλου προγραμματικά σε συνάντηση με ανθρώπους των κινημάτων, επαγγελματίες των εκδόσεων, δημοσιογράφους και καλλιτέχνες. Υιοθετώντας διάφορα μέσα που αποκλίνουν από τις αυστηρές ακαδημαϊκές περιφράξεις, αλλά και έρχονται να εμπλουτίσουν τη συμβατική ακαδημαϊκή συνθήκη εξωστρέφειας, οργανώσαμε εργαστήρια με ανοιχτές προσκλήσεις για την τέχνη και τα μουσεία, που θα μοιραστούν μαζί μας τη γόνιμη εμπειρία ενίκησης σε πιο πλατιές διαμεσολαβήσεις μεταξύ κοινωνίας, ενσώματης και καλλιτεχνικής γνώσης, κινηματικής δράσης και ακαδημαϊκής σκέψης. Πάνελς, διαλόγους και συνεντεύξεις, περιπατητικές αντιξεναγήσεις, όπως για παράδειγμα αυτή στην Οθωμανική Ακρόπολη και στις αντισυμβατικές θάλασσες, καλλιτεχνικά δρόμενα, και οφείλω σε αυτό το σημείο να πω ότι υπήρχε μια ακόμα πρόσκληση που υλοποιήθηκε και αφορά τις αντιχήσεις, ένα κάλεσμα σε δημιουργούς μουσικών ηχητικών έργων, και το οποίο μας έφερε πολύ ενδιαφέροντα αποτελέσματα, αλλά για λόγους πρακτικούς και που σχετίζονται με τη συνθήκη της πανδημίας και τις δυνατότητες μοιράσματος των έργων αυτών, με έναν τρόπο που να δείχνει τον απαιτούμενο σεβασμό. Δεν μπορούμε να τα παρουσιάσουμε αυτή τη στιγμή. Δεσμευόμαστε όμως να αναζητήσουμε την κατάλληλη συνθήκη και να το κάνουμε σε συνδυασμό με μια συζήτηση με τους ίδιους τους δημιουργούς. Τέλος, θα αναφερθώ στη συνέλευση του φοιτητικού δικτύου της πρωτοβουλίας, που προέκυψε, όπως ανέφερε και η Φωτεινή πριν, από την εμπλοκή και δικτύους 3 περιφερειακών πανεπιστημίων, Μακεδονίας, Θεσσαλίας και Ιωαννίνων. Τα παιδιά, μετά από μια σύντομη αλλά εντατική πορεία μαθητείας, στη μετά και απο-αποικιακή σκέψη μέσω ενός κύκλου αντιμαθημάτων, έρχονται να μοιραστούν μαζί με προσκεκλημένους ερωτήματα και προβληματισμούς σε σχέση με τη σημασία του καλέσματος για την απο-αποικιοποίηση του Πανεπιστημίου στην ελληνική συνθήκη και να μας βοηθήσουν να οραματιστούμε μονοπάτια προς ένα πιο φιλόξενο και συμπεριληπτικό πανεπιστήμιο του μέλλοντος, αλλά και της κοινωνίας μας. Με την ευκαιρία, λοιπόν, θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω συνολικά και όλους, και από την πλευρά μου, και όλους τους υποστηρικτικούς φορείς, πέρα φυσικά από το Ινστιτούτο Rosa Luxemburg που στηρίζει τις φετινές μας δράσεις. Είναι το Pilios Summer Lab for Cultural Theory and Experimental Humanities, το εργαστήριο Πολιτισμό, Σύνορα και Φύλο που είναι στο Πανεπιστήμιο Μακεδονίας, Floating Laboratory for Action and Theory at Sea, το Decolonial Initiative στο Brown, το Australian Migration History, το δίκτυο. Αυτά. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ωραία. Το κλείνουμε βασικά. Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος που τα κατάφερα, που ήρθα δηλαδή από το αεροδρόμιο κατευθείαν από τη Βηρητό εδώ. Νομίζω ότι περισσότερο θέλω να ευχαριστήσω όλους και όλες που κάνανε αυτό το όνειρο πραγματικότητα, από τους συντάκτες της ΕΦΣΥΝ που δεχτήκαν ένα άρθρο πριν από 1,5 χρόνο, μέχρι την Πινελόπη που μιλήσαμε στην αρχή γι' αυτό, και μετά όλη την ομάδα, τη Δέσποινα, την Φωτεινή και τη Σύση, τον Πέτρο, ξέρει αυτός, την Ηλέκτρα και τη Μαρία από τη Ρόζα, και όλους αυτούς οι οποίοι μέχρι τώρα έχουν βοηθήσει να γίνει αυτή η κίνηση και η πραγματικότητα. Η δικιά μου η ευχή είναι πραγματικά η κίνηση που μόλις έκανα, δηλαδή να έρθω από τη Βηρητό στην ουσία στην Ελλάδα, ίσως να είναι περισσότερο από συμβολική και πρακτική. Θεωρώ ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες κουβέντες και κινηματικές συζητήσεις και ερευνητικά πεδία τα οποία υπάρχουν πέρα από τη Μεσόγειο, πέρα από την δική μας Μεσόγειο. Και η δικιά μου, τέλος πάντων, ελπίδα είναι ακριβώς αυτές οι συζητήσεις να μεταλαμπαδευτούν κάπως και στο ελληνικό context και στο ελληνικό συγκείμενο, με σκοπό δηλαδή να υπάρξει και μία άλλου τύπου επικοινωνία και μία άλλου τύπου σύνδεση με έναν κόσμο που υπάρχει, αγωνίζεται, σκέφτεται και δημιουργεί πέρα από την ευρωπαϊκή ακτή και την όχθη. Και με αυτά τα λόγια νομίζω θα το κλείσω και θα ευχαριστήσω πάλι όλους και όλες που είστε σήμερα εδώ. Ένα καλό συνέδριο να έχουμε, ελπίζω, με πολλές επιτυχίες και πολλές ωραίες σκέψεις και δράσεις.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στο πρώτο πάνελ του Συμποσίου της πρωτοβουλίας μας, το οποίο έχει τίτλο «Επιστημολογίες του Νότου, γνωσιοκτονία και κοσμοπολιτική». Είναι ένα πάνελ συζήτηση με τον προσκεκλημένο μας ομιλητή, τον Boaventura de Sousa Santos. And I switch in English now. Hello, everybody. I welcome you to the first panel discussion of our symposium. The title of this panel discussion is Epistemologies of the South, Epistemicide and Cosmopolitics, a discussion with Boaventura de Sousa Santos. We have the pleasure to have with us the dearest Professor of Sociology, Boaventura de Sousa Santos, from the University of Coimbra, for whom we will speak, we will present him to the audience later on for this panel. Please allow me now to present the concept of this panel and the rest of the discussants who are participating to this discussion with Boaventura. So we have with us me, I'm Tshibiridou from the University of Macedonia, a member of the initiative, and I have with me as a moderator a participant to this platform is Iris Likourioti from the University of Thessaly. With us, we have also the rest of the discussants who prepared their questions for Boaventura de Sousa Santos. We have with us here in situ Penny Travlou from the University of Edinburgh and Emilia Bulvouli from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the Open University of Greece. And in the Zoom, we have the other two discussants, who are Michalis Bartzidis from Hellenic Open University and Nikos Poulantzas Institute, and Alexandros Koupiolis from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Let me say a few things about the concept of this panel discussion. So we start with a question, if it's possible to think beyond the Western colonial epistemicide that has been imposed on local knowledges and cosmologies through the European colonial technologies. This is the main question we have to raise in this panel. What would it mean to establish new epistemologies and ecologies? For instance, epistemologies and ecologies regarding the Balkan Mediterranean and the post-Ottoman worlds. And through engaged fieldwork and the use of ethnographic methodology, we propose the concept of cosmopolitics as a new analytical category that includes our shared cosmological philosophical concerns about humanism and beyond, local political action and global struggle for justice, rights, and equality. Last spring, we started with two webinars on this issue of epistemologies. One was organized among academics and artists in the Balkan framework in May 2021, and the other was was organized in a Greek context among academics from Greece or academics who are academics and artists who are working outside Greece. So we were looking for in both panels, we were looking within heterogeneous environments and above the colonial divisions of the borders. We had started to look for the ecologies of knowledges in topi, such as I said, the post-Ottoman Balkan crypto-colonial framework or the Aegean archipelago's insular culture. In a will to embroider the topic of examining all this issue in the Mediterranean and the post-colonial South political agenda of dissent and Heteropolitics. And so we are looking for new possibilities to stop epistemicide and go to the way to cosmopolitics. In this framework, I give the floor to my colleague Iris for an idea.
Hello, from my side as well. There are 4 pictures here that seem to have. Please, can you go back to the PowerPoint? Thanks. Anyway, there were 4 pictures before that we have seen that are extremely important. I will say a couple of things afterwards. We are very much interested on the possibilities to go beyond epistemicide, and epistemicide is the topic that is underlined in this panel. Following the previous path, we think we could both decolonize academia in Greece and stop epistemicide promoted through Western supremacy, liberal humanism of the classics, colonial rhetorics on Orientalism and Balkanism, dispossession and contempt over the others, living at the borders of Europe, etc. New possibilities could open by being creative with local knowledges of material autonomy that we lost after Western modernization, as well as heterogeneous cosmologies of the Ottoman conviviality, we had to forget in order to become modern subjects and citizens. Ecology of knowledges as post-abyssal thinking is having far-reaching theoretical and political consequences. It does more than contribute to the creation of an epistemic revolution and its relevant debates about culture. It's about something that Boaventura de Sousa is mentioning as rearguard knowledges. Following a little bit the 4 pictures we see here in the mountains and in the seas of our areas, we would like to... No, it's okay, don't worry. We relate the idea of epistemicide to the killing of knowledges, and we call it in Greek, let's say, just to get familiar with the term, as γνωσιοκτονία. It means also killing autonomy and jeopardizing the life of people and entire societies. There are 2 worlds that are in a process of epistemicide in the Balkans and the Aegean archipelago at the moment. One is the transhumanist pastoral economy in the whole of the Balkan area, and the second one is the boat making and fishing practices around the whole of Mediterranean and especially in the Aegean archipelago. Epistemologies of the South are a valuable tool for reversing epistemicide. Material sustenance, material autonomy, thus political independence and justice, are based on knowledge. They are based on knowing how to make things. Knowing how to cut trees for boat making in the forests, casting iron tools for carving boats, cultivating and making cotton ropes for insulating them, are only very few of the knowledges in the ecology of boat making. By closing those slides, I would like to say a couple of words about a very dear person to me, Boaventura de Sousa Santos. But what can someone say about Boaventura? Words are too little. Boaventura is a fascinating thinker and a restless doer. He is a committed social scientist and a warm person. I would say that there is something very tactile about him that makes his presence and his theory so close to both realities and social imageries. His influence in both Portuguese and Spanish-speaking world is immense, but it is very difficult to come across him if you come from places such as Greece, where the Anglo-Saxon influence is almost exclusively hegemonic. I came across him and his fascinating work in a very important moment in my life, related to the political turmoil that took place during the Greek crisis. It was a moment I was searching for explanations and alternative solutions. That moment, I happened to live in Spain and learned Spanish at a mature age. In Madrid, at that moment, our neighborhoods were filled with political action. Theaters, gardens, bookshops, and newspaper offices were hosting assemblies. Those assemblies ended to prepare the electoral victories not only of Manuela Carmena in Madrid and Ada Colau in Barcelona. It was in those days that I came across an interview of Boaventura where he developed his theory, Epistemologies of the South. Then I went to Coimbra to meet him. Boaventura has been a founding member of the World Social Forum, an incredible experiment that we tend to forget today, an experiment we have to come back to. World Social Forum has created the base for an alternative, pluriversal globalization. Apart from being a personal friend of the residents of a Brazilian favela where he spent a lot of time doing his doctoral fieldwork, and where he returns systematically, Boaventura has developed a long-lasting friendship with prominent thinkers and has been an advisor to very important politicians internationally. He has been the founder of CES, the Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra, a very important university, let's say the Harvard of the Lusophone world. CES is a meeting point for amazing scholars and activists from all around the world, a progressive institution related to the Portuguese transition to democracy as well. I had the chance to be at the celebratory conference for the 40 years of the CES. That was a real experience. His written work is immense. It consists of a huge body of articles and books, only some of which can be accessed in English. I would say that his work is a good excuse to learn Portuguese and Spanish. You can visit his website to discover a lot, and you can access in English some of the books we have added here on the slide. The titles are very provoking: The Plurivers of Human Rights, Decolonizing the University, Demodiversity Toward Post-Abyssal Democracies, Knowledge is Born in the Struggle, Constructing the Epistemologies of the Global South, The End of the Cognitive Empire, The Coming Age of the Epistemologies of the South, If God Were a Human Rights Activist, Epistemologies of the South, Justice Against Epistemicide. But apart from all this that I have mentioned, Boaventura makes rap poetry and sings rap music. So, please, welcome.
Let's meet with Boaventura. Hello.
Hello.
Very nice to see you.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, Iris. And I'm so glad to be back in Greece after my first visit to the Polantzas Institute, and now with you having come to our summer school and being with us in Coimbra. So I'm very glad to be back and to be with you. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for this very fantastic mixture of enthusiasm, professionalism, intellectual excitement, and questioning of knowledge and politics that you are doing in your group, Decolonizing Hellas. And I've been looking at your materials, and it's fascinating. I mean, I'm really very not surprised, because I know the quality of the work that has been done in that part of the world. But in any case, I think it's very important to underline the quality on an international scale of what you have been doing. And quite frankly, I participate in hundreds, I would say literally, of meetings on these days by Zoom. And I have never been confronting with such a careful preparation of a symposium. Last week I was at SOAS at the University of London or Cambridge and so on. It is at this level that I'm comparing the quality of the questions that are coming up from your group. And the quality of questions, not so much the quality of the answers that I may give, are really the symbol of the quality and the sign of the quality of the work that you are doing. So I'm very much enchanted, in fact, of joining you and being part of your project at this moment. I have two preliminary notes before engaging in more detail with my topic. The first one is that Iris and Fottini were kind enough to send me a paper about the context, political, economic, social, cultural, in which the archipelago and Greece and the seas are going through after the crisis, particularly after the crisis, the financial crisis of 2008, then went to, of course, to Greece and then to Portugal and Italy and Spain. And I was fascinated because really it looks like I was reading about Portugal. In fact, all the things that the European Union, what the factors that were involved in the integration of the European Union were very much similar. There were social structures, economic structures that were being really completely uprooted by the integration, and later on by the second integration, which was the financial integration that took place with so much pain for Greece, for Portugal, for Spain, and even for Italy. So I was reading about myself as I was reading about yourself, and this in fact came to my mind that in fact we should join forces and do more comparative work on these Mediterranean southern countries of Europe, because we have gone through the same process. And I will highlight, I hope, some of the features, because in 2012, I even published a book on Portuguese. In fact, it's only in Portuguese, I think, and in Spanish also, about the Portuguese crisis. And you would see that I was really being confronted by very much same problems that you are confronted in that text, because my main point there is the internal colonialism going on in Europe. Exerted by the northern countries vis-a-vis the southern countries is really a colonial relationship. And in fact, a very old one, because it comes, I trace it in a paper, which I'll be very glad to distribute to you, because it's in English and it was published already long ago, in which I really account for this internal colonialism since the 17th century. From the visits of the reports that were written about the Portuguese by the monks that were visiting the monasteries in Southern Europe, within Portugal and Spain particularly, and what they said about us. And it was really colonial prejudice all along. So I think it's very interesting to go back to these histories, because in fact, it was interesting for a country like Portugal, which at the time, particularly still in the 70s, was the early 70s, was still a center of an empire. At the same time, was had been in the 18th century an informal colony of England, and it was being now colonized by the neoliberal recipes coming from Europe through the European Union. So I think it's I have been theorizing this conception because I have worked in the past with Immanuel Wallerstein, and I worked with the concept of the semi-periphery, that is to say countries of intermediate development that are neither developed nor underdeveloped, but I have twisted that concept. I have changed it to account for semi-peripheral countries in the context of Europe, which is very different from the context in Latin America, for instance, in which you have countries like Brazil or like Argentina, which also can be considered semi-peripheral in the subcontinent, but of course they are polities and social formations very different from those in Europe. So I think that this concept was the concept that I was using, and to account for the realities in Portugal. We can discuss probably in the future, not now, because this is not the topic of our today's talk. But in any case, it's very interesting because it is in fact relevant, because in fact the last bout of internal colonialism is so recent. Is what we call the Troika interference in Portugal and in Greece, is the Central Bank, European Union, and IMF recipes, and how much devastation they caused on our countries based on recipes that work very well and may have been working very well for the Northern European countries, but could not be adopted the same way, at least to our countries. And our leadership, political leadership at the time, was not able to present an alternative and fight for an alternative. So I'll send you a paper which it's titled, drawing from Shakespeare, between Prospero and Caliban. The Prospero, the civilized, Caliban, the barbarian. So I think that our countries have been in this intermediate position of being both Prospero and Caliban. This will allow us probably to see the complexities, the intertwinings of colonialism and, of course, of post-colonialism and anti-colonial struggles in our region. So the second note is the note about the pandemic. We planned for these meetings and for many others meetings before the pandemic. But I just finished, it will come out in English, it's already available in Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian, a book on the pandemic. And that the book is called The Future Begins Now, From the Pandemic to Utopia. It is my reading of the pandemic, and I think ever since, following Eric Hobsbawm, that centuries never begin on the first year of January of the first year of the century, but they begin whenever an event inscribes itself in the sociality and the social relations, political relations of that century from then on. I think that the 19th century, at least in the European context, was the 1830 Industrial Revolution. And the 20th century, in fact, began with the First World War and the Russian Revolution, because these two events really marked the century. I think that we had already a financial crisis. We had the 9/11 Twin Towers attack, but I think that this pandemic is going to last, because I don't think that we are going to got rid of this pandemic very soon. I think that we are entering a period of intermittent pandemic, because the model of development that we have now in our societies is bound to produce the recurrence of virus that all of a sudden created this contradictory picture that at a point in which society or Western societies or developed societies are really on the eve of a major affirmation of the human hubris, of the technology potency without precedent of the fourth industrial revolution, with artificial intelligence, robotization, automation, internet among things, third dimension printing, all these kinds of things. They show the extent to which the human power to transform social reality. At that very same moment, we got the virus and the pandemic, and create a sense of fragility that took us back to the 17th century, to the 16th century, when the colonizers arrived in the New World, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and later on the British and the French. When they arrived, they brought a virus, smallpox virus, and they were, of course, protected against virus because it has been present in Europe for a long time. But indigenous people were not immune, were not really protected, and they died by millions in Mexico, literally millions of that. So all of a sudden, you saw even the most developed country like the United States could not protect the life of people. In fact, it was a disaster, a sanitary disaster, and a social disaster, as we know very well. So it creates a double and contradictory image of fragility on one side and potency on the other side. I think that these phenomena are going to inscribe in our century in everything that we are going to do. Having said that, I enter my topic, and I want first to start by saying that when we are really engaging in decolonizing Hellas and decolonizing societies and knowledge, in fact, we are, first of all, trying to settle accounts of our past. We have to understand where are we coming from before we can really figure out where are we heading for? Where are you coming from? And in order to do that, we have to decolonize history. It's almost the first attempt is decolonizing history. And when we do that, the first question is, what is the weight of history? Because depending on the weight, the tasks are different. And it so happens that the weight of history may be very heavy or maybe very light. It is very heavy for some generations, which I call the after generations, the generations that come at the end of something, and they have a sense of the end of something, as you know, the sunset of something, reality. So in a sense for them, the past is closed, the past is accomplished. If they are dominant people in that history, there is a sense of triumphalism. If there is not, probably there is conformism, very often nostalgia. So they work with concepts like tradition and innovation, continuity and discontinuity, but in any case, the past is closed. But there are other generations, which I call the inaugural generations, the generations that feel that they are at the onset of something, at the beginning of something. And for these generations, the past is not accomplished. The past is a task. The past is a mission. And therefore, their concepts, the light weight of history for them, contrasts with the heavy weight of history for the after generations, because they think that they can transform. Probably all of us have read about such inaugural generations that you had in your country, I had in my country, the world had in different countries. Russians, for instance, that all of us have read about the Russian Revolution and the enthusiasm of that generation that was bringing about socialism under the new paradigm. So it was really a kind of an excitement of something new. And I think after the Second World War, you went through the same period of liberation, which unfortunately was followed by such tragic things. And in Portugal, 1974, the revolution of the carnations, 25 of April of 74, finally democracy after 48 years of dictatorship, much longer than the Greek dictatorship. So for these generations, the weight of history is light. And because there is a task, we have to do something. So in that case, the key concepts are not continuity or discontinuity or tradition or innovation. They are interruption, eruption. We interrupt something, a narrative, an history, and we erupt. Something new is coming in. So I think that we have now to understand which generation are we in or belonging to at this point. Are we after generations or inaugural generations? Well, for the past 40 years, we have been indoctrinated to be an after generation. Neoliberalism, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, have been telling us that there is no alternative. That's the end of history. And therefore, everything is accomplished. We have to go on, but repeating, in a sense, the present. And the future seems to be an endless repetition of the future, of the present. So this is, we have been trained to be an after generation. But the pandemic, in a sense, have changed this. Because we have sense, for instance, you have in the book, I can't go on in this talk, probably in the conversation, I have identified how the pandemic aggravated social inequalities, the kinds of solidarity that I saw in the pandemic. I studied several countries, and I could see that from Istanbul to Sao Paulo to Bogota, how the solidarity was not between the rich and the poor. I didn't see that. But I saw lots of solidarity among the impoverished classes, poor, low middle classes, and people in solidarity with them. I saw a lot of it. And I know that Greece is also a lesson for the world after the solidarity that it was created after the crisis. All these popular clinics and all things that we really read about and had contact with are also very interesting aspects of solidarity. So we were not entrepreneurs of a capitalist kind, but solidarity, human beings in those situations. So in a sense, the pandemic brings us the idea of the alternative. We can see the youth of the world claiming that we are about to end this species. Look at what is going on in Glasgow. On one side, we have Greta Thunberg saying, well, it's about the end of the world, while the politicians in the Glasgow meeting, they want just to continue the same type of movement, even in development model, even though they say fine words, nothing changes. Because in fact, in order not the world to end, it would be necessary to end capitalism. And their business there is to continue capitalism now under a green type of label. So this allows me for a wager, and I'd like to propose you a wager. Are we inaugural or after generations? What is your bet? My bet is that we can be, if you want, inaugural generations. And when I look at your papers and your questions, I see the sense of trying to be inaugural, to interrupt a past, a present, a narrative, so that we can clear the ground for a better future. So the keywords then for us are not triumphalism or nostalgia or conformism. On the contrary, they are rebellion, non-conformity, of course, and the sense of a task to accomplish this interruption and bring about this eruption. So I think that that's where we are. At least I'm going to, in the following, I'm going to say that if we are not inaugural generations, at least we are orphans of inaugural generations. And that changes everything. We are not, I try to bet that we are not after generations. We are rebelling against that. The problem is that whether we can be, in fact, competent rebels, because we have in the past, along the 20th century, I have a sense that we have been very incompetent rebels when we have been rebels, of course. So let's see that how this eruption or this light heavy of history can be working on us, and what kinds of knowledge do we need? Because it's very clear that in order to bring this interruption, the interruption is also ontological, is epistemological. And of course, it's about political economy as well. But it has to be epistemological, because the knowledge that brought us here cannot help us to get out of here. Because in fact, it's going really to dig our caves in which we are going to die. I think that's basically what is coming from Glasgow, nothing else. I'm not saying that we are going to, in this interruption, that it is necessary to neglect all the other past and all the knowledges about the other past. It's very important to have in mind that, in fact, societies don't change by just total, absolute changes. There is a palimpsest. things are accumulating, like in geology. And we have to understand what remains, what does not remain, what is discarded, what is reconfigured. In order to do that, I propose to you another experiment. The first one is, are we inaugural generations? The second one is that let's see how many paradigms of knowledge do we have, particularly if you are interested in the social struggles, what kind of paradigms we have had in the past. We have basically two. The first one is knowledge after the struggle. That's Hegelian knowledge, the Hegelian epistemology. The owl of Minerva flies at dusk. That is to say, after the struggles, social struggles, historical struggles, things are calm, and we can start to reflect on. We can do research, we can produce knowledge, because knowledge is separate from the struggle. In struggle, we cannot really produce knowledge. We just struggle. That's the idea of this paradigm. And it is the dominant paradigm, by far the dominant paradigm in our universities. All of us have been teaching according to this paradigm. What is the problem with this paradigm? Is that at the end of the struggle, the only knowledge that still resists and is there is the knowledge of the winners. The knowledge of the losers is gone, disappeared. And therefore, we are bound to teach, to do research on the knowledges of the winners. The history is told by the winners. And that's what we have been doing basically at our universities. So this is by far the dominant paradigm. There is another paradigm. It is the Marxist paradigm, which has had a very important influence and still has. I call myself a decolonized Marxist because that's what I think I am now. But this paradigm is just the opposite. It's knowledge before the struggle. Because what Marx wanted is to produce a Marxist science that would train the working class to become a revolutionary class. Because in sich, in itself, it is not revolutionary. But für sich, für itself, it can be, and it will be, the revolutionary class. But for that, you need an alternative science, the Marxist, the proletarian science. So knowledge after, before the struggle. Well, this paradigm has been very important for all of us. But it has also caused us some frustration because, in fact, in a sense, both the Hegelian and Marxist paradigm are separate from struggles. And the people, in fact, in the broad world beyond Europe, because after all, Marx is as German as Hegel. In fact, it was very much influenced by Hegel. The world is today much larger than Europe. When both Hegel and later on Marx wrote, 95% of the world was under the direct influence of Europe as colonies or as zones of influence. And in fact, later on, China, which was not, was submitted through the wars, the Opium Wars, to submit it to the Western order. So today the world is much larger, and it's always been. But in fact, now it's more visible because Europe has shrunk and the world has expanded. And we cannot go on with the theories that were developed when the world was an European world. It is not today. We can see now with the new Cold War between the United States and China. Well, we are a junior partner of the United States. That's where Europe is. It's nothing beyond that. China has an ally, a junior partner, which is Russia, and the United States have another junior partner, which is the European Union. So the world is different now. So that's why I propose a third paradigm. It's paradigm the knowledge is born in struggle. That's the epistemology of the South. Because in fact, the epistemology of the South have always been there. I named them in 2009, but in fact, they have been there all along. They are ancestral, traditional knowledge, popular knowledges, feminist knowledges, indigenous, urban, all the knowledges by which most people in the world carry on their lives. They don't carry, they may have their cell phone, but the everyday life of them goes through their own knowledges that they abound. But these knowledges have never been credited. So I think that the knowledge born in struggle create a different epistemological paradigm, which, by the way, will also be ontological one. And very briefly, there's a paradigm brings, because it's always looking from the struggle. And that's very important to concentrate on the struggle, because what we have been doing very much in our knowledge is that the struggles are very easy, or it's not even necessary or possible to struggle, because powers are so powerful that we cannot struggle against them. But it is neither of these positions is really the right position from the perspectives of the epistemology of the South, because the people that have been excluded, the precarious bodies, the racialized bodies, the racialized, the endangered territories, the sexualized bodies, the suppressed knowledge, the negated cultures, all of them have resisted. And the fact that they have resisted, they are with us now, claiming their voice. And they have resisted for many, many centuries. So they are very resilient, even though the term of resilience has been invented, another World Bank invention, as if, in fact, there is something new for some people. Well, those people that do not count have always been very resilient. So the first thing is that for the people that are in struggle, in these struggles, for these bodies and territories, it's very clear that we live in societies that are capitalist, colonialist, and patriarchal. That's where we can see there are many other struggles in the world these days. If you are in India, the caste system is a form of domination. If you are in the Middle East, probably political religion is a form of domination. But the main dominations for 4 or 5 centuries now have been these three. And what is amazing to me is that once you look from the struggle, they are always integrated and articulated. There is no capitalism without colonialism. There is no colonialism without patriarchy, and none of them operates without the other. They change in different countries, combined and uneven, as Trotsky would say, but they are always there and they are articulated. I was recently analyzing the economic political crisis in Brazil. As capitalism became more aggressive, immediately the genocide of the Black youth in the cities rose again. That is to say, colonialism under the form of racism became stronger. And the feminicide and gender violence also increased. I document in this book, The Future Begins Now, that in all countries, the pandemic, by really making the conditions of capitalist domination more drastic for most people, it led to the increase of colonialism under different forms, particularly racism and to patriarchy. And in the Mediterranean Sea, we can see how the immigrants have been dealt with. It's a problem that many of you are very concerned, as we are in this part of the world. So I think the first thing is that see that these dominations are articulated. And that's why you have to decolonize our Marxism. Because in fact, even though now we know that after the first volume of Capital, Marx wrote 30,000 pages, unpublished pages, that we are now coming to know. Some of them are available in German, others already in English, other languages. And you can say that what he's doing in that period is criticizing many of the tenets of the theory that is in the first volume. In 1881, 2 years before he died, he wrote a paper in which he said that my theory in Das Kapital applies exclusively to Europe, does not apply to other countries. So you can see how un-Marxist this is. And in fact, this paper was not published by the Marxists, to which it was the famous letter to Vera Sasolic, but Iskra didn't publish it. Plekhanov didn't allow, even Vera didn't allow it to be published. They thought that Marx was senile. And the article was published only into 1924 or 29. You can read that in Theodor Shanin, the late Marxism. So I think that all this is telling us that this intertwining of dominations is very important. It all is there. And the drama of our time is that while domination operates articulated, resistance has been fragmented. How many anti-capitalist trade unions and parties have been racist and sexist? How many feminist movements have been racist and pro-capitalist? How many anti-colonial movements have been sexist and pro-capitalist? As long as domination operates articulated and resistance is fragmented, we don't live this inferno, this hell of domination. So the epistemology of the South has a sense for making this visible by making visible the invisible. What is the invisible? As the key concept of the Bissaline is the idea that under these conditions of modern society, capitalist, colonialist, and patriarchal, there is no possibility for humanity without subhumanity. There are always racialized and sexualized bodies that are degraded ontologically so that they can be further exploited. And I can give you a Marxist reading for this, is that free labor, as propounded by Marxism, cannot sustain itself without highly developed labor or non-paid labor. Who is producing this labor? Racialized bodies, slaves in the beginning, and women, non-paid labor. So that we, even Marxists, we accepted this concept, a very strange concept, that calling the type of work that women do as reproductive. This is highly productive work. Taking care of children, of men, cooking food, preparing the house, sewing, doing all kinds of things, highly productive. But we have been accepting that this is reproductive. And if it is reproductive, it's not included in the exploitation. But that's the other reading that I think that I'm proposing to you. If you look at this then, what are the epistemologies of the South? It's basically an attempt to validate, identify, validate the knowledges produced by racialized and sexualized bodies, by those that have been made invisible. And that's why the concept of sociology of absences is so important. Of course, it's not a sociology in the positivist sense, because in positivist sense, how can I do a sociology of something that does not exist, an absence? It's a different thing. And as you know, I draw from Ernst Bloch, the idea of the noch nicht, the idea of not yet, the emergence, that the emergence exists because there is before an absence. So we need a radical diagnostics of our time to bring about sociology of absences. And for me, it's very important that at this stage, we look at our civilization, as is usually said by dominant knowledge, and identify the barbarian side of it. That is to say, our civilization is also a barbarism. The concentration of wealth is barbarism. The fact that 20,000 people have drowned in the Mediterranean Sea and nothing happened is barbarism. The regular wars are barbarism. The ecological catastrophe is really a barbarism. Because if these people that drowned in the Mediterranean were US citizens or Dutch citizens or German citizens, it would be a major crisis, 20,000 people. But they are subhumans. They are immigrants, they are Africans, they are Bangladeshis. They are people ontologically downgraded. degraded. So I think that if you look at this, then you can see that the richness of experience that is wasted by this kind of knowledge that produces 5 monocultures. I can't go into that, but it's very important for you in the Decolonizing Hellas to see how these 5 dimensions of the monocultures of knowledge, the monocultures of classifications with hierarchy, men and women, nature, society, profane, or lay, secular, and the sacred. All these binaries, they hide hierarchies that are naturalized. The monoculture of the linear time, a very exceptional conception of time, because most people don't go by linear time. The conception of the dominant scale, the idea that the global and the universal is always superior to the local and the particular. And the monoculture of capitalist productivity, that you have to analyze productivity of people, of land, in a single cycle of production. While we live in multi-cycles, while land lives in multi-cycles. But we don't allow it. That's why we have to put lots of herbicides, insecticides on the land so that it's productive in that cycle. What happens after, we don't care. So this monoculture is very important for us to understand our task. Our task is to replace epistemologically, ontologically, politically, analytically, monocultures by ecologies. For each monoculture, we have to entertain a conversation on the possibilities of ecologies. Ecologies of knowledge, ecologies of scales, ecologies of differences without hierarchies, ecologies of temporalities, ecologies of productivities. And ecologies in this sense is the extent to which different systems can coexist, cooperate, and be mutually enriched by the type of cooperation. That's why in the epistemology of the South, there is no anti-science instinct or feeling. I'm a social scientist. What we say is that science is, of course, modern science is a valid knowledge, but it is not the only valid knowledge. There are other valid knowledge. And as I always say, if I want to go to the moon, I need science. If I want to know the biodiversity of Amazonia, I need the indigenous knowledge. So I think that we have to entertain this discussion because we have to understand that at the base of each of the monocultures, and we do that all the time at our universities, there are 2 procedures, hidden procedures. This is coming out in a book that I'm writing, I hope to accomplish that until next year, in which I try to see the 2 main procedures. One is called purification, and the other is the scaling. What we do basically in our knowledge, in our life, in our economy, is purify, that is to say, to create homogeneous units that you can scale them up without changing the model. The model is always the same, but can be scaled up. So we purify knowledges, as we purify production, as we purify races, as we purify productivities, as we purify scales. That is to say, everything that is not pure is messy because this changes the possibility of scaling. It creates the need for different models. And this monocultures is a single model thing. It's an iron cage of a single model, capitalist, colonialist, and patriarchal. So I think that if you want to break with that, it has to go through these procedures of epistemologies that go for the ecologies. So I think that if we do this, then we have a task, and I'm about to end, and to tell you that we, and we can go into the questions because are immense and fabulous questions, what we have to do at the university. And I want to address you this final note. First of all, the epistemology of the South exists so that they won't be necessary in the future. They want to disappear. There are epistemologies of the South as such, because there are epistemologies of the North, because there is a North and South, and a kind of oppressed, unequal distribution of power in our world. And so, if we have this humbled, so we don't, it would be nice, it's almost like the withering away of the state, the withering away of the epistemologies of the South. But it won't be easy, because we are not at a period of decolonizing, even though we do our work, and so enthusiastically as you do. We have to understand that we are a countercurrent, and even more so today, because we are in a period of active recolonizing of our institutions. And since this recolonizing always operates through patriarchy and capitalism, read this recolonizing when, for instance, your university is concerned about rankings. It's concerned when how much output production you do. In English journals belong to 5 companies that account for the global production that we have to produce in a non-native language, according to criteria that you are not, even though you are responsible for the people in your community across the street, but you are writing far away for some other people. So I think that we have here a very difficult task. But I think that if we really do this, we'll see, and that's my final note, the epistemology of the South is replacing knowledge about by knowledge with. If that's so, then they cannot be accomplished solely at the university. Fighting at the university level is important, but we have to be in the struggle. We have to be with the struggle, in solidarity with struggle in different ways, of course, different in different continents. So the epistemology of the South will never be, or should never be, a discipline in our universities, because what they want to change is the way in which the knowledge that we produce is a different knowledge, a different teaching, and of course, different educators. And we have to educate ourselves, which is probably a very difficult task, but that's where we are now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Boa. We are very glad to have you with us and to give us all this feedback about your knowledge you collected from your fieldworks around the world, watching the struggles and bringing this kind of knowledge to our attention here. So let's pass to the couple of questions we prepared for you. And we sent it already because our discussants prepared this question for you. The first set of questions is one is about culture as race, and the other one is about the concept of hybridity between modernity and global South. So let me pay a little bit, let me focus on my question about culture, is because usually in the liberal discourse and the discourse connected to the human rights discourse and all this debate, we have the use of culture as a continuity from the concept of race. So do you think that how we can figurate knowledge and epistemologies and ecologies beyond culture and its abyssal dividing and non-inclusive rationality? This is my question, the first question, and I don't know if we have with us Alexandros Koupiolis to... so I give the floor to
Hello.
Alexandros, εσένα.
Ναι, και τι να ρωτήσω?
Ναι, ναι.
Can you hear me first?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear? Okay. So I will just formulate my question that I have already submitted.
Ναι, ναι, την πρώτη.
Okay. So my question would be that in most colonized or crypto-colonial countries, such as Greece, according to some anthropologists, there is a strong and inextricable mixture and hybridity of epistemologies, ontologies, and politics of the colonized and the crypto-colonized countries, with the colonizers, the countries of the center of the north. And it's a condition of influence, imitation, resentment, and opposition to Western modernity that has deeply informed local cultures and histories. If this is the case, if we have this kind of hybridity and mixture, inextricable mixture, then which particular logics, epistemologies, practices, and politics of critique and new creation could enable such colonized or crypto-colonized localities, societies of the global south to build their own paths in the contemporary world beyond the state of the covertly or clearly colonized countries and societies by Western capitalist modernity.
Alexandro, yes, I read your question, and it was the first question that came to me. So I printed them, and I printed the document. I put together all the questions, and my colleague, if you allow me, but I have by the order, and in fact coincides. So Alexandros, you know, there is no pristine epistemological options in our world after 5 centuries of such, 5 centuries in this world which we are more familiar with, because Eurasian contacts were for millions, thousands of years, very important. I mean, after the reading of history by Jack Goody many others, we can see how the Eurasian region was so rich before this modern period, as we call them. So there were so many contacts that, in a sense, everything is hybrid, so to say. Hybridity is constitutive. When I look, for instance, at the Mediterranean region, which is probably one of the richest regions for contacts, because you can see for this Eurasian type of Portugal was very far away periphery. The Mediterranean was absolutely central for this connection, east-west connections. When I look at that, what I see is that the Mediterranean, it would be very interesting to compare the Mediterranean with the Caribbean. The Caribbean is the other region in which, that's the only region, in which the decolonial thinking has accepted the concept of hybridization, of creolization, as it is called, creolity. Because when we read Glissant, when we read Sarbi, we read all these people that have been working in the Caribbean, you can see how, for them, the encounter of cultures is so complex, East and West, Chinese, Japanese, and so on, that in fact there is no original type of culture to which they can report, which is different from Latin America, in which indigenous people still claim being the original and originary people there, even though they come through Siberia from other parts and ultimately from Africa. And they displace eventually other people that were there. So I think that we have to, if you really start from the concept of the struggle, it is clear that all the struggles, when they are initiated, who determines the terms of the struggle? Any struggle. Is the dominant powers in reality or in epistemology? What is the struggle? Is the way in which you can change the terms of the rules of the game. So what we are doing here is an attempt to change the rules of the game. What is the valid knowledge? What can we discuss? And our colleague already raised the questions of culture. Is culture that separate type of reality that is not connected to the political economy? Or on the contrary, is really part of the political economy, as it is today for the cultural industry of the entertainment. But we, in our concepts, lag behind all these things that are happening in that area, and dominant knowledge still conceives of culture as something completely different, and particularly when the distinction between culture and civilization was also advanced. So I think that, Alexandros, our South is not a geographical South, it's an epistemic South. Because in fact today, I teach, now I've been teaching a lot in England, for 35 years I taught in the United States as well. But when I go around for Latin America, Africa, and Asia, the northern epistemologies, even the most positivistic type of conception, which does not even integrate quantum physics and the principles of uncertainty of Heisenberg or the Bohr, for instance, that now we include in any kind of epistemology about modern science, are not present. That is to say, they are even more northern than the northern epistemologies. We, in the Catholic world, we say that they are more papists than the Pope, popish than the Pope, because they are really more conservative in a sense, I would say. So I don't think that it is with the geographical south, because I identify epistemic south in the north, and of course, the epistemic south in the south, geographical south. But they are different, because I can see that Europe, there is an epistemic south. Our immigrants, our generations of immigrants, sometimes second generation, third generation, they have been here in Europe. And still there is resistance to call them Europeans because the color of skin, because of something, because of different cultures. When we know that, you know, the European culture, what that is. I mean, it's a nice idea, as Gandhi one day said, like democracy, European democracy, it's a good idea. Why would it be a good idea? Can we forget that Metternich said in the 18th century that Asia began at Landstrasse. Landstrasse was a street in Vienna where all the immigrants from the Balkans lived. And because they were Muslims, they thought that it was Asia. It was not Europe anymore. So the Ottoman Empire was treated like the same way. So I think that we have to understand that we have to go through hybridity. That's a being this. Why? Because it's not eclecticism. Relativity is not relativism. And hybridity is not this eclecticism that destroys everything, missiness, because we have to understand the relations of power underlying hybridity. Because what is mestizaje? You know, the word mestizo thing is basically the violation of a black woman or an indigenous woman by a white man. That was the original of the mestizo in Latin America. You know, and as long as human species are concerned, but you think about knowledge. So there is hybridity, that is a colonizer hybridity, and there is a decolonizing hybridity. You know, the kind of analogy that I'm proposing to you is the distinction between, in Latin America, they call the white mestizos, were the mestizos that identified with the colonizer. Okay. And the black mestizos or indigenous mestizos are those that identified with indigenous and in fact struggle with them, side by side with them. So I think that we have to understand that nothing is pure.
Okay,
but we have that.
Let me, sorry to interrupt you, but we have to run a little bit and to go further to the rest of the questions, because I'm afraid you will have the opportunity to answer all of them, I think, and to give answers to all of us. The next pair of questions about dignity related to culture that I'm waiting for an answer on this, and the dignity as a local civic virtue. It's a question raised by me and Michalis Bartzidis. And another question is that of Emilia related to orthopedic thinking. Okay, Emilia, go with your question, and
well, I can, you know, since I got the questions in writing, I'd sign. So, colleague, you are Fortini, right?
Yes, Fortini.
And you are talking about the questions you did with Michalis. Yes, yes. I have identified it very, very well. So, I think the question also came about the dignity. Let's start with that. Well, I think that you, Fortini, you probably know why I came across so intensively with the concept of dignity, because when we were, and I think I told you the story, I told some people the story that when we were organizing the World Social Forum in Tunis in 2013, It was the Arab revolutions, Fotini also, because you wrote the book on the Arab revolutions. So the idea that everything would be on human rights. And our African friends said, well, no, in North Africa, we don't want this name for the World Social Forum. And for good reasons, because human rights were brought to North Africa by Napoleon in 1798, when he arrived in Alexandria and said, you know, they say that we are invading you. We are not invading you. We are bringing you the human rights. Well, human rights is a genealogy of invasion. So it was not apt. Then we went on for discussions, a kind of an intercultural discussion for hours. And we came across the idea that, in fact, in Quran, there are several times in which the word dignity appears. And the indigenous people also use the concept of dignity. And we came up to the conclusion that human rights is a dignity narrative, like any other. So dignity would be the name, not human rights. Would be a name that would allow us to encompass the struggles for a better society by dignifying subjects, cultures, and territories, and people and populations. So dignity is at this point, this kind of intercultural type of genealogy that we like. But I would add something to your concept as you put it forward. And the concept I would add is respect. I don't think that we can really restrict to dignity. Dignity is almost a kind of an ontological condition, but we have to have a kind of a more active concept. How you really bring about dignity. You bring it about by respecting others. And I get this from the indigenous people. In fact, the two concepts. Once I was in a kind of intercultural discussion on socialism, liberation, and etc. And we came across and to the conclusion that probably the two words for them were not socialism or communism or whatever. They were, as they told us, they are white man's trap. But we were in agreement on these two concepts, dignity and respect. So I think that we should, particularly for the left, there is a question here by Iris, or Iris on the left, is that we have to be more intercultural about these concepts. So dignity and respect are two key concepts which I would go along with. So these are the questions. For Tini, your question, which was one of the first question to come. There was also another question by Iris before, but I don't know if you want me about the left, because Portugal now is going through elections because our leftist government is gone, was defeated by the budget, so we have a problem here, but I don't go into that now. And so the question is that what we mean by nature, Fatina, is by culture. I mean, we come from a paradigm in which culture is opposed to nature. Suppose that nature is part of our culture. The proposal that I'm making these days in the paradigm, in this work I'm doing, and I'm glad to share it with you, is that nature does not belong to us. We belong to nature. If we belong to nature, there is no culture without nature. So there is no culture without political economy, with life and sociability. So culture has to be completely refounded on these ideas, because in fact, if we do that, it also entails an ontology. And that's our ontology is also incapable of helping us in this epistemological and cultural transformation. Because I think that you have to move from an individualist type of ontology to a relationist. And I get that from Ubuntu, from Africa, and we should get from them. I am because you are. I could not answer your questions if you didn't make the questions, ask the questions. So my response is as much yours as my own, because you ask the question, you direct my attention to a specific problem. If we do that in ontological terms, and I've gone through all the African philosophy very intensively to see what are the conceptions of ontology, why the I of Descartes the ego. I am because I think because I am. No, it does not exist, that word, the I does not, because it's always, I'm here, I'm from, I'm with my family, my clan, my territory. So we have really to revisit all these ontologies, not because you want to be Africans or indigenous people, it's not that. It's that their ontology is a contribution to the epistemologies of the South that are useful for the world in itself, not just for them. It's really a mistake to consider that is just for them. Emilia, I don't know if it is with someone also in these questions, I don't know, I think it was Fortini or Michalis, that quoted a good friend of mine, Veronica Gago from Argentina, Lucy Caballero. Of course, I'm very familiar with their work, and I know about the neoliberalism from below. We have done the research in that respect. That's why we don't have, Michalis, everyone that is involved in the struggles cannot have a romantic view of the struggles, never. I have seen many indigenous leaders corrupt, selling to nature products, like one of these cosmetic companies, selling land for a Mercedes Benz car that they cannot use because they are in the forest. I have seen all these kinds of things, but I don't become pessimist because of that, because why should the indigenous be pure and corruption is a privilege of the white man? No, it's not a privilege. In fact, they are much less corrupt than we are. So, but you cannot have a romantic view of that. Emilia, about the orthopedic concept, thank you so much for that question, because I think I answered it, but that allows me to is precisely the orthopedic thinking is the result of purification and scaling, because the orthopedic, this reduction type of thinking, has to purify the piece before it can apply it. And that's why purification and scaling, they are the two really forms of life. And in fact, you point to new things like the peer-to-peer type of relationality. That's the new frontier, my dear. I think that we have to go through lots of reflection on what, for instance, is going on now in Lisbon, because in Lisbon now the Web Summit is meeting. And believe me, it's really something serious what they are discussing in terms of decentralized ways, but in which at the same time, Facebook is being defaced. It's very interesting. The Facebook is being defaced because they are really promoting the disaster of democracy in which we are by promoting hate speech, extreme right positions. Unfortunately, only the insiders can do this kind of struggle, the whistleblowers. So I think these were the questions, Wadin. I don't know if there are more, but I know I have a long text that you wrote together with Iris, which is a very good, that's the one that I really appreciate a lot by comparing Portugal with Greece. And at the end of that piece, you also asked some questions, and there is a final one there. I don't know if you want to go, because you raised Iris and Fortini, lots of questions there. And some I will just, if you have, I don't know if I have time to go into it, because I'd like to answer the questions of methodology, because also my students today, as you can imagine, is the key question. I mean, if you really adopt epistemology of the South, what are the methodologies to do a PhD, for instance? Well, this creates lots of problems, and I would like to address that if you think I have time for that. If not, I won't.
Thank you for your intention. But I think we can pass to the next couple of questions and connect a question with Bon Vivir raised by Penny Travlou, for instance. And the other question raised by Michalis, I don't know if we have him with us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
And I had to I had to add something on the question on dignity and articulate it with my question on humanness, etc.
Okay. Do that. Brief. Be brief, please. Short.
I have the. So, yes, I think that my question on articulating knowledges, dominant knowledges, and new epistemologies, or the other knowledges, my dear Prof. Boaventura, I think that you gave us today an answer in your lecture on this mode of articulation between resistances, with articulation through the struggles, if I understood well your new proposition. And I think that our conception of dignity in this question with Fotini Tsibiridou, we received dignity as a result of struggles. After Puerto del Sol, indignados, after Syntagma Square, aganactismeni, after struggles and resistances in Tahrir Square with Al-Karama. And of course, all the previous struggles and resistances in Latin America, in in Chiapas, etc., on the label on dignity. And I think this is it's a easy and great paradigm. What we mean that we have an idea to articulate the previous dominance or Western knowledges with the new knowledges or knowledges that have lost, etc. This is a paradigm, dignity, because we can to follow your proposition for a new articulation, and this is the last question from me, my personal question, between the last January that we have discussed in the Nikos Pouliadis Institute Left Theory Congress on your proposition on new thesis 11, if I remember well, your question on abyssal line. And of course, all of this, that I believe the Western thought on that the other is not simply the different, but asymmetrical from Cartesian to the other. And I think there will have a very, very interesting discussion between your notion abyssal line or this asymmetrical understanding of difference in all this Western philosophy and thought. This is let me to formulate finally my question. Having initiated the discussion around this issue, how do you think we can become more specific about this process of articulating former heterogeneous knowledges and integrating it into a new unity of difference? You gave some answer today. And second, what we maintain optimism about this synthesis, or should we move along a line of constant demarcation between Western knowledge and the knowledge of the subaltern peoples, population, and communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Kalis. It is wonderful to go on for a long time on this conversation because they are at the core of things. First of all, I think that your conception of dignity is a great advance course precisely in these lines, because I think that it moves from the abyssal thinking to the post-abyssal thinking. That is to say, it's an attempt for a post-abyssality. And from my point of view, it is post-abyssality is like truth in science, in epistemology. Today, in epistemological studies, you study that truth is not a key concept for science. What is the key concept is the search for truth. Not truth, because truth is always changing all the time. So it's the same. The post-abyssality is something ideal for which we have to struggle. We have the struggle as a sense is to engage in struggles that are anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and anti-patriarchal. And sometimes it is possible when the struggles are strong. For instance, when George Floyd died, we could see that the first stage of that struggle was an anti-colonial struggle, anti-racism, of course. But then as it increased, feminists joined in. trade unions, parties, Bernie Sanders revolution, all joined in. That is to say, the anti-capitalist movements and the anti-sexist movements joined in. I saw at that point a kind of a convergence. And for a while, I think that convergence was very important to bring down Trump. But, you know, in the United States, everything is very limited between Biden and Trump, but that's the option for them. So I think that's absolutely right. I think, and the reason of the asymmetry is precisely because there is an abyssal line. But there was one question here. I think it was your question that I found very fascinating because it's, I think when we deal with the immigrants, I think it was Fontini also, one of you, raised the question of the immigrants, which is very important for us here also, is that, you know, in my most recent book, my recent work, I'm trying to see whether I should go on with the concept of the abyssal line, or if we should consider the abyssal zone. That is to say, a thickness of the zone. Why they say this is a zone because there are some people that are already integrated or are in the process of being integrated in the metropolitan sociability, as you know from my reading, from my conception, and but they are in between in that, and if some crisis come, they are expelled to the colonial, to the other side of the line, to the colonial subhumanity. My research in this case was on the elderly people in Europe, the elderly. The elderly in Europe were the age group that was most victimized, fatally victimized. The mortality rates for elderly are much higher. And it's not just because they are more vulnerable. It's because the way we take care of elderly in our societies is to put them in deposits. And these deposits have nothing to do with health care for them. It's just depositing. Let them die there. So these deposits, in a period of crisis, showed that the elderly people were people on the fringe. They could be expelled to the colonial. And I came to this when I saw, and then went through the data, when I saw the military people in Madrid, coming to Madrid, to discover 800 dead bodies there. 800 people that have died. Nobody cared about them. You know, so they, in a deep crisis, they are expelled. We do the same with immigrants. When Europe needed them for something, they were the Gastarbeiters, right? But now we are erecting mowers and the walls and the fences and things like that. How much experience we are wasting by doing this? So the final question, I'm sorry for 2 minutes.
Sorry,
the question of heterogeneity.
Can we add a last question also from Penny Travlou, because we have very limited time in our disposition, and to give your answer in total. So Penny's question is about Buen Vivir and Cosmopolitics.
Okay, thanks, dear Boa. I wanted to ask you, I'm going back to the introduction of your book, The Epistemologies of the South, and what is intriguing is that you have two manifestos put together, the one on Buen Vivir and the other one calling about the intellectual activists. And you say that you call for resistance to TINA and the trio of the world north, of the global north, capitalism, colonialism, and patriarchy, and the vision of the possibilities for an alternative world. Following your two manifestos, I would like to ask you a very short but open to reflection question on methodology when we talk about alternative worlds and a good life, Buen Vivir. So what are the methodological tools we can use as intellectual activists to decolonize our research, resist against TINA, and offer us novel ways to envision an alternative world, post-pandemic? Thank you.
Oh, it is. This is the key question, the millionth question at the end of our conversation. This is a fabulous question. To Michalis, I just say, Michalis, I can answer you the question of heterogeneous knowledge demarcation or not by mail. If you send me an email, I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be glad in other questions that are not answered. I'll be glad
okay,
to
of
do
course,
that
yes.
by mail. No?
Yeah.
This is a fabulous, wonderful question. It is the reason why I put the manifestos there is precisely to show a kind of a desperate disquietude on my part. But what we can do, particularly if you look at university or if you are at university, and I think that's why I say, and I remember you, I'm sure that you remember that when I say, well, and it's true today, even with the Zoom world in which we live, that I spend 50% of my time with university, people like here, and 50% with social movements that are also resorting to Zoom, and we discuss all kinds of things also, particularly the social movements are in a period of very difficult situation because social movements are about presence, co-presence, and how to revive co-presence after all this. I mean, there is all these traumatic type of things that are going on, mental health problems, desperation, giving up, resignation, and so on. So I think it's very important to focus on methodologies. And I think that the idea of a good life, which of course comes from summa causa, the catchable word for, buen vivir, good living, which is not living good in the sense of accumulation of consumer, but living in harmony with others and with nature. Because as you know, I've been saying that all the time, 75% of our biodiversity is in indigenous territories. So they have been guardians and they have been laboring the forest. Yesterday, I was in a live transmission with a great Brazilian leader in the Amazonian region. He was explaining how the Amazonia is fully populated. This idea of a rainforest without people is a myth of the West. There are lots of people working there, but they are guardians of the forest. They don't destroy the forest. So I think that the good life is basic an idea of reconceptualizing also culture, nature. It's conceptualizing this idea that there should be no private property on what we call nature. I mean, this was Rousseau in a sense, but much before Rousseau, it was theorized already by people in India and in China. It is the idea that is really ridiculous because, as Karl Polanyi also told us, it's not a commodity because it's not, land or labor are not produced in the market, and therefore they are not commodities. They are imperfect commodities or whatever. You know that discussion. What I think is that that's why I was insisting on the methodologies. How you see our methodologies are driving us to create objects by separating subject, the researcher, and the object of the research. So the researcher has the knowledge and the object at the most as information, not knowledge, when you are interviewing something. But if you move to the epistemology of the South, from knowledge about to knowledge with, then we are not relying on subject-object. In fact, we are wanting to create subjectivities on the other side, contribute to subject-subject interactions. How we do collaborative methodologies. So you know that in the end of Cognitive Empire, I explained that, and some later on we can have a full discussion. I have one, if you want to follow up next week in Seville. We are organizing an Epistemologies of the South seminar on methodologies. And if you read the chapter 6, 8, and 7 of the end of the Cognitive Empire, the reason why I dedicate those chapters to the methodologies is because it's really very important. It is very important for us because how we work with some people. So we have to immediately have a different view of what counts as rigorous knowledge. Is rigorous knowledge always the written knowledge or the oral knowledge? So you know that following my Ugandan colleague, I use the concept of orature, versus literature, because it's not oral literature, it's orature, it has a different logic. So we have to develop a different logic of interaction with orature. Second, you have to demonumentalize knowledge, written knowledge. How you do that? You are familiar with Alice, my project. Go to that project, the webpage, which is alive, and we are converting the project into a program. And we have there my 12 world conversations with people. And the reason why I talk with Mudimbe, with many other big scholars, Mogobe Ramos in South Africa, was to show to the students and everyone that when someone leaves the text, as I'm living here, I'm not reading anything, we are more messy in our formulation. We repeat ourselves. We do demonumentalize. We show all the contradictions in our knowledge. As you go to the interviews, the conversations, you can see that. So you have to demonumentalize the rigorous, so-called rigorous written knowledge. Then we have to go to a deep experience of the senses, because you are taught to see, to hear, but we don't see the invisible. If you are doing an interview with an immigrant and you just see the visible, what he is saying or she is saying, you are not getting it. Most of what he thinks about his ancestors, for instance, are invisible to you. His trajectories, her trajectories, they're hiding from you. So you have to have a strategy of trust. It's not a methodological trust. It's a trust. Trust is something else. It's not a technology. Is that trust is something that develops when people think and come to know that you are on the same side of their struggle. If you are doing interview with immigrants and they finally, by your action, by your work that we have been doing, those concentration camps that we don't like to call them, but that's what they are. If we go through them and you struggle for their dignity in the camps, they trust you. When they trust you, they tell you stories that they won't tell the stories to the researchers from the European Union that come there with the written report, questionnaire, and so on. Is that tell you lies. They tell you fabricated lies about themselves. We know that. But they have to do that to defend themselves. But if you develop a trust relationship, then you have to listen, not to hear, but to listen to. And when you listen, Iris, you have to listen to things that you never thought would be relevant for your research, because you are really very concerned about your research issues, but those people are concerned about something else. A friend that they left in Bangladesh, someone that is about to give birth, things like that, and they want to tell you the story. And you have a limited time for your interview, because the research project tells you that you have to move on. Our research is really live research in many respects. So if you go back to those chapters, Iris, you can later on have a discussion. It is really a learning process for ourselves. We have to unlearn a lot before we can learn. Thank you.
We learned so much from you. Thank you, dear professor. So, Iris.
We have to conclude, unfortunately, due to the lack of time. So I am to conclude in a way. And we wanted to thank you deeply for this wonderful discussion with us. And we hope that we will be able very soon to continue this discussion that seems to be very fundamental for the whole project and for many things that are being developed right now in the country. So I would like to make just a very small phrase that I think is one of the most important contributions of epistemologies of the South and has to do with this idea of rearguard theory. I think that it is a theory, epistemologies of the South, that aspires to be a rearguard theory, not an avant-garde theory, where all types of knowledges, traditional and scientific, are perceived as intertwined paradigms of equal validity that can be used to make life worth living. So in that line, I would pose a question, rather a rhetoric question. How important could a renewed decolonial perspective be for a new progressive political project? Let's hope that we can continue this discussion anew in the next meeting of ours from that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Και τώρα μπορώ να υποθυμίσω.
Good afternoon from Athens, and welcome to Museum as Heist, between the Benin bronzes and the Elgin marbles. I'm pleased to bring into dialogue today two esteemed colleagues who, personally, I've had the chance to meet through the Decolonize Hellas initiative. Dan Hicks, who is coming to us from London today, curator, or perhaps from Oxford, curator at Oxford's Pitt Rivers Museum and author of the award-winning book, The Brutish Museums, The Benin Bronzes, Colonial Violence and Cultural Restitution, which shines a spotlight on the ultra-violence and brutal history of the pillaging of Benin City by the British in 1897 and the installing of those stolen objects in private collections, ethnographic museums like the Pitt Rivers Museum, and chiefly the British Museum. While the long-term activism around the restitution of the Benin bronzes is a core and critical piece of the contemporary agenda of decolonizing museums and the drive towards reparations for colonial extraction on a structural level, the even longer history of the Greek bid for the return of the so-called Elgin marbles appears siloed from these struggles, while seen as nationalist within Greek contexts. Our other discussant, Laila Balarao, who's coming to us from New York today, has documented this shielding off of Hellas in her work, both scholarly and activist, on decolonizing museums, classics, and the university. Laila has recently defended her master's thesis at Cambridge on displaying Greece in the British Museum in the era of decolonization. She's currently researching in the field of critical ancient world studies at New York University. I'm very grateful to Esther Solomon, who is here with us today, for accepting my invitation to moderate this discussion on colonial histories of cultural looting, epistemic structures of white supremacy, prospects for the decolonizing, maybe the abolition of the British Museum, and the place of Hellas in all of this. Esther is an archaeologist, museologist, curator, and professor at the University of Ioannina. She's a faculty member in our Decolonize Hellas student network and editor of the recent volume, Contested Antiquity, Archaeological Heritage and Social Conflict in Modern Greece and Cyprus. Before we begin, I just want to encourage you to write your comments in the chat. I will be following them, and we hope to have 10, 15 minutes for conversation and questions at the end. Esther.
Καλησπέρα. Hello, everybody. Shall we connect with Laila and Dan?
I believe we're connected.
Hello there.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
Hello. We are really glad to have you here with us today. And as you have probably read on the website of Decolonize Hellas, museums are a very central theme of the whole initiative, and all these critical discussions, also aim to analyze the way museums have been involved in European colonialism, and also to make us think new ways of approaching all these issues, and to interrogate ways of museum decolonization. So we are really glad to have you with us today. And so we thought, instead of having a traditional panel structure, just to start, not with an introduction or brief presentations, but with the actual questions I have prepared for you, and then we will be glad to receive questions from all the other participants. So the first thing I would like to ask you is to explain how issues regarding museum decolonization have covered a great part of your work. So I would like to start with you, Dan, and explain a little bit the place of these issues in your work.
Of course, yes, it's really wonderful to be here. And also, not only speaking to this group, but also also over, at the moment, social media via the Spaces function on Twitter. So hello everyone who's also hearing us there. So yeah, I think the decolonization question is one which has been addressed so far in the context of anthropology museums. So this is a really interesting conversation to be right at the start of, in terms of how this relates to sort of Europe, to the art and architecture and heritage of the classical sort of past, and where does Greece really fit? And so obviously the Elgin marbles fit into the wider conversations over returns, but how can we see them as part of a conversation over what some are calling the decolonization of our museums, or indeed our universities, because this is about knowledge as well, but which I would prefer to see as the unfinished work of anti-colonialism and really anti-racism. So for me, the decolonial conversation, remembering that here in Europe, we don't have the same nuance that's there in a North American context, where the decolonial, is about land, is about actually conversations happening on stolen land. Here in Europe, we think more in terms of stolen art, stolen culture, and the efforts that were taken not only to undertake a cultural dispossession, but to use sort of culture for the enaction and the creation of cultural whiteness. So for me, I think this conversation, and it's wonderful to have Lila as a part of this conversation, because I think the dialogue in between us is not only helpful because we're talking from different sort of disciplinary perspectives, but also from different locations in North America and in Europe. And I think that in different ways, we're looking at these issues over cultural whiteness in, I think, really, complementary ways. So I think that that's enough from me, and let's hope this is going to be a sort of a back and forth and a two-way thing in between us, rather than long speeches from me. So I'll hand back over.
To answer the question. Hi, Lila.
Hi. Yes, I'm coming to you from North America, although, as you can probably tell by my accent, I'm not North American. Before I get started on my thoughts, I'd just like to say thank you to the Decolonize Hellas organizers for inviting me to speak today, especially as a young PhD student who's just starting to come up in the field. I appreciate being given the space to contribute to this conversation and to share the stage with much more established academics. I am just starting to learn about the different ways that decolonization manifests in North America, as opposed to how we understand it in a more British or European context. And as Dan said, decolonization emerged amongst Indigenous scholarship in North America and also in Australia and New Zealand about the return of land. And I always like to remind people of the Tuck and Wayne Yang article called Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. And I think it's very important to be mindful of what they caution us against, which is turning it into a fix-all for our problems in society. And I think that decolonization has become a term associated with a societal movement in Britain and in the rest of Europe. And I think that's perfectly valid, but we do have to remember that it has its roots in a more land-based repatriation setting. But there is also the distinction between decolonization, which is about land, and decoloniality, which has become a school of thought in its own right, kind of like post-colonialism, and that emerged from Latin American scholarship. And I think that decoloniality is more what we're striving for, because decoloniality aims to untangle our society and our production of knowledge from Western European superiority and this idea that Western knowledge can be exported throughout the whole world. And I think that where mine and Dan's interests intersect is in that entanglement between these ideas of Western knowledge, and particularly how they get projected onto the material culture of other parts of the world in Africa or in the Eastern Mediterranean. So in my own work, I'm very interested in how we can use this idea of decoloniality to untangle heritage sites and sculptures in the Eastern Mediterranean from the ways that Western European imperialism had an impact in that region. And I think that I mostly focus on Greece and Turkey, but I think that what is going on in Greece and Turkey is also partly a projection of what people see going on in the rest of the Eastern Mediterranean with Syria and Iran and Iraq. And I think those dynamics have an impact on people, on how people view the importance of classical heritage in Greece and Turkey. In my activism, I'm also very committed to anti-racism and decolonization within museums and universities, which is a particularly controversial and hot topic in Britain at the moment. We seem to be going through a culture war, or a supposed culture war. And I do think that, I like to think that there's a difference. I like to think that there's a difference, and I think that decolonization is not just anti-colonialism. It can be a more constructive form of thought, where we also think about how we can construct new methodologies and new ways of doing things.
So, hi, good. So let's go a little bit further and tackle the issue of Hellas and ask you what would Hellas mean to you, and you relate all this to the whole decolonization issue, museum decolonization issue. Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. So really just to build on and acknowledge everything Lila just said, which was absolutely spot on. You know, I think we can take this further and say, so what is it that is going on when we see the polishing of the Elgin marbles in order to make them as white as possible in 1938? What is going on when we understand the museum in the 19th century in Europe as a museum of bodies? These are bodies in terms of human remains, the racist displays of sort of physical remains of people to tell the racist lie that there were different species or sort of types of human, but also encountering in the museum the bodies in terms of stone sculptures, and that sense that the museum became a space to which you bring your own body and encounter other bodies. If you read the early descriptions of the British Museum in, say, the 1840s, these are very corporeal spaces. They're full of humanity being enacted in different ways and different kinds of humanity. So I think to think about Hellas in this context, we can start maybe with the Sylvia Wynter observation, the key Jamaican thinker on the question of what she would call the liberal humanism that came about in the wake of Darwin, in the wake of emancipation and abolition. There's a crisis for whiteness at this point in the middle of the 19th century in Europe, whereby the work of abolition and emancipation is said to be over. Now, of course, we know today that work is not over, and maybe that's one way that we can frame this conversation. But the argument at the time, or the argument that Wynter would sort of put, would be that, okay, there's a fading away of the biological notions of human difference. But as we learn also from Frantz Fanon in his essay on racism and culture, what Fanon describes as the vulgar racism that emerged at first. That came very soon, he said, in the 1950s. It came very soon in the 19th century to be accompanied by what he identifies as a cultural racism, the use of art and culture to enact human difference. Now, we know in anthropology museums that, of course, is the racist lie of the primitive, of the notion of the barbaric. It turns into, over the long course of the 19th century, a set of stories about improvement and cultural stages. And of course, that means it's also about the notion of the civilized, of civilization. So it turns out, I think what we're learning at this point in conversations around the decolonization of knowledge and the decolonization of our museums, which are central spaces for that work to happen, we're learning that art and culture was central to a form of racism that is with us in the present. And it isn't just, this conversation we're having now isn't some sideshow to the so-called real work of anti-racism. These institutions were central to the creation of a set of myths, which were the cultural supremacist myths of essentially, late 19th century empire, with which we are still living. They're starting to fail. And we're seeing them, and they're actually, in some ways, they are resurgent at this moment because they are losing their grip. So the culture war that Lila rightly mentions is, in fact, a war on culture, a war with culture, the weaponization of culture that starts with the display of the Parthenon marbles, or indeed, as we might say, the Elgin marbles, because I think we need to continue to call the Elgin marbles until their return to the Parthenon. Let's center Elgin in this conversation, not to center a dead white man in the conventional way, but to center him in the way that we center Edward Colston when we pull him down, or we center Rhodes in the Rose Must Fall campaign. So I think looking at these figures, looking at Elgin as one example, as he is confused with the marbles themselves, as antiquity itself is used to form a sort of timelessness and notion of civilization, which is so hard to get past, hard to refuse. In doing that, let's see that actually the image of Elgin is like what Winter describes as, that model of man, which it turns out isn't a universal human. It's a male, it's a cis male, white, sort of European, of course. So that's what we're trying to dismantle here, I think, in some ways. And there's a whole nexus of intersections in between masculinity and whiteness and art and culture.
Thank you, Dan. And Laila, we're really looking forward to hearing you.
I think I'm going to stick a bit more closely to the idea of Hellas and the word Hellas and understanding what it means. And this is probably me doing what classicists do. I decided to look into the etymology of the word Hellas. And I discovered that Hellas is first used to refer to Greece as all the lands inhabited by the Hellenes, the Greeks, by Herodotus, and almost exclusively used in that context by Herodotus. But by ancient authors, it's more often used to refer to a part of Greece, normally northern Greece. And in modern Greek, Hellas doesn't mean Greece. The word for Greece is entirely different. So then what is Hellas if it isn't Greece, the country? I think that Hellas is a concept. It represents the ideal of Greece. And that ideal was one that was shaped by the Western European powers when Greece was still under Ottoman rule. And that is the ideal that drove them to go to Greece and help Greece get independence, because they idealized classical Athens and saw it as this ideal civilization that embodied the values that they came to see as European values and modern values. So in that way, Hellas is a concept that emerged in Western imagination, but it therefore also became the expectations of a modern Greece. It represents an ideal civilization. It represents the ideal civilization that Western European powers wanted to see put into place in Greece when Greece gained their independence from the Ottomans. So it's a concept that was not necessarily created by Greeks. It was created by Western European powers, but it was a concept that was then applied onto the new nation of Greece. And I think it's a concept that has also become embroiled in Greek nationalism, both in the 19th century and also today, because I think that modern Greece is still trying to achieve this ideal of Hellas. And in my work, I spend a lot of time trying to understand that and trying to untangle the Elgin marbles from getting caught up in that ideal representation of Greece.
Thank you. So, going a little bit further and let's say inside the British Museum and start talking about the display itself of the Elgin marbles. So I would like to ask you to comment on the relationship of the display with all these issues about white supremacy.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, I think let's say at the outset, I mean, you've asked me to come into this conversation because of my work on African cultural restitution. So let's say at the outset that there's a lot of sort of whataboutism and where will it endism that we encounter in the sort of conversations around the return of African objects. We're at a watershed moment. I mean, last week with the formal announcement and the ceremony in Paris for the Benin objects being returned by the French government, my colleague Bénédicte Savoy at that meeting compared that return to the falling of the Berlin Wall. And I think that is not hyperbole. This is the significance of this moment that we find ourselves in now, with the willingness on a case-by-case basis, but at scale and at pace, to see the return of African objects when they are demanded, to start to understand what's in the collections, not only on display, but in the stores. That is a shift which is happening in France, here in the UK. In the same week, we saw the ceremonies undertaken in Cambridge and Aberdeen, because most of the African stolen objects in our museums in the UK are not in the British Museum. They're not in the national collections. They're in the regional collections. They're in Aberdeen and Cambridge, but they're also in Exeter, in Bristol, Birmingham, Belfast, Ipswich, I mean, you name it. Most of the cities of our country, because empire and the cultural dispossession that went hand in hand with the extreme violence of the later 19th century on the continent of Africa, that was embedded. It was deeply part of actually the civic institution of the museum in the regions, not only in the metropole. So exactly the same as in the Greek context, we have to be very careful to take apart restitution from nationalism. It's the same in the UK. We have to make, this is not, I mean, my book was about seeking to decenter the British Museum. I mean, the British Museum, as we learn again from my colleague Bénédicte Savoy's, important a book that she just published, which is called Afrika's Kampf seine Kunst, Africa's struggle for her art. She makes in that book the key observation that in the Year of Africa in 1960, where I think 18 or 19 African nations in that 1 year gained independence, that was the beginning of a set of legal restrictions, a set of myths that were created by the UK sort of civil servants and the politicians and the museum directors, hand in hand with the Germans and the French, hand in hand with others, and a series of legal restraints here in the UK. That would be the Act of Parliament in 1963 in terms of the British Museum, but of course other nations were doing the same thing at the same moment. This work against restitution is incredibly recent. It's a post-colonial. It's a part of the decolonization of the 60s and 70s, where actually the pushback comes, because of course these independent nations understand that these items are about sovereignty, they're about identity, they're about culture. And of course, they continue to wish to see them returned. So what does that mean in terms of the Greek context? Well, as I say, let's be very careful not to say that all restitutions are the same as each other. This is not a campaign to empty out the British Museum or even to shut it down, in my view. But it is about the fact that our so-called, our self-proclaimed universal museums have to remove the myth of sort of universality. And our so-called world culture museums simply have to start again, so that we need these institutions. We need to be able to look at art and culture outside of a Eurocentric lens. But that doesn't mean they should be filled with items that were stolen, where the demand for their returns are being made. This is about the museum as a space that can be more than simply what for maybe 30 years of its history it was co-opted into being, which is a tool or a mechanism or a weapon for white cultural supremacy. Our museums are far more than that. We need to make them fit for our times. So I think in terms of the issue of the Elgin marbles and the return of them, this again has to be a matter that is taken on its own terms. But we have to be optimistic that a return is not a loss. This weird white fragility that we hear from our museums, that somehow this would be something that would leave a gap. Actually, this is, of course, all institutions have to allow themselves to change, and it would be that sort of that thing that's added with each return is a thing that's added to the civic value, to the international role, of arts and culture. So the white cultural supremacists of 100 years ago absolutely understood how important art and culture is. So do we in the present. We simply need to make our institutions fit for our times. And so returns have to be part of that. We're seeing that work now happen for Africa. We're seeing it happen across the continent of Africa, not only conversations about sub-Saharan Africa, but Egypt, of course, as well, and other parts of North Africa, that many museums have pretended aren't part of the continent of Africa or aren't actually a part of these conversations. So I think there's so much to be learned from comparing these different cases, but let's not go down the where will it endism, slippery slopeism argument that if you return one object, you're going to return everything. That certainly is not the case. But that doesn't mean that we should be setting arbitrary limits or returns or saying never to any individual return.
Okay, thank you very much. And Laila, about the British Museum display?
Yes, I think Dan spoke about his role as someone who works with African heritage in this conversation. So I think my role as the classicist is probably to give more specific answers to the Elgin marbles themselves. I think what we're seeing in the relationship between the display in the British Museum and the display in the Acropolis Museum is a contest of space. These two bodies are bodies in terms of organizations, not bodies of human bodies. These two bodies are fighting it out over who has the most control over how these should be displayed and who has the better display. And I think in public consciousness at the moment, the Acropolis Museum is winning. The Devine Gallery has definitely gone out of fashion. If you walk through the British Museum, you kind of follow what many people call the chain of art, which is you start with Egyptian art with the Rosetta Stone and you walk in a straight line and you end up at the opening to the Devine Gallery. And from there, you walk into this neoclassical space with columns and grey walls that are supposed to mirror the marbles. The marbles almost become secondary decoration to the space of the gallery itself, which speaks to debates at the time about whether they were masterpieces or whether they were architectural decoration. And I think that particularly in classicist circles, people have become very disenchanted with the design of the Devine Gallery, which has helped the case of the Acropolis Museum, because the Acropolis Museum presents a strong visual claim to those marbles, not least because the The museum is right next to the Acropolis, so it is physically closer to the original site. You kind of walk around it in the same plan as the Acropolis. You can look out the window at the sunny Parthenon. And of course, they have left gaps across the whole museum of where they want the returned pieces to go. My issue with the Devine Gallery is that the display of the marbles is so far removed from how they were originally displayed on the Acropolis. It changes the relationship that we as people have with the material culture around us. The Parthenon marbles were decorative sculpture and they were in a cult center in a religious setting. But by putting them in the British Museum and by putting them in a neoclassical gallery like the Devine Gallery, they've become aestheticized and they've become art objects, which they might not have been intended to be primarily. But even though the Acropolis Museum is physically closer to the original location of the marbles, does the display do anything different really to what the Devine Gallery does? I'm not convinced that it does. I mean, when I first visited the Acropolis Museum when I was 17 years old and I was a budding classicist, I found it incredibly powerful. And at that point in time, I was convinced that the marbles should be returned. But having done more critical analysis of both museums over the last year, I've realized that the same problems that are manifested in the Devine Gallery are also manifested in the Acropolis Museum. There is such a focus on the whiteness of the sculptures, of which Dan was just talking. Even more so in the Acropolis Museum because they've used casts where they want the originals to go, and casts even highlight how white those sculptures are. And the light is so bright that they look incredibly white. It also sticks to this narrative of the Parthenon marbles being the best art ever produced, which they've done to kind of contribute to their narrative that they should have the marbles back, but it presents the same problems as the display that the British Museum follows. So when I think about whether the marbles should be returned, my position has become much more nuanced and maybe even contradictory in some ways, but I'm okay with that because there is no easy fix to this solution. There is no easy answer to decolonization. I think the first thing to notice is that whilst we don't want to go down the slippery slope of giving everything away and ending up with empty museums, as critics of restitution fear that we will, the return of the Elgin marbles can never be a partial restitution. They either, in my opinion, they either all have to leave the British Museum or none of them do. And that's because a lot of the arguments made, particularly by Geoffrey Robertson in his role as the lawyer on the side of the Acropolis Museum, is that they were part of the architectural integrity of the site, and that removing them compromised that integrity. And so that argument follows that they all have to go back if you want to kind of symbolically restore the integrity of that site. And the Acropolis Museum certainly would probably want them all back and to kind of have a unified display. But the other issue is that returning the Parthenon marbles is not going to decolonize Hellas. It's not going to solve the issues that we have with racism and colonialism in Greece. In fact, it might even contribute to that heightened nationalism surrounding the ideal of Greece, of which I was speaking before. So I think that I'm coming around to the idea that perhaps they shouldn't be returned. And maybe the best thing is to keep them where they are, but really center a critical discourse around why they're there, how they got there, and how we can contribute to the conversation going forward.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and I think it opens up a very exciting discussion about museum decolonization without involving necessarily the return of the exhibits. But let's go and discuss a little bit further these issues of return, and to see if there are more things to say, ethical issues regarding the return of the Elgin marbles and the way these ideas of returning the marbles are related or distinguished from the decolonization issues you have already presented.
Sure, absolutely. So, I mean, I wonder whether I could frame that as a question for Lila, actually, in some ways, which is how we are able to join the dots between this conversation we're having about art in museums and the wider questions over the decolonization of the disciplinary knowledge of ancient history, the notion of the classical past. And I ask that in the context, of course, of the comments that I'm sure everyone has seen of the Prime Minister of the UK in relation to the fall of Rome and the role of sort of borders and immigrants, you know, in that process. We're seeing a set of white nationalist sort of myths, which are not kind of from the past to be, you know, debunked. They're very much in the present. And the discipline of ancient history, the notion of the classical past is absolutely red-handed, right? It's at the heart of this. So we have a classicist, you know, as the Prime Minister, you know, which of course here in the UK reminds us of other classicists, most notably Enoch Powell, of course, and their role in extreme right sort of narratives of nativism, of exceptionalism, and the overlap into, you know, all these racist myths. So what's our role intellectually? What's our role, you know, when you're undertaking your research as a doctoral student at NYU? How can we join the dots between the conversation we're having over displays in museums and the urgent conversation to decolonize the absolute plain as day sort of uses and misuses of these narratives to, you know, to further racism in the present?
Firstly, on the Boris Johnson clip, I'm taking a course on societal collapse in the ancient world, and I played that clip in my class on Monday just to see what the reactions of all my classmates would be. And they were all, I mean, we all laughed, but it's also horrifying that he can, one, appropriate Roman history like that for such racist and right-wing supremacist means, but also that he can do so with incorrect historical information. You really have to be someone very special to get away with doing that, I think. So this question that you pose about how museums relate to the academic disciplines, I posed the exact same question in my master's thesis at Cambridge. I said, how much can museums actually change if the academic disciplines that surround them don't change at the same time? And I think there are two approaches to this. Either you could say the disciplines have to change first for the museums to change, because in most cases, the people that work in museums have studied in an academic discipline and they use the skills and knowledge that they have gained from that academic study in their jobs. And I think that a real limitation of museums, or these so-called encyclopedic museums today, is that they maintain the same academic boundaries of British academia. So kind of in British academia, we have this either geographical or chronological separation. And you see that maintained in museums, which I think is a barrier to us having thematic displays or cross-cultural displays, because no one really has the skills to do that if they've been trained in the academic systems that currently exist. But I think the other answer that I am leaning more towards now is that academic disciplines should take a back seat for a bit. Maybe museums need to diversify the pool of knowledge that we have, because if we're talking about decoloniality, we don't want to maintain the same systems of knowledge that have been held up in universities and then transferred into museums for the last 3 centuries. I think museums could do a really good job of saying, actually, to be a curator, you don't just have to have a PhD in a certain field study. You know, there are other skills that could be useful for that, either community action skills or being involved in local communities in a different country or engaging with local communities in Britain. And also maybe, you know, having worked in the policy sector or having worked in other areas of art. I think that really to begin to decolonize knowledge, you have to also make it less elite. And the current system of having to kind of get a PhD and then go work as a curator maintains those elite systems of knowledge that we are trying to challenge.
Can I jump in with a question? And also, we have a small audience here in Athens who might want to ask a question. You can prepare those if you have a question. I have one question for Dan. And something I found really interesting in your book was the emphasis on looting, on the violence of looting. And you made a critique of how in anthropology we have so many theories of the gift. It's almost like we're covering up this extensive histories and practices of theft. And I'm wondering, I mean, something that we're interested in this other workshop we're doing on monuments, like how do these objects, can they be deployed to reveal this violence of sort of desacralization and looting and a kind of, in your work, you really do make it seem like they're like like a gang of, sort of ruffians doing this instead of the idea of sort of this pristine, whatever, classicists doing, like the emphasis on custodianism, like going from that to who's a good custodian to the looting. So that's one thing I would be interested to hear about. And I would like to push Lala more, also based on reading your thesis. I think will be really interesting for a Greek audience, because one of the reasons I wanted to do this, this discussion is that in the Greek context, I mean, really, because of a sort of, I would say, a strong anti-blackness, like the Benny Bronze discussion, is never sort of, isn't really present even in sort of public debate. And I'm just wondering, like, how the way that the Hellas was in the museum was where there's all this activity on decolonizing the museum in other departments and other parts of the museum and exhibits that are sort of trying to move in that direction. It's almost like this sleepy corner, it sounds like, I don't know, where they were continually producing like the recent exhibit at the Louvre in Paris, a totally Orientalist, totally, I mean, I don't know, I'd like your opinion. I feel like this would never be able to be done to another, like an African country that could present such a really racist kind of discourse, but it's just sort of like a sleepy corner. So it's like, how can we bring, like the critique into that wing? That would be like also seeing how they're sort of just protected and not questioned. Within this paradigm of decolonizing.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so maybe I'll go first with two really, really interesting questions. So the question for me was about violence and looting. So I think for a Greek audience, what I'd say is let's question the relationship of Greece to the colonial powers of Europe. Let's have that conversation about, not the gift, but the taking, and talk about it in terms of, say, debt, for example, indebtedness, inequality in the distribution of resource in terms of money, because it turns out that looting is not something, insofar as it emerged within this very particular set of actions that sought to create white cultural supremacy in between, let's say, the 1880s and the 1920s, this sort of proto-fascist phase of the use of culture, the culture concept for this sort of purpose. Let's remember it didn't happen in the colonies. Looting did not happen in the crown colonies. It happened on the edges of empire. It happened in the protectorates. It happened in contexts that historians have variously called, informal empire. They've called it indirect rule. Sometimes they've even called it, gentlemanly capitalism. What's going on in the Greek case? What in the early 19th century is the British imperial interest in the antiquities of Greece? We need, I think the conversation among our Greek sort of colleagues here has to be, well, what relationship do we think maybe is ongoing in the present in terms of the wider economic situation of Greece that is not sort of colonization in the way that we imagine it to be in terms of settler colonialism, but are there forms of extractivist colonialism, which is what we see in West Africa, that's going on with the rubber plantations and the oil, the palm oil, and the interests which were really what, you know, the taking of the bronzes, the claiming of sovereignty, the removal of these items of identity and sovereignty and antiquity into the metropole. That's something that was also done to Greece, right? So we need to be very clear about what this very specific history of looting, and as you've said, you know, I do describe it as a particular method of violence, a particular military tactic within a very tight historical framing. You know, the Elgin marbles is a bit of an outlier because it's early, but they are, you know, they're still there in the 1880s. They're still there in the 1930s when they're being used even more directly for the purposes of your white supremacy. So at the heart of this then really is that sense that we, you know, here in Oxford in 1884, the year of the Berlin Congress, where Africa was carved up in between the European nations. Here in Oxford in 1884, in that same year, the Pitt Rivers Museum, where I'm sitting now, the Museum of Anthropology for Oxford, was built. But so was another museum of archaeology and art, which is called the Ashmolean Museum, which of course, if you go onto their website, they say they're a 17th century foundation. And it's absolutely right that some of the collections were in Oxford at that time, but on its, in terms of the location, the building it's in now, that's also opened in 1884. So the modern Ashmolean and here at the Pitt Rivers, they're both creations of the same moment of time. The physical enaction of the West and the rest in two museums, you know, of art and archaeology. So this in the book is what I call the notion of the chronopolitical, the use of time in order to pretend that one set of individuals, of human beings, is in the past, you know, one is in the present. These are methods through which we also see, of course, in the creation of the border. So the motto of the British Museums, actually, when I was writing it, was something that came directly out of the work I had done on displaced people and the so-called refugee crisis that we did with the work around the Calais jungle. And so that motto was, as the border is to the nation state, so the museum is to empire. So the museum and the border are both 19th century technologies for making distinctions in between human beings. And so using culture in order to do that. So that's what we're, I think, sort of dealing with here. And so for a Greek audience, you know, let's see this conversation about returns not as simply kind of nationalism versus, you know, realpolitik. Let's see it as a reckoning with a particular set of histories in which our disciplinary structures and our museums, our sense of the past itself, is implicated in forms of violence that are maybe still going on. The debts are still outstanding. And for Greece, that maybe takes a different form. Maybe it's a wider question of resource. But actually, if you look at the Nigerian debate, if you look at the Ghanaian arguments, if you look at the reparations debates in the Caribbean, there's no sense in which this isn't also about resource, about money. So let's think about the Greek role in the wider European project. Let's look at the role that it plays as a border in Fortress Europe at a time at which so many people every year are dying in the Mediterranean. These distinctions between different types of human have never been more important to break down and to resist. And art and culture has been part of how we built the notion of Europe, the notion of civilization. And that is a part of what we need to be dismantling now.
I'd like to quickly add something about looting. I think of the 19th century as a century of looting, particularly British imperial looting. It all begins in Egypt in 1801 with the defeat of Napoleon, after which Britain claimed his looted antiquities, including the Rosetta Stone. And at this point in history, when they could have given them back to the Egyptians, they instead decided to send them to the British Museum, where they have been ever since. And that was the first public collection to enter the museum. And it inaugurates this century of looting. And the case of Egypt is directly linked to Greece because Elgin was the ambassador at Greece at the time. And just a few weeks after Napoleon was defeated in Egypt, which was also Ottoman territory, he received his so-called and supposed firman to excavate at the Acropolis. So it was in his role as ambassador from Britain, the country that had just helped defend Ottoman territory, that he was able to take advantage and loot the Acropolis. And I think that whilst the Acropolis is an early case, it's important to remember that this does begin in Egypt, and it begins as a war between two imperial powers that then becomes a war of antiquities that defines the 19th century and also much of the 20th century as well. And, you know, it begins in Egypt and it goes all the way up to Benin and Dan's focus. And it continues, I also would argue, in kind of the post-First World War, when all these nations come together to try and form an international body to legislate and oversee the heritage of the world. And I've just finished writing a chapter on the role of UNESCO and its agenda in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly thinking about the controversy over Hagia Sophia and why it matters so much to them that it's gone back to being a mosque. And I think I'm going to use this to segue into answering Penelope's question about anti-Blackness, because I find it very interesting and I need to learn more about how anti-Blackness manifests in Greece, because I don't know as much as I think that I should yet. And I also think that I'm wary and I'm very aware of my position in this discussion because I'm not Greek. I haven't grown up in Greece or lived in Greece, so I can't speak to the intricacies of how racism might develop in Greece, but I'm also not white. So I'm not projecting white privilege or European history and identity onto my understanding of Greece. And I'd be interested to hear, Dan, what you think about this and how you orient your own position in this discussion. So I think that I do have an understanding of the impact of racist narratives on heritage, but mine is very much a British perspective. And Greece occupies this interesting position in my understanding where they are both orientalized by the powers to the west and orientalizing the countries to the east of them. And I think that we see this in recent history, actually, when I was researching for this chapter that I've just written, where refugees who have ended up living in relocation camps in Greece have been taken on trips to visit the Acropolis. And these are refugee children, a lot of them girls who wear hijabs, and you can see in the photos all these pictures of hijabi women walking around the Acropolis. And to me, it sends a very unsettling narrative of what are we trying to say, that the Acropolis represents Europe and that now these refugees must kind of adopt these European values and a European way of life. And it creates this kind of dichotomy between the countries that they've come from that have been, you know, they've been ruined by war that has been caused by European neocolonialism, and they've been forced to flee their countries and come and live in Europe. And their countries have also, you know, they're from places where we've seen classical heritage being destroyed by extremists, and now we're sending them to the Acropolis. Are we trying to say, you don't understand classical heritage, you need to understand it? But that also ignores the fact that they come from a culture that has rich classical heritage and that members of their own community have died trying to protect it. So I see a very orientalizing narrative taking place in that practice of taking refugees to the Acropolis. And in the news items, you hear about the Greek foreign minister and other people who attend the event talking about how, you know, the Acropolis represents our European values about democracy and freedom and liberty. And we're kind of caught in this conundrum of seeing European values as that and seeing anything else, particularly Islamic society, as very other. And I feel that in the conversation over heritage, this is just becoming even more the case, and people are, you know, it's becoming even more polarized because of what a few extremists are doing in a certain part of the world. And they don't represent the religion at large, but the impact that they have on heritage is it's kind of controlling the conversation, I think. And to link this back to anti-Blackness, Islamophobia and anti-Blackness, I think, are becoming more and more of an issue in the Eastern Mediterranean because of the refugee crisis and these large forms of migration. And I think that in thinking about the Acropolis and thinking about how it serves the local community, we have to begin to realize that the Black community and the Muslim community is a new constituent in Greece who also have to form their own relationship with heritage and whose interpretations we would like to value rather than kind of dictating to them that they must appreciate the classical beauty of the Parthenon.
I have a comment here to read, which from Safo Papailiou. She says, it's important to note that the process of stealing, in quotes, the marbles from us, in quotes, the very us who was stolen from us was constructed. The Greek response to colonialism was nationalism, which reproduced the very discourses and practices of colonialism in order to respond to it. One of your fans, Lala, has said that this is exactly what you were saying, but I think it's also a good point to just, emphasize that if returning them, the marbles isn't about critiquing Western white supremacy, then indeed I agree with your point. If it's just a support of nationalism because it doesn't actually, this is where I would say the anti-Blackness, that this isn't seen as anything that has to do with whiteness. So if they came back to Greece now, this would not be the discussion. And in fact, it could reinforce what you've just been describing with the example of the refugee visits, that this could be a sort of a stronghold to reproduce this Western civilizational narrative precisely because there's absolutely no pressure or critique on it in our context. I mean, it's sort of a bold statement, but a very small one, like this is what our conference is about. So, that was...
If I could just add on that, is that okay? But yeah, just on that point, I mean, I think it's exactly right. But of course, let's remember that precisely what you're describing is already happening right now in London, right? These are displays that are put to work for precisely the cultural supremacy, the white cultural supremacy that you're describing. It's happening with these items in London. So if we're talking about returns, absolutely, let's put at the heart of this, this isn't a false choice. This is not the false choice between either nationalism or the status quo. It is possible, as in the Nigerian case, for returns not to be about the role of the nation state as the inheritor of essentially imperial sort of violence, right? I mean, precisely the same issues over the nation state, are at stake in other contexts, in indigenous contexts, in African contexts. So we need to I don't think it's enough anymore to keep ourselves in the arguments that were there 30 years ago that say returning the Parthenon marbles is a bad idea because it's going to support a certain form of nationalism. Let's reimagine, absolutely, as I'm sure colleagues are doing, what that return could be like, because from our side in the UK, the dismantling of that story of white cultural supremacy is central to what we want from our museums.
So thank you so much. And having arrived at this point, I would like to bring into the discussion the notion of activism and also this role of a museum curator as activist. As activist, something, a capacity, a capacity among many others. So I would like to ask about your own attitudes and your own ideas concerning this aspect of the curator's work.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll go first on that one, maybe just to say, in some ways, there's no book in my field or in any field, I think, that's sort of dated faster than the book that has the title The History of the World in 100 Objects. And so Neil McGregor, who at the time ran the British Museum, wrote this book 10 years ago, where he tells the history of the whole world. Again, it's a male, white, UK-based voice who uses the ability to pull objects in from around the world, all from the collections of the British Museum, and to tell a story of the world that he probably could have told without the objects, because it's a fairly familiar story. It isn't just that kind of history, that universalist history has dated. The notion of how you work as a curator was already at that time out of date. We're no longer that figure that, you know, that he represented, that I, in my role as a cis male, white curator at an elite institution, that I certainly sort of could also play. That role is dead. That role, we're not curators, we're co-curators. We are led, have to be led by our audiences, by our stakeholders, by the partnerships that we undertake in really reimagined, inequitable terms. We have to be giving up sort of power. We have to be undermining ourselves. So I think, for me, I don't identify as an activist because I'm just doing my job. I'm a curator. I think I would not trust a curator activist because the risk is always the co-option of these narratives. I listen to the activists when they are campaigning, you know, outside the Pit Rivers, as they were in 2015 to 16 with the Rose Must Fall movement. And in general, of course, I listen to activists of all kinds when they are talking about museums, but I'm not an activist myself. What I have to do, though, is not just state my positionality and my privilege, because often that just reflexively re-emerges, the same figure re-emerges, just a little bit more sensitive and a little bit more self-aware, but actually it's the same old guy, sort of yet again, here I am. My role in this is to undermine myself in whatever meaningful way that can take up. So part of the role of the curator today has to be the dismantling of the white infrastructure of the museum, of the patriarchy of the museum. And that involves everybody. Of course, we have to diversify ourselves urgently, but we can't wait until we are diverse in a generation's time until we're actively doing this work. So the work of a curator these days is not not to be an activist, but it certainly is to be an anti-racist.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. It's really precious also for the world of museum professionals. And Laila, your ideas will be also very much appreciated, also from the side of a PhD student in this field.
The British Museum, as of 2020 and early 2021, had no Black curators, according to a report that was found by people, I think, rather than actively put out there. So they were exposed as having no Black curators. And as long as that is the case, and as long as there are no Black curators and very few other people of colour working at the British Museum, things will not change. It has been proven by critical race theorists, particularly Sarah Ahmed, that people of colour are the ones that bring race and decolonization into the discussion. So if in your curatorial meetings and your leadership meetings and your board meetings there aren't people of colour there, then who is going to initiate change and who is going to implement it? Who has the understanding of the local community and historic experiences of generational racism to bring to the discussion? So I think the first thing that has to change is that curatorial staff have to be much more diverse than they currently are. And if we go back to Penelope's point about anti-Blackness in Greece, I don't know exactly what the racial demographics of Greece are, but I don't know how you would get narratives that are anti-racist if you don't have curators that are not ethnically European, let's say. So you need the people in the jobs getting paid the salaries to make the changes. And that's where, if we say that decolonization is not a metaphor, this is the material part of it. If we reappropriate decolonization in our non-Indigenous context, where it's not about land restitution, it can be about other forms of material reparations, like jobs, salaries, scholarships, etc. My personal career goal is to become a curator, but I'm not sure that once I am, that I would be able to separate my activist identity from my curator identity so easily. I don't think that's a luxury that I have as a person of color, and particularly a woman of color who lives at that intersection. Because for me, activism is not something, it's something that I wish I didn't have to do. I wish we lived in a world where it wasn't necessary, but unfortunately we don't. And so I don't engage in activism because I find it fun or interesting. I engage in activism because I see it as necessary for my community to survive, or ideally to thrive. But at points in the last few years, we've been talking about pure survival here in terms of just getting through COVID and other crises that have come along as a community. And so I think that in whatever job that I may have in a museum in the future, I won't be able to remove that from it. And I think the idea of, just like the idea of a universal museum is a myth, the idea of a curator who can be neutral is a myth. And that's not to say that I won't be able to separate my identity and my activism from the material when it needs to be. It doesn't mean that I will see race in every Roman sculpture, but I think it means that I will ask the right questions when they need to be asked, or think about what narratives, what alternative narratives could we present here, or what other communities could we reach out to with the exhibition that we're working with. And I think that that's where a curator who has an activist identity could be useful. It's not that, you know, you're actively trying to promote an activist agenda through your work. It's that you are at least engaged in the ideas and the community activism, and you can bring that in when it's necessary. But for all of that to change, first and foremost, the museum staff has to change. And we've been talking about curators, but I'd also like to hear what Dan and maybe also our colleagues in Greece think about boards, because I think boards are crucial in this conversation. To go back to the British Museum, in the 19th century, men moved between cabinet positions and roles on the board of the British Museum so easily. And I kind of look at the person who was recently appointed chairman of the British Museum, and I think, what has changed there? Is that not the exact same dynamic that has persisted 300 years, 200, 300 years, that people are moving between high-level cabinet positions and leadership positions of our museums? And how could our government and top academics ever claim that museums are neutral and are not political spaces when that has always been the case? So I think that that is something very interesting to bear in mind, but also donors and boards, because the British Museum has a big issue with BP as a sponsor at the moment. And I also think that just as decolonization exists alongside anti-capitalism and forms of Marxist and socialist theory, a decolonial museum cannot be a museum that is invested in enterprises like oil and that is reliant on the support of big corporations either. And Dan, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this as well.
Okay, absolutely, yeah. So in the final minute or two, because I think we need to finish at 5:02 or shortly after. Yeah, I mean, just to say, I agree with absolutely all of that. The question on boards are spaces, rare spaces in this world, in these worlds, that you can actually diversify incredibly fast, because the process of appointment is very, very different to having to train up a whole sort of pipeline to diversify workforce. That, you're able to bring in as trustees a whole host of other expertise and diversify yourself. So yeah, absolutely. That's why the argument over who's appointed to the boards of museums is part of this war on culture that the government in the UK are fighting. So yeah, I mean, I can't add anything more to everything you said. Was just exactly right. I totally agree.
So,
yeah, and in terms of, I mean, I think I will have to go away and think about the really important points you made about how do you, in refusing the activist identity, which of course is often a slur, are you feeding into narratives that the museum is actually able to be neutral, which of course I wouldn't agree with. So that's incredibly challenging. Thank you so much for that.
As it's about time to conclude, There are so many things that we could discuss further. I just want to focus on one of the ideas you put forward related to the possibilities given by the museum space itself, or the museum institution itself as a political space where the display of objects can make us think and can make us being critical over all these issues. So some of these debates may begin from the museum space itself when this space is open enough to include this kind of narratives, either deriving from academics, from students, from other collectivities, and from people who want to change things. And if I may, I would like just to finish with the fact that the British Museum itself has also allowed some of these discussions, and being part of an extremely interesting program from museum professionals, mainly from Africa and Asia and Latin America, just gave us the opportunity to tackle these issues and see how the role of the curator can change and include different views, even the views of the late Ian Jenkins from the Greek and Rome department, and whose ideas were included in several exhibition projects, some of which started in the context of the British Museum itself. So just keep, these notions and see how we can be more inclusive and also more activist in all senses of the world that you put forward in your presentation. So thank you so much, Leila, and thank you so much, Dan, and also the people who commented and asked questions. And I hope that we can continue this kind of discussions further and further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι. Ζητούμε συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση. Οφείλεται σε τεχνικούς λόγους. Ελπίζω όλα καλά από εδώ και στο εξής. Βρίσκομαι εδώ για να παρουσιάσω την βίντεο εγκατάσταση που θα δείτε αμέσως μετά, που ονομάζεται «Κενή χώρη» ή αλλιώς «Decolonize Empty Spaces». Δύο λόγια για τους συνεργάτες και τη συνθήκη δημιουργίας αυτής της βίντεο εγκατάστασης. Έχει γίνει από τον Μιλτιάδη Ζερμπούλη, που ήταν πρώην διδάκτορας του Πανεπιστημίου Μακεδονίας, και του Χασάνη Σικλή, ιστορικού τέχνης, οι οποίοι βρέθηκαν μαζί για να ανταλλάξουν εμπειρίες από δύο διαφορετικές εθνογραφικές μελέτες πεδίου, στα πλαίσια του εργαστηρίου του δικού μας, του Εργαστηρίου Μελέτης του Πολιτισμού των Συνόρων και του Κοινωνικού Φύλου του ΠΑΜΑΚ. Αποφάσισαν να φτιάξουν αυτή τη βίντεο εγκατάσταση γύρω από δύο εμβληματικούς χώρους της δικής τους δουλειάς εθνογραφικής πεδίου στις πόλεις, αντίστοιχα της Θεσσαλονίκης, γύρω από το Χαμζά Μπέι Τζαμί, πρώην Αλκαζάρ, και την εκκλησία του Αγίου Βουκόλου στη Σμύρνη. Με το βίντεο αυτό θέλουν να διηγηθούν δύο ιστορίες συμβολικά, αλλά στην ουσία θέλουν να ευαισθητοποιήσουν γύρω από το γεγονός της μνημειοποίησης αυτών των δύο χώρων και του αδειάσματός τους από τις δραστηριότητες καθημερινές με τις οποίες εμπλέκονται οι άνθρωποι της γειτονιάς σε αυτές τις δύο πόλεις. Θεωρούν ότι με αυτό το βίντεο μπορούν να ευαισθητοποιήσουν για να αρχίσει μια συζήτηση, για να ενταχθούν και πάλι στον ιστό της πόλης αυτοί οι δύο εμβληματικοί χώροι, είτε στην περίπτωση της Σμύρνης, είτε στην περίπτωση της Θεσσαλονίκης. Εγώ να τους ευχαριστήσω θερμά και να πω ότι οι συντελεστές επίσης της δημιουργίας αυτού του βίντεο, με την υποστήριξη του Rosa Luxemburg Foundation Ελλάς, είναι ο Κενάν Ισάν που έκανε τη μουσική και ο Εμβρέ Σινσέκ που έκανε τα οπτικά και ηχητικά εφέ. Καλή παρακολούθηση.
για να μπορούμε, καταλαβαίνεις. Perhaps you can ask it when they come, when you start talking, Yanni.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we can do it.
Evangelis can ask because
yes. Evangelis, no.
He'll be the first.
Okay, I've asked that to say that I'm going to be running 15 minutes behind.
Thank you. Thank you
very much.
Could we have somebody from Decolonize Hellas? Could you enable the screen sharing mode?
Perhaps you can ask it when they come. When you start.
Hello. Is someone from Decolonize Hellas technical team there? Can we enable the screen sharing mode?
I've asked that to say that I'm going to be running 15 minutes behind.
Thank you. Thank you. Could we have somebody from Decolonize Hellas? Could you enable the screen sharing mode?
Perhaps you can ask it when they come. When you start.
Hello. Is someone from Decolonize Hellas
that I'm going to be running 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Could we have somebody?
Yes, I'm the technician.
Enable the screen sharing mode.
Do not have permission to share.
There's still a problem.
Wait a minute.
Oh. Is that the technician? Welcome, everybody. My name is Vangelis Kalodikis. Along with my colleague at Brown University, Yannis Chamilakis, we thank the collective of the Decolonize Hellas project for asking us to convene the initiative's thematic cluster devoted to coloniality, race, and nation in modern Greece. We acknowledge also the support of the Decolonial Initiative at Brown University for this panel. At today's session, we've chosen to focus, along with my colleague at Brown University, Yannis Chamilakis, we thank the collective of the Are you hearing the return? Project for asking us to convene the initiative's thematic cluster. There's a return, race, and nation in modern Greece. We acknowledge also the support of the Decolonial Initiative at Brown University for this panel. At today's session, we've chosen to focus, along with my colleague. Okay. I hope we'll overcome some of these problems. I think we have a technical issue here. Hopefully we'll overcome it. I'm aware that one of our speakers today, who's graciously agreed to be part of our discussion, our colleague here at Brown, Professor Barrymore Anthony Bogues, Assessor of Humanities and Professor of Africana Studies, and Director of the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice, has to depart from the meeting at 11:45. So I'm going to propose that I hand over the floor to my colleague Yannis to conduct an interview with Professor Bogues, drawing from his rich research on the intellectual, political, cultural, and artistic legacy of Haiti and the Haitian Revolution, its reception and meaning globally. I think I will pick up after the interview and offer you my introduction. Yannis.
So I assume we are going ahead despite the problem with the return.
Cultural and artistic legacy of Haiti and the Haitian Revolution, its reception and meaning globally. I think I will pick up after the interview and offer you my introduction. Yannis.
Everybody, as Vangelis said, I am. So I assume we're going ahead despite the problem. I think there's too many problems with.
Legacy of Haiti and the Haitian Revolution, its reception and meaning globally.
Can you hear me? Please, everyone, if you have the YouTube open, the sound,
offer you my introduction.
You must close it because it.
ahead, and hopefully the problems will be resolved as they are. So, as Vangelis said, we have invited our colleague here at Brown, Professor Barrymore Tony Boggs, to participate in a discussion on the issue of Haiti. We chose to do that because, as many of you know, there is already significant discussion, especially in Greece, on the connection between Haiti and the Greek Revolution. As Vangelis said, we have invited our colleague, can still hear my voice, here at Brown, Professor Barrymore Tony Boggs, to participate in a discussion on the of the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice here at Brown University. He's also a professor of History of Art and Architecture. And more importantly for our discussion today, Tony is a specialist on Haitian Revolution, on Haitian society in general, and on Haitian art. So without further ado, I would like to ask you, Tony, Professor Boggs, could you for the study of slavery and justice here at Brown University? He's also a professor of History of Art and Architecture. And more importantly for our discussion today, Tony is a specialist on Haitian Revolution, on Haitian society in general, and on Haitian art. So without further ado, I would like to ask you, Tony, Professor Boggs, could you study of slavery and justice here at Brown University? Haitian Revolution was a key event, not only for the Atlantic world, but also for European societies, especially European colonial powers, and for the world as a whole. So could you start by telling us what was the event that we call the Haitian Revolution?
Thank you all very much for inviting me, and I hope we can sort out our technical problems. This is part of living in a Zoom world, so it's, I understand. I think it's important to understand the Haitian Revolution as a world historic event, as an event which happened in 1791 to 1805. In which rearranged, I would argue, the way in which the European colonial as well as the Atlantic world was organized. Anna Arendt makes the point in her book on revolution that revolutions are really about new beginnings. I always like to add that not just new beginning, but revolutions themselves pose new questions. And that within the Haitian Revolution, what makes it world historical is that it posed the question of the social in a very profound way. Because racial slavery and colonialism are not just political and economic arrangements, they're also very much social arrangements. They're about how our society is organized. And so what the Haitian Revolution did was that it created a breach in the world, in the 1700s, in the 18th century world, created a breach against colonialism and against racial slavery, because that's how the Atlantic world was organized. Many scholars, as you all will know, will point to the French Revolution as the kind of world historical event of the period 1789. But I would want to suggest that 1791, the Haitian Revolution, was a world historic revolution, a world historical event, because what it did was that it actually opened up the breach to what were the major societal formations at that point in time, in a way in which the French Revolution was not able to do. In other words, it put on the table of human society certain questions about racial slavery, about colonialism. The French Revolution, for all its extraordinary and richness and remarkableness, did not do that. So that's what I think. That's what we are looking at. And added to that, I think, is that when it puts on the table the questions of national independence, anti-colonialism, it also put on the table the question of Black sovereignty. And I think this is important. So it's not just sovereignty and in national independence in a way in which, say, the American War of Independence did of 1776. This was the business of Black sovereignty. And so it was the ways in which those who were racialized, those who were deemed to be not humans, now had the situation where they were now creating a society in which they could create a certain amount of sovereignty. And that notion of sovereignty, I think, of Black sovereignty, was something that was anathema to the Western world, to European colonialism, and to America. So that's what you're looking at. You're looking at this extraordinary event that displaces and rearranges and does both political as well as epistemic breaks, I would argue, as to how the world can be organized.
Myself. Thank you very much, Tony. That was a wonderful introduction to the whole theme. Can we follow on from that and discuss the reaction, especially the reaction in Europe? We know that it set into motion a series of events, some military, some political, some diplomatic. And we also know that it actually shaped people's thinking in different ways also in Europe. So could you tell us, for example, how did France react to that event?
Because it is a world historic event and because it breached the ways in which the world was organized at that point in time, there was, there's, as you say, there was really different ranges of reactions. One of the fascinating things I've found in doing my research, I was in Amsterdam about 2 years ago, working on a particular project and going through a set of newspapers when I suddenly came upon a newspaper published in French that was being published in Leiden at the time, in the 1700s. And it was filled with reports of the Haitian Revolution, including the public reproduction of the Declaration of Independence in 1805. And that was, to me, amazing. And the letters to the editor and the editorial comment showed both sides. There was those who said this is an important event, we should support it. And then there were those who said, listen, and I think this was a dominant reaction. Why are you publishing this? This is dangerous to us as Europeans. And so I think that certainly for France and Europe, that there would have been those who felt, okay, the revolution is worth supporting, but there were also those who felt that no, this revolution is a breach, and I want to use Napoleon's words here, who made a point in a letter to the British Council in the United States that what we have to fear is not so much, Napoleon says, the actual factor of slave revolts. Those, he says, we can put down. What we have to fear, he says, is the specter of the blacks who can rule. That's what we have to fear. And I think that therefore this business of the specter of black sovereignty is really what was fearful. And the French reacted by saying that we will not recognize you unless you pay us 150 million francs at that point in time, and this is really remarkable in my view. The request of the French was that the demand of the French was that you pay 150 million francs for the property we have lost, including the slaves that we have lost. So here you have a situation where France is negotiating with the new rulers of Haiti, and they are saying to them, we owned you, and we now, for your freedom, you now have to pay us this, it's 50 million francs, because we're not just talking about property in terms of land and plantations, we're talking about property in terms of human beings. Then there were the other important reaction, I think, which is really important, is how the revolution actually quickened the abolition process, so that you can't think about the British abolition movement and the ending of the slave trade, which is in 1807, 1808 from the British colonial side, without not thinking about Haiti. In other words, the arguments that were being made is that if we don't do this, then what we are going to do is that we're going to have another Haiti. What some writers have called the Haitian fear. And it's a fear of Black sovereignty and obviously slave revolution. And so that the process of abolition was then quickened because of that. The other thing I think is important is that to understand is that it then meant that it inspired slaves everywhere. This is not just in Europe, but in around the Atlantic world. So that, for example, when you get to the American Civil War, there are troops, segregated Black regiments fighting, but calling themselves like Toussaint Louverture, who was the leader of the first leader of the Haitian Revolution. And then the Haitian Revolution gave help to Simon de Bolivar, on the condition that when he won independence for Venezuela, he would free the slaves. So there's a certain kind of internationalism, and as you all know, that there was a letter of support from Boyer to the Greek revolutionaries in France, saying, we support you, we can't give you arms at this point in time, but we will give you, because of all our own difficulties, but we will give you all the political solidarity support that you have. And it is something that you have discussed with me, but also people like Sadia Abbas has written about when she talks about Greek independence. So that there is what I would think is to think, when I think about Haitian Revolution and international reaction, what I think about is how the Haitian Revolution practiced a certain kind of Black abolition internationalism at that time, and how that Black abolitionist internationalism, which included Black sovereignty and anti-slavery, obviously, how Europe reacted to that. That's what you're looking at. But so it's not just a reaction to the revolution and Black sovereignty, but to a certain kind of Black abolition internationalism that they practice. I mean, it is one of the things that C.L.R. James points that C.L.R. James makes in Black Jacobins, his remarkable book on the revolution, is how, in fact, Toussaint was thinking about creating an army, a naval army that would go to Africa and actually stop the slave trade. So that there is no doubt that you are looking at a world historical event that has international repercussions, but also simultaneously practices a certain kind of radical internationalism, which we don't mention, but which I think is really important to think about middle 19th century world.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Tony. I mean, there are lots of interesting issues you brought up in your comment right now, including the letter that was written by prominent intellectuals, scholars, and revolutionaries in Paris, of Greek origin, advocating for the Greek War of Independence. We're going to talk about it later, but I just want to stay a little bit on the reactions by intellectuals in Europe who had endorsed the ideas of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, who had endorsed the monarchist and the tyrannical kind of feeling in Europe, how did they react to the Haitian Revolution and the prospect and the specter of Black sovereignty? Did they endorse it, or did they think it was a bit too much compared to what they had before agreed in terms of the declaration?
I think that what you are looking at is the following, Yanis, and that's a really great point. I think that there were many, let's call them radical intellectuals at that point in time, particularly in France, Jacobins, who were supportive of the Haitian Revolution when it abolished slavery. I think it's important to think about frame the Haitian Revolution this way. I frame it as a dual revolution. That is, this is about the abolition of slavery, and it's for struggle for national liberation. It's one of the bitterest struggles for national liberation, and has to be seen within the context of national liberation struggles worldwide. I think radical, particularly Jacobins and those who are supportive of the French Revolution, thought that, okay, the ending of slavery is fine. But the question of the end of colonialism is deeply problematic. And so that when you read, even when Danton and the others are in the National Assembly, and there's a debate about the ending of slavery, and the National Assembly finally agrees, led by the Jacobins, finally agrees, okay, we are going to go ahead with the abolition of slavery. What do? They say, we agree with it. We pass a resolution that we agree with this, but we are going to let's put the resolution to the public committee, two committees, the Public Committee of Safety and the Committee on Colonies. So, and what is interesting, right, in that moment is, we all know what the Public Safety Committee was, the committee, the kind of radical committee of the French Revolution. But it was also the Committee of Colonies, and there was nothing on their minds about, okay, let's abolish colonialism as well. So that I would argue is the kind of nub of the matter. In other words, that for many European intellectuals, even radical ones, slavery, yeah, let's get rid of it. It's fine. We don't want to do that. But the idea of colonialism was not anathema to them. People saw that colonialism was a kind of logical part of Europe's and particularly in this case French, kind of French Enlightenment and so on, and French civilization and European civilization. In other words, there was an understanding of hierarchical classificatory understanding of who was human and who was not. Yes, we do not want to have slaves, but colonialism, no, there are two things with that. One, there is the commercial aspects of it, which I think a lot of people would be worried about, that because that means we will lose our colonies, and colonies were prestigious things, even for radicals, I would argue, at that particular moment in European history. But also the idea that somehow to be part of a colony was an overseas colony, was that you were on what I like to call, you are on the ladder of civilization. So that therefore if you're a colonized subject, you could be civilized over time. All right. So slavery abhorrent, but colonialism, no. It also had a civilization project, and part of the even radical intellectuals. Well, let's continue the civilizational project.
Right. Thank you. That's great. I think it relates to lots of our discussions, both in this panel and also in the conference as a whole. The fact that the issue of colonialism and also of property and of the extraction, of course, and the exploitation that was going on in the colonies was central, and even radicals could not really let go of that as an idea, that we still have a vested interest in the colonies as economic asset, as a production, as a kind of wealth that we cannot relinquish. I know you have to go soon, so I want to pose the final two brief questions, I hope. The first is to do with the concept of white slavery. We discussed it briefly together a couple of days ago, and I was telling you that one of the concepts we are seeing emerging in Europe, but also you tell me in North America, following the Haitian Revolution, is the idea that, hey, here in Europe, we have another cause, and that's the cause of white slavery. So perhaps we should focus our efforts in helping, let's say, people in Greece liberate themselves from the slavery of the Ottoman Empire and not so much worry about what's happening in the Caribbean. So I want to ask you to develop that kind of notion a bit further. What was that about? And how does it relate to what was happening in other parts, let's say in North America?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really an important question, because there are several things. Firstly, I think one wants to make a distinction, a very careful analytical distinction in understanding that racial slavery that I'm talking about, which emerges through the Atlantic world and parts of European colonial project, is grounded in anti-Black racism. That's the first thing, that it is not just slavery in a Black skin. It is slavery that is very much grounded in in a certain hierarchical understanding of who's human, who is not, and the ways in which Blackness is understood as inferior, lack, and disposable. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing I would want to put on the table is that it seems very clear to me that in 18th and 19th century political language, that there was people made a set of distinctions in which to be colonized was also to be slaves. So that, but it was a different kind of slavery. It was slavery that was attached to lack of political representation, lack of a certain kind of political participation. It wasn't racial and chattel slavery in the way that I've tried to carefully demarcate in my first comment. And so that when you look at the Indian-American Revolution, so you take, for example, one of the most important pamphlets, one of the most popular pamphlets, written by a man called Hopkins from Rhode Island, who was one of the first chancellor of this university, and it's about the rights of the colonists, and what he's arguing for is that the American who are here, people who have become Americans, have a right to independence, and that if they are not independent, they are going to continue to be slaves to the King of England, and use the word slaves. He himself was a slave owner, but he doesn't talk about the people who owned the slave. He didn't see them as human beings. What he saw was that the word slavery then became a lack of what? Lack of political liberty. And lack of the capacity of the Americans to have to say, so it was, or to tax themselves, because part of the slogan of the War of Independence was about what? No taxation without representation. So that slavery therefore becomes a kind of metaphor, a capacious metaphor that captures different forms, capture that form of domination, a kind of way in which we think about dependency. So because if you don't have representation, political representation or forms of political equality, then there's a certain kind of dependency. We have to make that distinction when people talk about that and say white slavery and a kind of racial slavery, which is a system of almost total domination. The distinction that I would want to make is a distinction that Du Bois makes in his book, Black Reconstruction. He says that the way in which we need to understand, racial slavery, he doesn't use the word racial slavery, but the way we need to understand slavery in America, he says, is that you are under the arbitrary will of somebody. So you're not now, it's not about political representation, it's that your entire life is under the arbitrary will of somebody. And somebody can wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning and say, you must do this and you have to do that. Somebody can wake up on this morning and say, I thought I saw you doing something wrong. I'm going to beat you to death and whip you, and you have no recourse. So this business of arbitrary will and the exercise of the arbitrary will as a form of domination over a human being is, I think, at the heart of this thing, because, and tied to that, I would argue, is that then this person becomes a thing. This person becomes an object.
Yeah.
And this person then is both, is what I would like to call, is what I call in my writings, this particular black body experiences double commodification, because he or she is a thing bought and sold in this business of the commerce of human beings, but he or she also produces a set of commodities which is then bought and sold on the market.
Yeah.
So I think we have to be really very careful and nuanced to understand that, you know, the question of slavery, of racial slavery, is a distinctive form of human domination that we mustn't confuse with and conflate with other forms of domination and servitude.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I think this is crucial for us as we discuss the Greek War of Independence, when the idea of slavery has been used very freely, and as you say, without reference to the distinctions that are key to be made. And I hope I'll say a word or two in relation to that in a minute. But I want to finish with a final short question. What would it mean today, in the era of Black Lives Matter, to rewrite the history of the world, especially the 18th and 19th century, from the point of view of the Haitian Revolution? Because as you said, and as we know, it was written starting from the French Revolution or the American Revolution. What do we need to decenter that discourse and say, let's rewrite it from the point of view of Haiti?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And the way I would, if I could answer it in two ways. First way is the question that I ask myself in my work. What would it mean to tell the history of the world and the history of capitalism, which I am concerned with? Not from the point of view of Manchester, but from the point of view of the slave ship. Mm-hmm. What kind of new kind of historiographies would we need to begin to think about if we do that? And so if by extension we begin to tell a history of the world as well from from the 18th and 19th centuries about questions of political modernity, which is what one is talking about, from the Haitian Revolution, point of view Haitian Revolution, then how will the world look? And I would argue that what the question that is put on the table very much by the Haitian Revolution, the dual Haitian Revolution, is a question of freedom. And it's not a question of political liberty or a political equality. It is a question of what does freedom look like, or what can it look like? Because one of the things that happened in the Haitian Revolution, and we don't dual Haitian Revolution, and we don't have time for that, is that how internally the revolution becomes complicated because it does not answer that question. For all sorts of reasons, such as, it has external problems and people are faced, this might be invasion here and so on. The Americans occupy, from in the beginning of the 20th century for 15 years. So, I mean, they're all those kind of questions, all those kind of issues that face it. So this is not a kind of blank critique about, what is it that people could and should have done. But and revolutions are never smooth. And if you have a revolution as world historic, that's creating that kind of breach, it is going to face all sorts of difficulties. But it's just part of the social process of human life. But certainly the question that was posed, I think, by the Haitian enslaved men and women was, what kind of freedom do we have? Because what they wanted to do was to get rid of the plantation itself, not just to be freed from slavery, but to get rid of the plantation itself, and to then begin to think about, okay, what kind of alternative forms of economic activity can we have, and different forms of association can we have? And to me, that is that to me, that those are kind of thinking about practices of freedom. And so that in the world today, in my view, if you begin to think about the Haitian Revolution, it's not about sentimentality, but it is about trying to think about, okay, what are the questions that were put on the table in this revolution that may not have been answered, and that how those questions may still be relevant for our world today.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. I think we have to stop here. You have to go, but this has been very, very interesting for all of us, extremely illuminating, and we're very grateful, Tony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for asking me. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Vangelis, over to you.
Yanis, I think we'll proceed as planned with a comment from you as to the significance of some of these comments around the Haitian Revolution for the Greek case.
Yes. How long do I have, Vangelis? Because I know we are considerably behind. So
5 minutes or so, and then we'll move.
Okay.
We'll move to Sakis. I'll introduce Sakis quickly, and then we'll move to Sakis.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will stay within the 5 minutes. So as we heard already from Tony, we're dealing with a global event that actually places race, and especially Black anti-racism, anti-Black racism within our agenda of thinking about Europe, thinking about revolution, and thinking about Greece as well. And I want to spend my 5 minutes or 4 minutes now discussing how the issue of Haiti was actually is being received in Greece right now, because I think on its own, the discussion about Haiti right now within the celebrations and discussions about revolution is extremely illuminating. So if I can just very briefly share my screen and show you 2 images, that will, I think, make my point without too many words. So Haiti is actually being played out very, very prominently, especially within the left-wing press in Greece. Syriza newspapers, I've seen Εφημερίδες Συντακτών and other media by left-wing intellectuals and politicians. What's interesting is that there is a narrative that's been circulated about Haiti, which actually does not correspond to the historical truth. So reference is made to the letter we talked about briefly before, the letter that Corais and others wrote to Boyer, the president of Haiti, asking for financial help in the Greek War of Independence. And of course, we know the letter, we've seen the letter, we also seen the response saying clearly that we empathize, we connect with you because of the Greek heritage as well, and because we also were under tyranny for many years. But we cannot offer you financial help or offer you ammunition or people to fight because of our own internal problems. Now, if you read many of the articles in the Greek press today, you will see that there's a constant repetition of the phrase that Haiti sent 100 volunteers who did not make it to Greece because they drowned or they died on the way to Greece. It also sent 45 tons of coffee to be sold to fund the War of Independence. Now, both narratives are very interesting, are very touching, but of course, there is no historical evidence for it. And I've never seen anything that actually proves that. Why is it then so important for us to make that connection? I think it's interesting to see how left-wing intellectuals want to connect with the non-Western world or a world that's non-European, and also with the legacy that relates to Black emancipation. But at that point in the discourse in the Greek War of Independence today, on the War of Independence today, becomes less a discussion about slavery and race, and more a discussion about the impact of the Greek War itself, how important the event in Greece was that actually encouraged people in Haiti or touched them to send this support. So instead of discussing, as we did with Tony, the global impact of the Haitian War and the related issues of slavery, anti-Black racism, and emancipation, we discuss within a triumphalist and nationalist manner very often how important the Greek War of Independence was. So that's my first point, very brief point. My second point, however, is that race, irrespective of Haiti or not, should be a central issue in the discussion about the Greek War of Independence. And unfortunately, it's not at the moment. It's been discussed, as we said, only in those terms. It is important and crucial because we take it for granted that Greece was a white country. And we forget, of course, that it was a country in connection with the world, what was happening in many other countries in the Eastern Mediterranean, what was happening in Northern Africa and other places. We know that the Ottomans had moved populations from many parts into Greece. We know that there was extensive slave trade in Greece. We know that there were there were many African communities and Black communities living in Greece during the war, at the time of the War of Independence. All these things are things that are not really debated and discussed. And it is key to see how the intellectual, discursive, and political processes that actually fed into the War of Independence resulted in not only in the Europeanization of the country, but also in the whitening of the country. At a time when Black slavery, at a time when emancipation was at the center of attention in Europe and the world as a whole. And I made a reference in my discussion to Tony to white slavery. This is in fact a term that has been used by a number of people, including by Philhellenists, especially by Chateaubriand in his writings. He was very keen to actually juxtapose what was happening, let's say, in Britain with the 1807 Abolition Act, the idea that Greeks here in Europe are the white slaves, and we have to go and help them because that's the important cause for liberals right now, not what's happening in the Caribbean and in Haiti. And of course, he himself was, as Tony said, one of the radicals who actually did not want to let the empire go, not want to let the colonies go for obvious reasons. So that's what I wanted to say. I think it's key for us to introduce notions of race, racism, anti-Black racism into the discussion of revolution, not see it only as a political process of emancipation from the Ottoman yoke, as it's been called. Thank you.
Let us move now to Professor Sakis Gekas, who's Hellenic Heritage Foundation Chair of Modern Greek History at York University in Toronto, Canada. Sakis is the author, among other works, of Xenocracy, State, Class and Colonialism in the Ionian Islands, 1815 to 1864. Indeed, his monograph has been translated into Greek and appeared in print from EAS, the Hellenic Open University Press, just this summer. In it, Sakis surveys a white colony in the Mediterranean, the Ionian state, like Malta, Gibraltar, and later Cyprus, where the British shared sovereignty and administration with the Ionian locals. Did this ordeal, Gekas asks, engender dependency and anticipate the neo-colonial condition with which the Greek nation struggles until this day? So in looking at the interlaced issues of coloniality, race, and nation, I invite Sakis to take his full 15 minutes.
Thank you, Vangeli and Jan, for the invitation and the organizing committee of the collective. It's a wonderful panel already, and I look forward very much to listening to you and Konstantina as well. I would start a little bit differently than what I planned, following from what Yanis said about, and Vangelis, about the white colony. The British devised a system of registering goods, people, generally colonial information, statistical information, as I understood it at the time, in the so-called blue books of statistics. So while they were doing that, they included the Ionian Islands, though they sent the same books and same pages in the Ionian Islands as well for people to fill in. But of course, the category colony and the columns slaves or whites were left empty. So immediately for the colonial mind, let's say, and in the colonial archive, there is a clear understanding of those under British protection at the time are whites. They're not, they're not slaves by any colonial office definition, at least. So the 200 years anniversary that is kind of drawing to a close has provided an excellent opportunity to revisit and review the place of the Greek Revolution, this defining moment of the nation and the country, so to speak, in relation to geographies and genealogies of European colonialism, to quote from the Decolonize Hellas project's main goal. Now, some historians, not only those of us who work within the context of European empires and British colonialism in particular, and its entanglement with Greek history, but also historians of other empires, the Russian and the French, for example, took the opportunity and provided new interpretations that change our understanding of the big event and place it within a comparative and international framework, whether in the history of liberalism and the liberal revolutions of the first half of the 20th century, the history of Philhellenism in the US, or the Ottoman perceptions of the Greek Revolution based on sources in the Ottoman Turkish language, something that was largely missing until recently. So there you have it. You have sort of the traditional, let's say, European empires, British and French and Russian. You have the US, an empire in the making, perhaps in the 1823 Monroe Doctrine onwards. And of course, the sort of the 8 centuries old empire, the Ottoman one, from which the Greek state emerges out of a, not a colony, of course, but as a sort of, as a successor state. None of the approaches, however, of the sort of very welcome that I mentioned above, automatically related or can lead to a project of understanding the role of colonialism in Greek history, or rather the colonial past of Greek history. Now, historians of empire, of course, are more likely to talk about decolonization as well, because they have studied the power relations and the unequal structures that emerged, or rather were imposed by the colonizers. Now, a sort of disclaimer, decolonization has different meanings, and I think that applies to today as well as to the past. Where I am, for example, in Canada, decolonizing education, the health system, and means basically engaging seriously with the systemic racism that even abused generations of First Nations, Métis, and broadly indigenous peoples in schools, universities, research centers, and government. So this is what decolonizing the curriculum, the education system, and the health system means. Nonetheless, we can distinguish, in a way of sort of bringing history in the discussion and trying to see if history can help in any way, put it bluntly. We can distinguish between phases of Greek history in which there were attempts to transform into a colonial empire, episodes far and few in between, I would say, starting from the Crimean War in the 1850s, 1853-56, all the way perhaps to the Greek dictatorship's attempt to forcibly unite Cyprus since 1974 by deposing Makarios. But back in the 19th century, it was not so much colonial expansion as part of the Megali Idea, of course, but it was rather trying to benefit from other empires' expansion projects. And cases where Greece and its people have been subjected, on the other hand, to some form of colonial rule. That's the other flip side of the coin. Some periods in the 20th century, perhaps, when Greece subjected its own population to discrimination, punitive and oppressive measures, whether Slavophone or Jewish or other minorities, but really Greece was on the side of the colonized in the broader sense. I think there will be little doubt about this, with the exception perhaps of the cases I mentioned in the 19th century and the Asia Minor campaign, and that's again debatable. Now, decolonizing is an inherently and unconditionally political project. It is therefore comprehensive, and to approach it from a historical methodology point of view requires an understanding of the conditions that created the Greek state and the forces that shaped it. And to some extent, historians have been doing that for a while. The three protecting powers in the wake of the Battle of Navarino and eventual independence in 1830. The guarantee of Greece's independence against the Ottoman Empire. It was a pact that broke in a shocking way to Greeks in the Crimean War and was followed by another shade of manifestation of colonial type of power relations, the International Financial Commission or control, which is something that we keep sort of experiencing in in modern Greece all the way to the present. Another reason there has not been a colonial turn, so to speak, in Greek historiography, and therefore no in-depth projects to decolonize the Greek past or decolonize history, as Boaventura, Sousa, Santos mentioned earlier, is because historians of modern Greece are particularly reluctant, to an extraordinary point, to discuss class. They use the term elites, political interest groups, but rarely venture beyond this sort of political science established terminology. Although it is almost 50 years that Konstantinos Tsoukalas, talking about the Greek bankers of Constantinople, people like Syngros, for example, said that they colonized their own country. And thus, the comprador bourgeoisie was one of the first categories that was employed by Tsoukalas and others. And I think there was some sort of a lost opportunity there for Greek, thinkers, intellectuals, historians, and social scientists and political scientists. Since the term and the notion of semi-colonialism has been used for parts of the world, such as China, for example, that was by force, of course, brought into a Western, primarily British-dominated system of commercial exchange, which later on translated also to another form of financial control, the gold standard. Now, therefore, a lot of work has been done by historicizing the Greek state narrative, and historians, at least critical historians in Greece, nonetheless, Konstantina, Yannis, Vangelis, we've all been through a sort of, history department or a school of letters in Greece. Historians learn, in a way, or are taught how to deconstruct the nationalist narrative and the school-enforced stereotypes. But history of Greek state and a history of Greek regions where colonialism, protection, and dependency were not used in a metaphorical sense still needs to be integrated within national narrative. And we will probably see that this will make it less national or ethnocentric and much more relevant to other historiographies. Just as many scholars in the Middle East think of Napoleon's campaign to Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean as the beginnings of some sort of beginnings of modernization in the Middle East, the arrival of the Republican French in the Ionian Islands in 1797, and their brief presence, but shattering in some ways, constitutes the beginnings of a Greek path to modernity, a political modernity for sure, even in a crooked line, not as a linear sort of straight line. Just as this Republican moment was cut short by the Russian-ruled Politia, the Septinsular Republic, and the French occupation by Napoleonic forces in 1807, 1814 for Corfu at least, it is during this period in the 19th century that the beginnings of Greek dependency and its colonial condition date, followed, of course, by a semi-colonial state that changed also during its life course under British protection in the Ionian Islands in 1814 until 1864. Now, British presence and interest in the regions paved the way for British intervention during the Greek Revolution. It is not just sort of a high diplomacy game between Britain, Russia, and France eventually, but it also conditions on the ground that forced the British to rethink their policy towards the Ottoman Empire, in particular towards the Greek Revolution. Now, I want to also bring in the notion, sort of old one, but hasn't really gone away at all, I think, of informal empire. And of course, it is, it's a standard approach. It's exercising economic hegemony characterized by asymmetric influence that was not maintained by force, but rather economic repercussions. And of course, discerning what an informal empire is can be quite challenging, and therefore what an informal colony is can be quite challenging because imperial relations are not as clear-cut, let's say, as having a colonial governor. Nonetheless, it is the case that a project to decolonize Greek history has to, so to speak, seriously engage with the historiography of decolonization in a much more direct engagement with histories of decolonization elsewhere. And a much larger view is needed to relate decolonization to globalization, because the 19th century and until the historic changes that we experience today, whether economic integration is called for or it does not go together with territorial integration. If this has not been, it is not necessary, let's say, anymore. I think it's also important to rethink this final point, because how does Greece and the Greek world, more broadly Greeks, fit in this context of globalization, because neither the colonization process nor the decolonization process was separate or distinct from globalization. And of course, there's definitions about it, but the expansion of European powers in the 18th and 19th century, perhaps posed in the Vienna Congress, took a new form in the European South with the Ionian Islands and later on Greece during the Greek Revolution. So while there was sort of this concert of agreement, the Greek Revolution really poses a challenge to European powers and forces them to shift their position. So if the creation of the Greek state out of a liberal revolution, a point that was made in recent discussions and publications about the big event, if this liberal revolution challenged the illiberal order of the times, then universal suffrage, first for men and then eventually for women, represents a major step in the decolonization process, if it is a political project above all. We should also note that there is also various stages of colonization and decolonization. It is not sort of everywhere a one-step process. But in any case, it is, and I want to conclude with that, it is much more than a matter of perceptions. And there's been a lot of discussions in the last 10 and now 11 years about whether Greece is a colony, is a debt colony, or a protectorate, which probably, I think, shapes the thinking to a certain extent of people behind this collective, behind this initiative. And finally, a few concluding remarks. Greek history, especially economic history, is fraught with a narrative of a successful trajectory of a small but resilient economy, a narrative that, while true to a certain extent, presents the following paradox. As the Greek economy has been integrating all the more into a globalizing and centralizing bloc, the EU, at the same time it is becoming more dependent on international finance, with the recent crisis of now 10, 11 years and its consequences to loom large for a very long time. And it was this kind of crisis and dependency, after all, that led to a renewed perception of Greece as a colony, a protectorate, or as it's sometimes called, a debt colony. Now, we should keep from historiographical reflections on the 200 years anniversary since the 2010s, the emphasis on this historically rather fragile, to say the least, character of Greek finances that sort of emerges out of a crisis, whether it's the 1850s or the 1890s or the 1920s or the 2010s, perhaps, with an association always with defense expenses, a sort of a project of nationalism, but not necessarily colonialism, and the direct intervention with international commissions of financial control, at least 3 in the last 170 years, and the conditions of dependency, if not exactly colonization, that have come with further integration of Greece to the empire of the day, the British in the 19th and early 20th century, the US in the post-war and Cold War period, and perhaps the European Union in the post-Maastricht era, 1990s onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saki. Let's move to Costandina Zanu from the Department of Italian Studies and specializing in Mediterranean Studies at Columbia University in the city of New York. Costandina has been gracious enough to come to us today to provide some commentary on our topic and on the presentations. She is well known for her award-winning book, Transnational Patriotism in the Mediterranean, 1800 to 1850, Stammering the Nation, a work that traces the transition from multiple empires to the nation in the region, and more particularly in the Adriatic space. Costandina, we're going to push it right up to our timeline and go over. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vangeli. Hi, I'm sorry, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. And I'm sorry that you didn't have the time to introduce the panel properly and share your thoughts, Vangeli. But I will be very brief, so you may have the time later. In this general commentary, I wanted to actually bring in 2 or 3 points, informative points that I have connecting the 2 main themes. On the one hand, race and the Greek evolution, and on the other hand, the idea of coloniality and the Greek Revolution. So I will start with the case of Haiti and the Greeks mentioned by Yannis, and I want to add 2 or 3 points to that story, very well-known story, but I think a little bit misunderstood story. There are parts of the mosaic missing here, which I think are important for our understanding of the meaning of race in the Greek revolutionary context. So one important part of the story is that the letter written by Korai and his friends in Paris in 1821 was not actually written by him. It was an idea conceived by l'Abbé Grégoire, who was a very important figure of the French Revolution and of the battle for the emancipation of the slaves worldwide. One of the most important activists and intellectuals, but also an abbé. So he was also a very important activist in terms of religion. He had this view of the world that all Christian religions should be united and all people should be equal on the basis of the Christian religion. So we have to have this figure in mind, because he was the one who thought of putting together the 2 causes, the cause of the Greek Revolution and the cause of Haiti, which he was following very closely. He conceived the idea, he wrote the letter, I believe he was the one who wrote the letter, and gave it to this committee to sign it. Now we can give also, I can show also parts of the letter, but one of the important elements in the letter, I was reading it again yesterday in its original French, is that it never mentions the word black, or even the fact that these, of course, they mentioned the fact that these were former slaves, okay, but the major emphasis is on the fact that they are Christians. The fact that they are Christians, and on the basis of their common Christianity, they should be, in solidarity with another Christian nation. So one aspect here, which I find is important, is that when we discuss ideas of emancipation or freedom, of different forms of freedom, we have to see its connection to religion. Okay, so like how race is connected to religion in this case. Now, what Tony said was very important in helping me understand the whole conundrum here, because basically he said the word slavery is used both as, in order to describe racial slavery, but both as a metaphor. And in this letter specifically, I think that it is used as a metaphor because it is used mostly to describe also Greeks. Okay, and so it is very interesting how these 2 levels, various ideas of forms of unfreedom, of slavery, are mixed within the same text. However, even if these examples are used in a metaphorical sense, and we have one more, I discovered yesterday looking into this book of the 1980s, η Αμερική και ο ρόλος στην Επανάσταση του 1821, very, very important book. I didn't know about it. It's like a combination of sources. And I discovered another important letter by the same group at the same time, coordinated by Grégoire, actually a letter to the men of the American Republic. And they tell the Americans, I can show also a passage if you want, they tell them that, you have freed your slaves, so help us free ourselves from the Ottoman tyranny. So it's very interesting that they use this metaphor for that. But on the other hand, we have some figures in the revolution, like Bishop Ignatius of Pisa, who was really very interested in the cause of the liberty, of the freedom of the racial slavery of the blacks. And he has written things about that, and he has connected it to the freedom of the Greeks. So he doesn't speak in metaphorical terms about slavery. He actually speaks about the racial slavery. So we have also intellectuals during the revolution who are interested really in that issue. Ignatius was living in Pisa, in northern Italy, central northern Italy. At the same time, in 1815, you have some important works about the emancipation of the slaves, who emphasize the Haitian example. And I'm talking about, for example, the treatise by Andrea Zambelli, Sulla schiavitù dei negri, who actually talks. I think I can share my screen here. What do you think? So I show some of these images. Let's see if I make it. I'm not sure I can do it. Yeah. Let me see. No, it doesn't let me do it. I'm sorry. It doesn't recognize. It doesn't let me do it. Anyway, let me continue then without showing the passages. In any case, it's important that we see intellectual developments in specific circles in Greece during the revolution, with developments at the same time in Italy. And Ignatius was very much the link between these two worlds. And so the attention that Haiti received in certain liberal circles in Italy at the time was very important for these intellectuals in Greece to discuss race. It's a work that has to be done. We haven't done enough yet. Now, I want to somehow conclude my commentary with some big questions I want to put on the table here. I don't expect that we will answer them, but I want to pose them. So the first big question I have is this: what is the meaning of race in the Greek context before the mid-19th century? From the mid-19th century onwards, we have these important theories, Combinot and others. And there is an important book about that, actually, Φιλετικές Θεωρίες στην Ελλάδα, published recently about racial theories in Greece from mid-19th century onwards. But what's the meaning of race, phili, or genos, or whatever you want to call it, in the Greek context of the beginning of the 19th century? What's the connection, if there is any, of the meaning of race to slavery or to subjugation or unfreedom of any kind? Does race mean anything about your condition in relation to freedom? The second big question I have connected to this is, what is the meaning of slavery in the Atlantic context and in the Mediterranean context? And I think Tony mentioned some of these things. In the Mediterranean context, you have, you have slaves, you have captives, you have different forms of serfdom. How are these, how are these different in their own terms as slavery, and how all this said of unfreedom is different even from the idea that Tony said, the subjugation, the political subjugation, not having political freedom. Okay, so there are different forms of unfreedom in terms of an individual, like different forms of slavery, but there are also different forms of political unfreedom, let's say. These are not equal and they are not the same, and we have to think about these differences if we are to talk about these issues in the transatlantic context and the Mediterranean context. Final set of questions I have, and this is something that also Sakis discusses in his book very well, it's what's the meaning of colony in the period? What's the meaning of colony? What's the meaning of an independent state for the period. To make it even more general, what's the meaning of sovereignty? So I wouldn't take these issues for granted, and Sakis does really a very good job in showing that at the period there are different levels of perception of sovereignty and also colonialism. And these different levels were not always opposed by the main protagonists, by the colonized themselves. Actually, we know very well there are many liberals at the time in the Ionian Islands, in Greece, and everywhere in the Mediterranean, who think that a protection by a wider colony, a bigger empire or colonial power like Britain or France would be beneficial for national independence. It would be a guarantee, if you want, for national independence. And also we hear Tony that said that many radicals already from the French Revolution, but even later in the 19th century, were very much pro-colonial. They would, they would think that these issues are very much independent from one another. So I believe that we have to start discussing these issues. Already some issues among these are discussed, but when we discuss them, we really have to look into the very specific terms we discuss these very big ideas in the Mediterranean context of the 19th century. Thank you.
Let me take 3 or 4 minutes to provide you with a coda, a lyrical, dramatic, or musical conclusion to our investigation of coloniality, race, and nation, and perhaps also end with a proposal for the future. Maybe we can turn to Delacroix's painting of Greece on the ruins of Missolonghi. At its first exhibition in France in 1826, the admission fee was earmarked not for some general Philhellenic fund or war chest, but more specifically to pay for the return of women and children abducted during the siege. Our gaze then on this picture might dwell less on the monumental whiteness of the allegorical female figure of Greece in the foreground, Solomos's great-hearted megalopsyche mother rising from the ruins, but rather the black fighter haunting from the periphery and threatening to reconfigure this forlorn and pallid mother to a potential sex object. In her seminal book, Extremities, Painting Empire in Post-Revolutionary France, the art historian Darcy Grigsby Grimaldo has explored the trajectories leading outwards from this field of vision. Flying the crescent here in the background is no swarthy Turk. This figure looming over a Christian woman is a black man, an Egyptian from Ibrahim Pasha's forces, a sub-Saharan African, an Arab, a Mameluke subject of an Ottoman master, a disproportionately economy-sized, in this picture, slave, who is on the verge of becoming himself a master over other slaves? Does his presence, Grimaldo asks, portend that this white woman's destined captivity will be in a harem, overseen by a black eunuch, wielding the power delegated from an Ottoman master? How would the French audience in 1826 have perceived this figure, and how would they react to the helplessness of white slavery, something that Professor Bogues touched on earlier? Is this a Barbary pirate, ubiquitous and predatory in the Mediterranean of the time? Or only 1 year after a French colony had gained its independence, a black sovereign state, how did this event a world away inform perspectives on the Greek cause? If the Greeks, once so grand, now so depressed, were to be crushed, who would replace them? Haiti, Egypt, the Ottoman Empire, and Greece were here interlaced, whiteness and blackness, and nation so much so too in revolution. I'm very sorry that the technical glitches disallow the possibility of discussion amongst us, but I'd like, with Yanis's permission, to extend an invitation to our speakers today, and perhaps a couple of further commentators in the future, to digest everything that is being recorded here and pick it up in a second meeting sometime in the very near future. I hope we all can agree on this. I'd like to thank everybody, particularly Professor Bogues, who had to leave early, and all our speakers, Sakis, Kostandina, Yanis, and hope to see you all soon in this stream on nation and race in the decolonial initiative. Thank you very much.
Good evening from Athens. The first keynote of our symposium will do just that, set the tone, reassemble chronologies, geographies, and languages. While the exact relationship of the Greek revolutionaries to the new Haitian state, as we learned in the previous fascinating panel, is probably something we still don't really know that much about and needs more research. One thing that is for certain is that the Greek state did not invite Haiti to celebrate its 200-year anniversary, but instead, provocatively, the descendants of French slave owners, the British Crown. While we cannot change this, we can set a different tone here. We can recognize the Caribbean as a crucible of necropolitics, racial capitalism, dehumanization in the world, but also as the very wellspring of decoloniality. For one, in the Haitian Revolution, which we just discussed, that abolished slavery forever in 1804, the most radical of acts of emancipation. But also in the anti-colonial writers, poets, thinkers of the Caribbean, one of whom we have with us online today, Gina Athina Ulysses. Gina is a Haitian-American poet, performer, feminist, multimedia artist, anthropologist, carrying a lot of Hellas baggage in her name. She's a professor in the Feminist Studies department at the University of California in Santa Cruz, where she is going to be connecting from. Along with her ethnographic research, Gina has published public-facing work such as Why Haiti Needs New Narratives, a post-quake chronicle, poetry, spoken word collections such as Because When God Is Too Busy, Haiti, Me, and the World. In her performances, art, and writings, Gina has developed the concept and practice of rassemblage, a Haitian Creole word that she defines as a gathering of ideas, people, things, and spirit, though not necessarily in that order. I will not try to translate exactly because that itself would be a colonial gesture, but just to say that rassemblage fuses performance and politics, involves presence, engagement, and encounter of all kinds, enacts the compilation and composition of parts not made into a whole, calls us together. So without further ado, I invite Gina to offer a blessing to us here in Athens via her ancestors in Haiti, namely the Alpha and Omega in the Letter, a sonic meditation on freedom.
Ma pe mande si pa gen gran moun o lan la koua. Mwen rive o lan la koua. Ma pe mande si pa gen gran moun oh la la coua. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. I'm gonna find you and take it slowly. Dis-moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive. Oh la mi to la coua. Ma pe mande si pa gen gran moun o lan la koua. Magua, Marien, Zaragua, Maguana, Igwe. Here is a shipload of items traded and exchanged for 500 Africans. This is a list of items that was used to be traded for 500 enslaved Africans. Cowries, 20,000 pounds. Coarse German linen, 1,500 pieces, cotton length 30 yards white, 100 pieces, cotton length 30 yards blue, 50 pieces, cotton length 15 yards white, 250 pieces, cotton length calico with large flowers, 150 pieces, cotton length striped, 130 pieces, firearms, 200, copper or brass basins from 3 pounds to 8 pounds, 600 pounds, gunpowder for small arms, 1,000 pounds, iron bars, 1,006 pounds, coral, 50, Dutch pipe from the best stores, 5 boxes, 50, beads and glass toys of different colors. This is a list of items that was used for the exchange of 500 enslaved Africans. Look at what these models have done. Look at what these models have done. Look at what these models have done. Black liberation mashup. Neither blood nor belonging accounted for my presence. I closed my eyes and strained to hear the cries and groans that once echoed in the dungeon, but the space was mute. I am a reminder that 12 million crossed the Atlantic Ocean, and the past is not yet over. I am a progeny of captives. I am a vestige of the dead. I am a vestige of the dead. I am a vestige of the dead. And history is how the secular world attends to the dead. Not only humans made the crossing, not only humans made the crossing, traveling in one direction through ocean, given the name Atlantic. Grief traveled as well. The dead do not like to be forgotten. The dead do not like to be forgotten. The dead do not like to be forgotten, especially those who've been stacked in high in a sea of mass grave. Aguila Negra, the voyage began July 16, 1702. 500 boarded, 107 survived. Marie-Françoise, the voyage began May 19, 1726. 400 boarded, 80 survived. Saint-Jacques, voyage began October 2nd, 1741. 239 boarded, 162 survived. Aigle, voyage began July 12, 1786. 391 boarded, 260 survived. Diga any bogata vivant your family. Diga any bogata vivant your family. Look at what these models have done. Look at what these models have done. Have you ever wondered why it is that all we seem to have learned from you is how to corrupt our societies and how to be tyrants? You will have to accept that it is mostly your fault. Let me show you how you look to us. You came. You took things that were not yours. You took things that were not yours. You took things that were not yours. And you did not even, for appearance's sake, ask first. You could have said, "May I have this, please?" Even though it would have been clear to everybody that a yes or no from us would have been of no consequence. You might have looked so much better. Believe me, it would have gone a long way. I would have had to admit that at least you were polite. Look at what the mortals have done. Look at what these mortals have done. When reality does not coincide with deeply held beliefs, human beings tend to phrase interpretations that force reality within the scope of these beliefs. They devise formulas to repress the unthinkable and to bring it back within the realm of accepted discourse. Undoubtedly, there comes a specific moment when political events occur as if by destiny, regardless of our wishes. The human spirit progresses and often inspires some inner process which ultimately shakes nations and leads them to unavoidable commotions from which emerges a new era with institutions that are better suited to the times. But these events are the result of specific factors. They are produced by specific forces. We cannot neglect the least of these factors if we are to understand these events. We cannot neglect the least of these factors if we are to understand these events. Every owner of slaves shall, whenever possible, ensure that his slaves belong to as many ethno-linguistic groups as possible. If they cannot speak to each other, they cannot foment rebellion and revolution. So kill them off. Kill them off. Kill them off. Kill them off. And get new ones who know nothing of liberty and equality. There is no movement among our Negroes. They are very tranquil and obedient. A revolt among them is impossible. Oh, we have nothing to fear on the part of our Negroes. We sleep with our doors and our windows wide open. Freedom for Negroes is a chimera. There were only two methods of subverting a colonial system so long and deeply rooted in time and prejudice. The one, gradual, emanated from our oppressors themselves. The other, sudden and violent, originated with the oppressed and was contrary to the wishes of our tyrants. We used the last method. We used the last method. We used the last method. Indeed, it is not enough to be free of whips, principalities, and powers. Pay me off, you savages. Build me an equitable human assertion. Build me an equitable human assertion. Build me an equitable human assertion. One that looks like a jungle, or one that looks like one of your cities in the West, but I provide the stock, the beast, the myths. All we have to do now is take these lies and make them true somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. The Alpha and Omega and the letter. To the citizens of Greece, to the citizens of Greece, to the citizens of Greece. Before I received your letter from Paris, dated last August 20th, the news about the revolution of your co-citizens against the despotism, which lasted for over 3 centuries, had already arrived here. With great enthusiasm, we learned that Hellas was finally forced to take up arms in order to gain her freedom and the position that she once held among the nations in the world. Such a beautiful and just case. Most importantly, the first successes which have accompanied it cannot leave Haitians indifferent, for we, like the Hellenists, were for a long time subjected to a dishonorable slavery. And finally, with our own chains, we broke the head of tyranny. Wishing to heavens to protect the descendants of Leonidas, we thought to assist these brave warriors, if not with military forces and ammunition, at least with money, which will be useful for acquisitions of guns, which you need. But events that have occurred and imposed financial restrictions onto our country absorbed the entire budget, including the part that would be disposed by our administration. Moreover, at present, the revolution which triumphs in the eastern portion of our island is creating a new obstacle and carrying out our aim. In fact, this portion, which was incorporated into the republic I preside over, is in extreme poverty and thus justifies immense expenditures of our budget. If the circumstances as we wish improve again, then we shall honorably assist you, the son of Hellas, to the best of our abilities. Citoyens, transmettre compatriotes yo souhaité au bon chef haïtien ap voye sous non-libération nou. Citizens, convey to your compatriots the warm wishes that the people of Haiti send on behalf of your liberation. The descendants of ancient Hellenists look forward and the reawakening of their history to the trophies worthy of Salamis. May they prove to be like their ancestors, Zansetio, and guided by the commands of Militiades, and be able in the fields of the new marathon to achieve the triumph of the holy affair that they have undertaken on behalf of their rights, religion, and motherland. May it be at last through their wise decisions that they will be commemorated by history as the heirs of the endurance and virtues of their ancestors. Zansetio. Mwen rive, o Lalakua, ma pe mande si pa gen kamouno, o Lalakua. And the 15th January, 1822, and the 19th year of independence, Jean-Pierre Royer. Dis moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive. O l'ami tan la koua, ma pe mande si pa gen kamouno. O la koua. Some things go on. Some things just say. I used to think it was just my memory. Some things you forget, other things you never do. All we have to do now is take these lives and make them true somehow. None of us start with a clean slate. None of us start with a clean slate. None of us. But the historicity of the human condition requires that practices of power and domination be renewed. If your house ain't in order, you ain't in order. If your house ain't in order, you ain't in order. The world recreated humankind is master of a new fate, strengthened by a new experience of life. The fruitfulness of this admirable doctrine that it poses to each of us, the immediate problems from which it is impossible to shy away without cowardice. It is now vital to dare to know oneself. It is now vital to dare to know oneself, to dare to confess to oneself, to dare to ask oneself what one wants to be. Without new visions, we don't know what to build, only what to knock down we not only end up confused, rudderless, and cynical, but we forget that making a revolution is not a series of clever maneuvers and tactics, but a process that can and must transform us. It is a process that can and must transform us. Revolution begins with the self, and the self, for the space between power and vulnerability, is not just an edge. There is room there. There is room there. There is room for deference. There is room for humility. There is room for surrender. And there is room for grace. Because we are each other's harvest. We are each other's harvest. We are each other's business. We are each other's magnitude and bond. Si moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive, moi rive. Oh la mitan la koua. Ma pe mande si pa gen kamouno. Oh la koua. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. We have to say goodbye, Gina. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα. Στην πρώτη μας, νομίζω, στα ελληνικά αποκλειστικά συζήτηση. Θα κάνω μια γρήγορη εισαγωγή. Θα συστήσω τους τρεις ομιλητές μας σήμερα. Το Σταύρο Γρημάνη, Ελπίδα Βόγλη και Νίκο Βαφέα. Θα τους έχουμε σύντομα στις οθόνες μας, δυστυχώς όχι σήμερα μαζί μας στο χώρο. Πρόκειται για μία από τις πρώτες, ένα από τα τρία πρώτα πάνελ, τα οποία είναι αφιερωμένα σε μια προσπάθεια, τέλος πάντων, να εχνηλατήσουμε τις μεταβολές και διαδικασίες μέσα από τις οποίες διαμορφώνεται, αλλάζουν πολιτικές ταυτότητες στον ελληνικό χώρο, από την περίοδο της ίδρυσης του ελληνικού κράτους, και σε αυτή την περίοδο εστιάζει η σημερινή συζήτηση, μέχρι και τις μέρες μας. Το δεύτερο πάνελ είναι προγραμματισμένο για αύριο, νομίζω, και το επόμενο την Κυριακή. Το πάνελ έχει μια ιστορική προοπτική και οι τρεις σήμερα καλεσμένοι μας είναι ιστορικοί. Όσον αφορά τους μετασχηματισμούς της πολιτικής υποκειμενικότητας, όπως είπα, στα πρώτα στάδια του ελληνικού έθνους κράτους, και παρακολουθεί μια διαλεκτική σχέση ανάμεσα στο κράτος, το οποίο αντιλαμβανόμαστε ως κύριο υπεύθυνο για τη διαμόρφωση, ας πούμε, των πολιτικών ταυτοτήτων, και την κουλτούρα, τον πολιτισμό, είναι το επίκεντρο αυτών των τριών πάνελ. Το κράτος εδώ, ο πολιτισμός ή πιο συγκεκριμένα πολιτικός πολιτισμός, εννοούνται εδώ με μια ευρεία έννοια. Το κράτος ως μη φυσικό πρόσωπο διεθνούς δικαίου που παρέχει εγγυήσεις προστασίας για τη ζωή, την ελευθερία και την προσωπική περιουσία κάποιου, ή το κράτος σε μια πολιτική οργάνωση που διατηρεί το μονοπόλιο στα νόμιμα μέσα βίας, ή και ως οργάνωση στην υπηρεσία των συμφερόντων της αστικής τάξης. Ο πολιτισμός, ή αυτό που μεταφράζουμε ως κουλτούρα στα ελληνικά, στον πληθυντικό και στις υλικές και μη υλικές εκφράσεις του. Ο πολιτισμός ή και κουλτούρα ως σύστημα νοημάτων και πρακτικών, στις οποίες ενσωματώνονται, διαμορφώνοντας συμβολικά συστήματα εξουσίας και πολιτική κουλτούρα. Ο πολιτισμός, επίσης, και η κουλτούρα ως εσωτερικευμένοι προσανατολισμοί προς την πολιτική, κοινά νοήματα που πρικίζουν ή αμφισβητούν την νομιμότητα στους πολιτικούς θεσμούς ως αξίες και στόχοι ιεροί για τη συλλογικότητα. Εδώ η αναφορά στο έθνος κράτος, εκφραζόμενα μέσα από σύμβολα, μύθους, ρητορικές, στρατηγικές. Να συστήσω τον πρώτο μας ομιλητή, τον Σταύρο Γρημάνη, ο οποίος είναι μεταδιδακτορικός ερευνητής στο Τμήμα Ιστορίας του Πανεπιστημίου Κρήτης. Από το 2020 μετέχει ως μεταδιδακτορικός ερευνητής στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών, στο πρόγραμμα Κοινωνία και Θεσμοί, στην επαναστατημένη Ελλάδα, και ασχολείται με τα αρχεία του Υπουργείου Δικαίου μεταξύ 1823 και 27. Τα κύρια πεδία της έρευνάς του είναι η Βυζαντινή Αγιολογική Γραμματεία και Μεταβυζαντινή Γραμματεία, αλλά και η Ιδεολογική Ιστορία. Έχει σπουδάσει φιλοσοφία, είναι κάτοχος μάστερ διδακτορικού στη Βυζαντινή Γεωλογική Γραμματεία από το Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών, υπότροφος ερευνητής του Ελληνικού Ινστιτούτου Βυζαντινών και Μεταβυζαντινών Σπουδών της Βενετίας και εργάστηκε ως υπότροφος του Demos Foundation σε πρόγραμμα καταλογογράφησης των χειρογράφων της Γεναδίου Βιβλιοθήκης στην Αθήνα από το 2017, αλλά και στο πρόγραμμα Travel Trails από το 2019. Νομίζω, Σταύρο, σε ακούμε και στη συνέχεια κάνω μια μικρή εισαγωγή και για την Ελπίδα και τον Νίκο. Να υπενθυμίσω ότι περιμένουμε τα σχόλιά σας και τις ερωτήσεις σας μέσω του YouTube channel και βέβαια από το κοινό μας εδώ.
Με ακούτε?
Ναι, μια χαρά.
Ωραία. Θα μπορούσα να κάνω και share screen? Δέσποινα, θα μπορούσα να κάνω share screen?
Νομίζω πως ναι.
Ωραία. Καλησπέρα σας. Θα ήθελα καταρχάς να ευχαριστήσω τους οργανωτές και τη Δέσποινα Λαλάκη για την πρόσκληση και τους συνομιλητές για την τιμή να παρεύρισκομαι στο πάνελ μαζί τους. Στο κείμενο που ακολουθεί, θα επιχειρήσω να παρουσιάσω μέρος από τις υποθέσεις και τα συμπεράσματα που προκύπτουν από το σε εξέλιξη ερευνητικό πρόγραμμα, όπως είπε και η Δέσποινα, Θεσμοί και Κοινωνία στην Επαναστατημένη Ελλάδα, που πραγματοποιείται με την εποπτεία της Βάσου Ειρηνίδου στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών και με χορηγία του ΕΛΙΔΕΚ. Πυρήνας της έρευνας είναι το πεδίο του δικαίου, όπως αποτυπώνεται στα αρχεία του Επαναστατικού Υπουργείου από το 1823 έως το 1827. Στο πρόγραμμα, με βάση την πλήρη καταγραφή του αρχείου του Υπουργείου και την αναλυτικότερη επεξεργασία των καταγγελιών που περιέχονται, επιχειρεί την κατανόηση της διαμόρφωσης των νέων κρατικών θεσμών και της κοινωνικής πραγματικότητας στο προνομιακό χώρο που διαμορφώνει το αίτημα για δικαιοσύνη και η εφαρμογή των νόμων, η συμμόρφωση σε αυτούς, οι τακτικές των θεσμικών φορέων και των ανθρώπων από τα κάτω. Στην παρουσίαση θα επικεντρωθώ στο ερώτημα πώς διαμορφώθηκε η νέα πραγματικότητα και η αίσθηση μιας ένομης πολιτείας και πώς συνέβαλε στη σύσταση του νέου κράτους και στην εμπέδωση της σχέσης του με τους κατοίκους της επικράτειάς του, που τώρα γίνονται πολίτες, παρουσιάζοντας μέρος των στοιχείων που προκύπτουν από την σε εξέλιξη έρευνα. Ο χρόνος και το διεθνές πλαίσιο είναι συνθήκες εκ των όνου κάνευ για την κατανόηση των παραπάνω. Το χρονικό της Επανάστασης που αφορά στα στρατιωτικά γεγονότα, τις μετακινήσεις των οργάνων της διοίκησης και των πληθυσμών, τα πολιτικά γεγονότα που συνδέονται με εσωτερικές συγκρούσεις και τις εξωτερικές σχέσεις και τα πρόσωπα που συνδέονται με τα γεγονότα, όπως η παρουσία του Θεοτόκη στο Υπουργείο από το 1824, είναι το απαραίτητο πλαίσιο μέσα στο οποίο εμφανίζονται και κατανοούνται και οι αλληλεπιδράσεις στο πεδίο του δικαίου. Παράλληλα, οι μακρές διάρκειες και οι κοινωνικές και ιδεολογικές συνθήκες είναι θεμελιώδεις όροι για την κατανόηση. Οι χρόνοι, λοιπόν, και οι άνθρωποι. Ωστόσο, εδώ θα περιοριστώ σε μια αναλυτική τομή που επιχειρούμε στα σχετικά κείμενα και συνοψίζεται στην εξής πρόταση 3 αξώνων που περιγράφουν το πεδίο αυτό, πάντα σε σχέση με την παρουσία και τη δραστηριότητα του Υπουργείου Δικαίου. Πρώτον, η διαμόρφωση των οργάνων και των θεσμών της νέας πολιτείας. Δεύτερον, τα δικαιώματα και οι υποχρεώσεις των υποκειμένων που γίνονται πολίτες, μέλη μιας πολιτικής κοινωνίας. Και τρίτον, η εξασφάλιση της επικράτειας. Στο πλαίσιο αυτών των 3 σημείων διαμορφώνεται η σχέση διαπαιδαγώγησης όχι μόνο του πολίτη αλλά και των ίδιων των οργάνων και της ασφάλειας, όχι μόνο εξωτερικά αλλά και εσωτερικά. Πρώτον, η οργάνωση των αρμοδιοτήτων. Η ευθύνη για τη φύλαξη των διαδικασιών που σχετίζονται με την επιβολή του νόμου, που αναλαμβάνεται από την επαναστατική διοίκηση, ανατίθεται στο Υπουργείο ή Μινιστέριο Δικαίου, το οποίο ιδρύεται αμέσως. Στα πρώτα χρόνια υπάρχει μια σύγχυση και σύγκρουση αρμοδιοτήτων που αφορά στην παρακολούθηση των υποθέσεων που εμπίπτουν στη δικαιοσύνη. Η σύγχυση παρατηρείται μεταξύ των αρμοδιοτήτων του Υπουργείου του Δικαίου και των Υπουργείων των Εσωτερικών, κυρίως όμως εκείνων της θρησκείας και της αστυνομίας. Με το Υπουργείο Θρησκείας, το πρόβλημα εντοπίζεται στο τι εμπίπτει στις δικαιοδοσίες τους. Ενώ με το Υπουργείο της Αστυνομίας, με το πώς αντιμετωπίζονται οι υποθέσεις. Οι υποθέσεις οικογενειακού δικαίου, παραδείγματος χάρη, που αφορούν διαζύγια μέχρι το τέλος της επαναστατικής περίοδου, θεωρούνται ευθύνη του Υπουργείου Θρησκείας. Αλλά δεν είναι σπάνιες περιπτώσεις που συναντάμε τέτοιες να απευθύνονται και να αναλαμβάνονται και από το δικαίου. Από την άλλη, κληρονομικές υποθέσεις, ενώ αποτελούν αρμοδιότητα του Υπουργείου Δικαίου, δεν είναι σπάνιο να αναλαμβάνονται από το Θρησκείας. Το αποτέλεσμα είναι να εκφράζονται διαμαρτυρίες και των δύο εκατέρωθεν προς το εκτελεστικό, αλλά και εκατέρωθεν για την καταπάτηση των αρμοδιοτήτων τους. Ιδιαίτερα με την ανάληψη της θέσης του Υπουργού από τον Ιωάννη Θεοτόκη, η προσπάθεια πιο αυστηρού καθορισμού των χώρων δικαιοδοσίας και άρα οι συγκρούσεις είναι πιο συχνές. Είναι παράλληλα η περίοδος κατά την οποία η κεντρική διοίκηση επιχειρεί να ενδυναμώσει τη θέση της απέναντι στις άλλες εξουσίες. Θα προβάλλω κάποια slide τα οποία έχουν να κάνουν με αρχαιακά τεκμήρια για να μην τα διαβάζω και να κερδίζουμε χρόνο. Συγγνώμη για τον βομβαρδισμό των τεκμηρίων, αλλά εκεί βασίζεται η έρευνά μας και πάνω σε αυτά πατάει. Σε μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα λοιπόν περίπτωση τέτοια σύγκρουση, διευκρινίζονται με χαρακτηριστικό τρόπο οι αρμοδιότητες των δύο Υπουργείων και περιγράφονται γλαφυρά οι στόχοι και τα μέσα τόσο στις επιμέρους υποθέσεις, όσο και γενικά ως προς την απόδοση του δικαίου. Σε σχέση με τη νέα κοινωνική πραγματικότητα που διαμορφώνεται. Λέει ο Θεοτόκης. Το Υπουργείο τούτο πολλάκις ανεφέρθη προς τη θρησκείας, εκθέτοντας υπόψη αυτού τα δίκαια ζητήματά του, και προσκαλούν να παραχωρεί τούτο προς αυτό την θεωρία εκείνων των υποθέσεων, των εις αυτό το Υπουργείο όσα ανάγονται εις το δικαιικόν και απαιτούν την απόδοση δικαίου ως ιδιά του, κατά τη σημασία και αυτού του ονόματός του. Όσα δε εις το θρησκευτικόν, είτε στο μυστήριο του γάμου, εις την φύλαξη των ιερών εθήμων και κανόνων εκκλησιαστικών κτλ., τα γνωρίζει ανήκοντα εις την θρησκεία. Στόχος είναι η απόδοση της δικαιοσύνης που στο τέλος αυτού του εγγράφου ταυτίζεται με τις αρχές της ηθικής. Μέσω είναι
Σταύρο, συγγνώμη να σε διακόψω. Αν μπορείς να το κάνεις full screen, θα είναι πιο εύκολο και για όλους μας να το διαβάσουμε.
Ψάχνω, γιατί στο Libre που έχω εγώ δεν το βρίσκω τη λειτουργία αυτή. Slideshow. Οκ. Δεν είναι το ίδιο με το κανονικό.
Οκ, έχει μια καθυστέρηση, λέει ο υπολογιστής, αλλά θα το κάνει.
Θα το κάνει?
Okay. Ξανά.
Ναι.
Συγγνώμη για τη διακοπή.
Δεν μου δίνει τη δυνατότητα, δεν ξέρω γιατί.
Το έκανε πριν, μάλλον...
Όπως βλέπετε, δεν μου δίνει τη δυνατότητα.
Θες να το κλείσεις και να το ξανανοίξεις?
Οκ. Α, να το, ήταν από πίσω.
Ναι, πρέπει, μάλλον η επιλογή εδώ είναι να το κλείσεις και να το ξανανοίξεις. Μπράβο. Okay.
Εντάξει.
Ναι, μια χαρά.
Ωραία.
Συγγνώμη και πάλι.
Ευχαριστώ.
Okay.
Στόχος λοιπόν είναι η απόδοση της δικαιοσύνης που στο τέλος του εγγράφου ταυτίζεται με τις αρχές της ηθικής. Μέσω είναι η ικανοποίηση των πολιτών και η παράλληλη διατήρηση της υπόλοιψης της διοίκησης. Από τα παραπάνω αποτυπώνεται το γενικό σχήμα, στο οποίο εντάσσεται η θέση του νέου υποδιαμόρφωση θεσμού έκφρασης και απόδοσης του δικαίου στην κοινωνική πραγματικότητα που διαμορφώνει η Επανάσταση. Από τη μια, οι αρχές της ηθικής εισαγωγικά διευρύνουν την έννοια του νόμου, περιλαμβάνοντας τα τοπικά έθιμα, αλλά και την παλαιότερη κωδικοποίηση δικαίου, που σχετιζόταν κυρίως με το θεσμό της Εκκλησίας. Αλλάζει τώρα. Λοιπόν, ναι. Αυτό είναι το έγγραφο. Διευρύνουν την έννοια του νόμου, περιλαμβάνοντας τα τοπικά έθιμα, αλλά και την παλαιότερη κωδικοποίηση δικαίου που σχετιζόταν κυρίως με το θεσμό της Εκκλησίας. Από την άλλη, ο επαναστατικός θεσμός είναι σαφές ότι επιδιώκει το κύρος περισσότερο από όσο μπορεί να επιβάλλει τη δικαιοδοσία του στους πολίτες, όπως φαίνεται από την ανάγκη υπόλοιψης και τον φόβο της ανυποληψίας που θα οδηγούσε στον κλονισμό των αρχών. Ως προς το Υπουργείο Αστυνομίας, η σύγκρουση γίνεται αντιληπτή στο επίπεδο του πώς, του τρόπου δηλαδή εφαρμογής του νόμου, των τεχνικών οι οποίες αποτελούν το χώρο αρμοδιότητας του καθενός. Σε αυτή την περίπτωση, διευκρινίζεται ότι μόνο στις περιπτώσεις όπου δεν υπάρχει διαφορά μεταξύ αντιδίκων, αλλά σαφής παράβαση του νόμου, η αστυνομία οφείλει να αναλάβει την υπόθεση αποκαθιστώντας το δίκαιο. Σε όλες τις άλλες, όπου παρατηρείται διένεξη μεταξύ δύο μερών, χωρίς να είναι δυνατή η απόφαση άνευ μιας διαδικασίας κρίσης, η αρμοδιότητά του περιορίζεται στην προώθηση της υπόθεσης του Υπουργείου Δικαίου, στην έρευνα και ανάκριση των σχετιζόμενων, πάντα σε στενή συνεργασία με το Υπουργείο Δικαίου, με σκοπό την δικαιότερη και σύμφωνα με τους νόμους σύσταση διαδικασιών κρίσης. Η έννοια της αστυνόμευσης αργεί να εμφανιστεί. Παρατηρείται όμως τον ναύπλιο, όπου συστήνονται περιπολίες για την τήρηση της τάξης και την παρακολούθηση της τήρησης των νόμων από τους κατοίκους. Πιο πάνω, αναφερθήκαμε στη έμεση ταύτιση της έννοιας της ηθικής τάξης με εκείνη του νόμου. Το Υπουργείο Δικαίου, ιδιαίτερα κατά τη θητεία του Θεοτόκη, εκφράζει έντονα την τάση του ορισμού του δικαίου σε σχέση και με αντιπαραβολή με τους παλαιότερους δικαιικούς ορισμούς και θεσμούς. Σε δύο περιπτώσεις ενδεικτικά αυτό φαίνεται πολύ έντονα. Πρόκειται και όχι τυχαία για περιπτώσεις όπου το ηθικό, όπως οριζόταν με βάση την παλαιότερη κατάσταση, συγκρούεται με το νόμιμο, όπως γίνεται αντιληπτό στη νέα υποδιαμόρφωση κοινωνική πραγματικότητα που εκφράζεται από την επαναστατική διοίκηση. Σε μια περίπτωση κληρονομικού δικαίου, το Υπουργείο έρχεται σε ευθεία σύγκρουση με τους νόμους των αυτοκρατόρων. Ο Θεοτόκης δεν στάζει να παραδεχτεί την ύπαρξη μιας νομικής διάταξης, η οποία είναι παντάπαση τυραννική και βάρβαρος, της οποίας η τήρηση και εφαρμογή δεν θα ήταν αλυσιτελής για το νέο πολίτευμα των Ελλήνων, που ζητούν να ζουν δίκαια και χριστιανικά. Η φρασεολογία που χρησιμοποιεί είναι ενδεικτική για την κατανόηση της λειτουργίας των επαναστατικών θεσμών. Καταλήγοντας, συμπεραίνει. Και ούτως αντίκειται και παραβαίνει το ελληνικό πολίτευμα, του οποίου θεμελιώδης αρχή είναι η ασφάλεια της ιδιοκτησίας εκάστου πολίτου, την οποία ενεπιστεύθη στην προσεχή διατήρηση της διοικήσεώς του. Με τον Θεοτόκη, σημαντικό εκφραστή του ριζοσπαστικού φλεβισμού στα ενία του, το Υπουργείο Δικαίου διαμορφώνει τις κύριες αρχές τις οποίες εκπροσωπεί το υποδιαμόρφωση κράτους. Σε μια υπόθεση που αφορά αρπαγής περιουσίας, απειλή της ζωής και εγκατάλειψη συζύγου, ο Θεοτόκης γίνεται οξύς και σαφής ως προς τον ορισμό των απότατων αρχών του δικαίου από το κράτος και των ευθυνών του απέναντι στην κοινωνία. Αυτό το αθέμητον συμβεβικός ούκ ολίγων κατετάραξε το Υπουργείο. Παρατηρήσαν να παθαίνωση τα πολυτιμότατα και ιερότατα δικαιώματα του πολίτου, ζωή, τιμή και ιδιοκτησία, των οποίων την κρατεάν υπεράσπιση και προστασίαν βλέπει έκαστος επαγγελωμένην εις το ιερών συνταγματικών του έθνους χάρτην, των οποίων οι λαοί της Ελλάδος ενεπιστέφθησαν ισχύρα της διοικήσεως. Ταυτόχρονα, με τις διευθετήσεις των αρμοδιοτήτων και των ευθύνων των θεσμών που εμπλέκονται στην έκφραση και απόδοση του δικαίου και τον ορισμό του δικαιικού πλαισίου, το Υπουργείο αναδύεται και στην προσπάθεια διοργάνωσης των μηχανισμών και των τεχνικών με τις οποίες οφείλει να αποδίδεται η δικαιοσύνη. Αυτό το κάνει παράλληλα με τις διαδικασίες που διευθύνει και μέσω αυτών, καθώς κατευθύνει ταυτόχρονα τα διάφορα κρατικά όργανα. Στην προηγούμενη περίπτωση που αναφέραμε, ο Θεοτόκης συμπληρώνει οργισμένος. Στην περίσταση ταύτην, το περιπλέον όπου καταταράτει το Υπουργείο Δικαιοσύνης είναι όπου ο αδικούμενος αυτός πολίτης, καταφεύγοντας στην βοήθεια των προϊσταμένων ημών, έβρεν ότα κοφεύοντα και αδιαφορίαν αντί διαφεντεύσεως. Για να κάνει αποτελεσματική τη λειτουργία της δικαιοσύνης, δίνει συγκεκριμένες οδηγίες στους επάρχους. Αιτείται τη συνδρομή άλλων Υπουργείων. Παρακαλεί, διατάζει και άλλοτε απειλεί τις τοπικές αρχές, τις δημογεροντίες, τους προκρίτους και τους τοπικούς αστυνόμους να ενεργήσουν. Βλέπει ενιαίο το σύνολο των υποκειμένων στους νόμους του επαναστατικού κράτους. Κατευθύνει τις διαδικασίες απόδοσης δικαιοσύνης, παρέχοντας κάποτε λεπτομερείς οδηγίες για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο οφείλουν να λειτουργούν τα κρατικά όργανα απέναντι στους πολίτες. Βασικό χαρακτηριστικό εκτός της ταχύτητας και της ακρίβειας είναι και η διακριτικότητα, την οποία εκφράζει με τον όρο πνευματικότητα στο συγκεκριμένο απόσπασμα. Αναπτύσσεται έτσι στοχοθεσία των κρατικών θεσμών ως προς τη διαμόρφωση τόσο του ενοιολογικού πλαισίου, όσο και των τεχνικών που σχετίζονται με την εφαρμογή του δικαίου στην επικράτεια. Δεύτερο άξονα, τον οποίο θέσαμε, είναι η διαμόρφωση της κοινωνίας των πολιτών. Μέχρι τώρα ακολουθήσαμε τη μέθοδο που εφαρμόζει το Υπουργείο του Δικαίου ως προς τη διευθέτηση των δικαιοδοσιών, των ευθυνών και των τεχνικών στην εφαρμογή του δικαίου και το ενοιολογικό πλαίσιο μέσα στο οποίο επιχειρεί εναγωνίως να εντάξει τη δράση του, ορίζοντας την έννοια του δικαίου, του νόμου και του ίδιου του υποσύσταση πολιτεύματος στη σχέση του με τους πολίτες στο πλαίσιο των δικαιικών σχέσεων. Τι συμβαίνει όμως από τα κάτω, πώς αντιδρούν τα ίδια τα υποκείμενα, πώς γίνονται πολίτες μέσα από τις αλληλεπιδράσεις μεταξύ τους που έχουν ως αντικείμενο τη δικαιοσύνη και τον νόμο. Οφείλουμε να παρατηρήσουμε από το πλήθος των αναφορών, των αιτημάτων και των καταγγελιών των ανθρώπων που φτάνουν στο Υπουργείο του Δικαίου ότι οι πράξεις σε ένα μεγάλο βαθμό είναι διαμεσολαβημένες. Αν παρακάψουμε τα πρόσωπα τα οποία με κάποιον τρόπο μετέχουν μιας παιδείας που τα κάνει ικανά να αντιληφθούν το νέο ενοιολογικό και θεσμικό πλαίσιο και να ανταπεξέλθουν αποτελεσματικότερα στις τεχνικές ανάγκες του, δύο άλλα επίπεδα διαμεσολάβησης παρατηρούμε. Πρώτα, την επιτροπία. Αυτή συνδέεται νομίζω και με την πρώτη ομάδα προσώπων που ανέφερα. Πολύ μεγάλο μέρος καταγγελιών αναφορών ανατίθεται σε επιτρόπους, οι οποίοι εξοδοτούνται από τους ενδιαφερόμενους να φέρουν μπροστά στα κατάλληλα όργανα τα αιτήματα ή τις καταγγελίες. Εκτός των περιπτώσεων όπου ο ενδιαφερόμενος αδυνατεί για τεχνικούς λόγους να παραστεί, ένα μεγάλο μέρος ανατίθεται σε ανθρώπους που από ό,τι φαίνεται αναλαμβάνουν τις εμπιστοσύνης των ενδιαφερόμενων γιατί έχουν την τεχνική γνώση. Στους τελευταίους, το μεγαλύτερο ποσοστό είναι γυναίκες, αλλά και ομάδες προσώπων και κοινότητες. Όσον αφορά τις γυναίκες, η παρουσία τους παρόλα αυτά δεν είναι αμεληταία σε σχετικά έγγραφα. Παρατηρείται μια διαφοροποίηση μεταξύ της δυνατότητας που παρέχει ο νόμος σε μια γυναίκα και της πραγματικής δυνατότητας εμπλοκής της σε μια δικαιική διαδικασία. Δεύτερο και σημαντικότερο στοιχείο που αφορά τη μεσολάβηση είναι οι αναφορογράφοι. Οι αναφορές, τα αιτήματα, οι καταγγελίες που κατευθύνονται στα διοικητικά όργανα πολλές φορές παρουσιάζουν ομοιόμορφα στοιχεία στη δομή και στην έκφραση των αιτημάτων. Στις περισσότερες περιπτώσεις, οι αναφορογράφοι δεν φέρονται παρά μόνο από το γραφικό χαρακτήρα και το ύφος. Σε κάποιους, ωστόσο, συνοδεύουν το όνομα του ενδιαφερόμενου, όπως παραδείγματος το κάνει κατ' επανάληψη ο Μαυροκέφαλος το 1824, προσθέτοντας κατά την υπογραφή του ενδιαφερόμενου τη φράση «Διαχειρός Δέλτα Μαυροκεφάλου». Μάλιστα, τις περισσότερες φορές πρόκειται για καταγγελίες γυναικών, χωρίς να λείπουν βέβαια και οι άνδρες ενδιαφερόμενοι. Οι συγκεκριμένες εκφράσεις που χρησιμοποιούνται με το ιδεολογικό και τεχνικό γνωστικό φορτίο που φέρουν, αποτελούν προφανώς πρότυπο για τους ίδιους τους ενδιαφερόμενους, όσους έχουν τη δυνατότητα ανάγνωσης και γραφής, αλλά και για τους αγράμματους, εφόσον συγκαταντίθεται υπογράφοντας το κείμενο. Το τελευταίο όμως δεν είναι βέβαιο ότι συμβαίνει πάντα. Τον Απρίλιο του 1824, ο έπαρχος Αιγείου διαμαρτύρεται στο Υπουργείο Δικαίου, γιατί η αναφορά με βάση την οποία το Υπουργείο αποφάσισε φαίνεται να έγινε εν αγνία του ενδιαφερόμενου. Και αυτός, εισαγωγικά, ειρηνήθη όσα ύστερον ίσως έμαθε να γράφει στην αναφορά του. Το Υπουργείο του Δικαίου ας ευαριστηθεί, παρακαλούμε, για να ζητήσει το γραφέα της αναφοράς και πράξει τα δέοντα προς παράδειγμα και άλλου. Όσοι γεμάτοι από κακοήθεια και πάθη, ίσως χαμερπός, καθάπτονται αδίκως ενός επάρχου με γεμάτον το στόμα από λέξεις, τις οποίες έμαθαν να προφέρουν, διότι έζησαν πραγματικώς με αυτάς. Οι τελευταίες φράσεις με τις οποίες κατηγορεί τον αναφορογράφο, ίσως φανερώνει και μια γενικότερη στάση των αρχών απέναντι στην ομάδα αυτή, η οποία πολλές φορές διαμορφώνει τα αιτήματα των πολιτών, ξεφεύγοντας των ορίων της τεχνικής απόδοσης και μπαίνοντας στο ίδιο το περιεχόμενο της υπόθεσης. Στο σύνολο των σχετικών εγγράφων αποτυπώνεται έντονα η προσαρμογή των ενδιαφερόμενων στις νέες πραγματικότητες και τις απαιτήσεις που διαμορφώνουν, τόσο στο επίπεδο της δομής των εγγράφων, όσο και στη φρασεολογία και τη διαμόρφωση του περιεχομένου ως προς τις δικονομικές τεχνικές που αναπτύσσονται. Η κατάσταση των εγγράφων αποτυπώνει γνώση τόσο του ενοιολογικού πλαισίου, η κείμενη νόμη και ο ορθός λόγος, όσο και των τεχνικών. Έπαρχος, αξιόχρεος δικαστική επιτροπή. Και δεν είναι η μόνη. Τόσο η ενοιολόγηση όσο και η τεχνική αποτυπώνεται σε πιο απλή μορφή και με αδρά χαρακτηριστικά, ακόμη και φαίνεται από το γραφικό χαρακτήρα, συντάσσονται χωρίς άμεση μεσολάβηση. Φανερώνεται έτσι μια διεύρυνση τόσο της κατανόησης του πλαισίου λειτουργίας του νόμου, όσο και των τεχνικών απόδοσης του δικαίου. Οι γυναίκες που καταγγέλουν απευθύνονται στα όργανα με εκφράσεις που δείχνουν την κατανόηση εκ μέρους των υποκειμένων μιας νέας δυνατότητας που ανοίγεται ως προς τη δικαιοσύνη μέσω της σχέσης με τον νέο διαχειριστή του δικαίου και της επιβολής του νόμου μακριά από τοπικούς θεσμούς και δεσμούς. Στις αναφορές και τις καταγγελίες των πολιτών είναι συνεχής η αναφορά στην έννοια του δικαίου, στην εφαρμογή του νόμου και στα όργανα που έχουν επιληφθεί για την προστασία του δικαίου και την εφαρμογή. Η έννοια που δίνουν στο δίκαιο φέρει ακόμη τα παλαιότερα στοιχεία κοινοτικής ηθικής και των αντίστοιχων κανονισμών που διαχειρίζεται η Εκκλησία και οι τοπικές κοινότητες, παράλληλα περιλαμβάνει χαρακτηριστικά του νεοπολιτεύματος και απευθύνεται πλέον σε ένα συγκεντρωτικό φορέα, τη διοίκηση και το κατεξοχήν όργανό της, το Υπουργείο του Δικαίου. Σε αυτές δεν λείπουν και αναφορές στο διεθνές δίκαιο. Αρκετές φορές παρατηρείται μια κλιμάκωση στις πράξεις των προσώπων, που ξεκινούν ακολουθώντας τις γνωστές οδούς της εκκλησιαστικής δικαιοσύνης και των τοπικών αρχών, δηλαδή των δημογερόντων και των προκρίτων. Απογοητευμένοι από αυτές, είτε λόγω της αδυναμίας των φορέων, είτε και λόγω της αδράνειάς τους στην επιβολή της δικαιοσύνης, στρέφονται τότε στα κεντρικά όργανα, ζητώντας την ενέργεια δραστικών, όπως συνήθως γράφουν, μέτρων, είτε και την αποστολή εκτελεστικής δυνάμεως. Είναι εξίσου πολλές οι φορές που οι διαδικασίες ακολουθούν παράλληλες πορείες ή αλληλοκαλύπτονται. Όταν, παραδείγματος χάρη, αφού προκαλούν την έκδοση ενός εκκλησιαστικού αφοριστικού, στη συνέχεια με αυτό ως στοιχείο προστρέχουν στα διοικητικά όργανα. Δεν παραλείπουν μάλιστα να επανέρχονται πιο έντονα στις υποθέσεις τους, μεμφόμενοι έτσι έμεσα και την αρχή που την πρώτη φορά δεν έκρινε σωστά, κάποτε ακόμη και το ίδιο το Υπουργείο που εξαπατήθηκε. Πιο χαρακτηριστική είναι η περίπτωση του ιερομονάχου Ιωασίφ από τη Σκιάθ. Ο συγκεκριμένος, αφού έχει καταφύγει στο Υπουργείο Θρησκείας για αδικία που του έγινε από τις τοπικές αρχές και μη βρίσκοντας ούτε εκεί το δίκιο του, απευθύνεται πιο έντονα για δεύτερη φορά σε αυτό, οπότε η υπόθεσή του παραπέμπεται στο Υπουργείο του Δικαίου. Στην τελευταία του αναφορά είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον ο τρόπος με τον οποίο κατανοείται και αποδίδεται από έναν κληρικό η έννοια του ηθικού ως νόμιμου στο πλαίσιο πλέον μιας πολιτικής κοινωνίας. Ακόμη και αν θεωρηθούν διαμεσολαβημένα τα κείμενα, δεν πάβουν να αποτελούν σημείο αναφοράς, τα οποία χρησιμοποιούν οι ενδιαφερόμενοι προς τις αρχές για να ικανοποιήσουν αιτήματά τους, διαμορφώνοντας παράλληλα τις δικές τους τάσεις ως προς αυτές. Διαμορφώνεται έτσι ένας νέος εαυτός, που με τον καιρό θα σταθεροποιήσει αυτές τις τακτικές σε συνείδηση. Η διαμόρφωση αυτή εμφανίζεται ως συμμόρφωση σε περιπτώσεις που οι ενδιαφερόμενοι θα μπορούσαν ακόμη και να έχουν προσφύγει στην αυτοδικία, όπως λένε οι ίδιοι. Οι υποθέσεις που φτάνουν στο Υπουργείο δείχνουν μια διεύρυνση της δυνατότητας αναζήτησης δικαιοσύνης και εμπλοκής σε δικαιοδοτικές διαδικασίες που συνδέονται παράλληλα με μια μεγάλη ποσότητα καταγγελιών που περιλαμβάνουν απλές υποθέσεις χρεών, διαφορές για τη γη, μικροκλοπές, μέχρι απαγωγές, ληστείες, φόνους, βιασμούς, παρθενοφθορίες κλπ. Ακόμη και οι υποθέσεις διαζυγίου που εντάσσονταν στη θρησκευτική δικαιοδοσία απευθύνονται πλέον στο Υπουργείο του Δικαίου. Η διεύρυνση των δυνατοτήτων δηλαδή δεν είναι μόνο οριζόντια, ποσοτική, αλλά και κάθετη, ποιοτική, ως προς τα ζητήματα που τώρα καλύπτει ο νόμος και ασφαλίζει η κεντρική δικαιοσύνη της διοίκησης. Τέλος, η δυνατότητα αυτή διευρύνεται και σε περισσότερα κοινωνικά στρώματα. Σε αυτές τις περιπτώσεις, οι αδύναμοι σε εισαγωγικά δεν φαίνεται μόνο να συνειδητοποιούν τη διαφορά από τους ισχυρούς, αλλά και να χρησιμοποιούν αυτή τη διαφορά στα υπέρ τους επιχειρήματα. Ο τρίτος άξονας που θέτουμε είναι η ασφάλεια και ο έλεγχος της επικράτειας. Στις πράξεις του δικαίου, επιδιώκεται και η εξασφάλιση της συνεκτικότητας της επικράτειας εσωτερικά και της ασφάλειας εξωτερικά. Συνοπτικά, θα μπορούσαμε να κατηγοριοποιήσουμε τις σχετικές πράξεις εκείνες που αφορούν τον έλεγχο της κίνησης, της τάξης, τα πολιτικά εγκλήματα, την κατασκοπία και την προδοσία, τον έλεγχο της ουδετερότητας κατά τον πόλεμο. Η πιο συνήθις περίπτωση ελέγχου της κίνησης των προσώπων είναι φυσικά η έκδοση διαβατηρίου, στο οποίο αναγράφεται η άδεια μετακίνησης από έναν τόπο προς έναν άλλο, ενός συγκεκριμένου προσώπου. Στο Υπουργείο Δικαίου επιπλέον εμφανίζονται οι περιπτώσεις αδειών μετακίνησης προσώπων που εμπλέκονται σε εκκρεμείς διαδικασίες κρίσης. Οπότε η ίδια η άδεια δίνεται για συγκεκριμένη μετακίνηση, για συγκεκριμένους λόγους και την επιπλέον παρουσία ενός εγγυητή, ο οποίος προσωπικά εγγυάται για τον ενδιαφερόμενο στις αρχές. Επεδίωξη δηλαδή είναι η δημιουργία ενός πλέγματος ασφάλειας μέσω του μεγαλύτερου δυνατού ελέγχου των προσώπων. Σημαντική παρουσία στα αρχεία του Υπουργείου έχουν και οι υποθέσεις εκείνες που σχετίζονται με πολιτικά εγκλήματα που αφορούν το φατριασμό και τη στάση κατά των αρχών. Νέες έννοιες και τακτικές και τεχνικές εμφανίζονται που σχετίζονται με αυτά τα εγκλήματα. Οι εσωτερικές συγκρούσεις και οι σχηματισμοί αντίπαλων ομάδων ευνοούν το κλίμα. Το ζητούμενο σε αυτές τις περιπτώσεις είναι η κοινή ησυχία και η τάξη, όπως ζητά το Υπουργείο Δικαίου σε μια περίπτωση κρίσης ανταρτών σε εισαγωγικά, για την οποία απαιτεί την επιτάχυνση της διαδικασίας εκ μέρους της Επιτροπής κρίσης. Το Υπουργείο σπέβδει να σας αναγγείλει τούτο. Σας προτρέπει να ταχύνετε τη συνέλευσή σας όσο το δυνατόν εντάφτα, δι' να μην ακολουθεί αργοπορία εις την διαδικασία ταύτην, εις συν και χινότες οι λαοί περιμένουν συναείδωση το ευκταίον αποτέλεσμα δια την ασφάλεια της κοινής ησυχίας και εφταξίας. Πιο σημαντικά είναι τα εγκλήματα που αφορούν την ασφάλεια του κράτους και περιλαμβάνουν την κατασκοπία ή και την προδοσία. Σε όλες αυτές τις περιπτώσεις, οι υποθέσεις ξεκινούν από καταγγελίες πολιτών. Στη συνέχεια, τα κυβερνητικά όργανα, κυρίως το Υπουργείο του Δικαίου, σε συνεργασία με αυτό της αστυνομίας, διαμορφώνουν σταδιακά τις τεχνικές έρευνας, εξιχνίασης και αντιμετωπισής τους. Τέτοια περίπτωση είναι εκείνη για την οποία εμπλέκονται μέλη της οικογένειας Σούτσου, που δραστηριοποιούνται στην Αίγυπτο και κατηγορούνται ότι λειτουργούν προδοτικά εις βάρος της Επανάστασης και προς όφελος του Πασά της Αιγύπτου μεταξύ 1824 και 1825. Σε αυτή την περίπτωση, καταγράφεται ένα δίκτυο προσώπων που δραστηριοποιείται εμπορικά και το οποίο, υπό το πρόσχημα της εμπορικής αλληλογραφίας, μεταδίδει πληροφορίες κέρειας σημασίας για την πορεία των επαναστατικών γεγονότων. Η διοίκηση αντιδρά, συστήνοντας μια αστυνομική επιτροπή, της οποίας η έδρα ορίζεται στα νησιά του Αιγαίου. Η δράση της περιλαμβάνει τις κατοίκον έρευνες, το άνοιγμα και τον έλεγχο της αλληλογραφίας, κατασχέσεις στοιχείων, καταθέσεις και ανακρίσεις, συλλήψεις και μεταφορές κρατουμένων για περαιτέρω έρευνα στο διοικητικό κέντρο, την ανάπτυξη ενός αντίθετου δικτύου προσώπων που πληροφορούν για τους υπόπτους, το σχηματισμό ενός μεγάλου φακέλου, του οποίου το περιεχόμενο θα χρησιμοποιηθεί αργότερα στη διαδικασία κρίσης, και τη συνεχή ενημέρωση και αναπροσαρμογή των τακτικών. Η τεχνική που φαίνεται να διαμορφώσει η διοίκηση κεντρικά και να συντονίζει περιφερειακά προς όλες τις κατευθύνσεις είναι ιδιαίτερα ανεπτυγμένη. Αλλά και οι πολίτες φαίνεται να έχουν υπόψη τους τις σχετικές εγκληματικές δραστηριότητες και κατηγορίες όπως της τουρκοφιλίας, της προδοσίας και της κατασκοπίας τις συναντούμε σε αναφορές στις αρχές. Στην προκειμένη περίπτωση, παρατηρείται η δημιουργία δηλαδή ενός νέου εγκλήματος και μιας παραβατικής δραστηριότητας που συνδέεται με τη δημιουργία του νέου κράτους και την Επανάσταση. Μια ανάλογη περίπτωση που σχετίζεται με την υπόσταση του νέου κράτους είναι εκείνη των εγκλημάτων που δικάζει η Επιτροπή που έχει συσταθεί αντί θαλασσίου κριτηρίου. Σε αυτό κατευθύνονται οι υποθέσεις που αφορούν την παραβίαση των νόμων που ισχύουν στη θάλασσα. Κατά τη διάρκεια της Επανάστασης, το κύριο επίδικο σε αυτές τις περιπτώσεις είναι οι ναυτικές λίες που προσκομίζουν τα ελληνικά καταδρομικά από πλοία τα οποία συλλαμβάνουν, κατηγορώντας τα ότι έχουν παροβιάσει την ουδετερότητα που τηρούν οι ξένες δυνάμεις ως προς τους δύο αντιμαχόμενους. Η σημασία των σχετικών πράξεων φαίνεται ότι είναι μεγάλη για τη διοίκηση, καθώς μέσα από αυτήν επιβεβαιώνεται η παρουσία του νέου κρατικού σχηματισμού ενός κράτους έθνους μεταξύ των άλλων. Στις σχετικές δικογραφίες είναι επαναβαλλόμενη η διακήρυξη εκ μέρους της Επιτροπής για το δίκαιο των εθνών και τη θέση της Ελλάδας ως ενός ίσου μεταξύ αυτών. Εξετάσασα προσέτη λεπτομερώς τα ανήκοντα των θαλασσίων νόμων, περιλιών και τα αναντήρητα δικαιώματα των εθνών, και ότι παρά των ευρωπαϊκών δυνάμεων διακηρυχθής ουδετερότης εις το μεταξύ των Ελλήνων και Τούρκων πόλεμων είναι φανερό δείγμα διού οι πρώτοι δύνανται ακολήτως να απολαμβάνωση το δικαίωμα των εθνών. Ότι αυτό το δικαίωμα των εθνών καταπατείται, ενώ εν ουδέτερων πλοίων μετακομίζει τροφάς και λοιπά εις τους αντιπάλους του ενός μέρους και επομένως συντελεί με αυτούς. Η παραβίαση της ουδετερότητας δηλαδή δεν είναι μόνο πρακτικό ζήτημα που σχετίζεται με την τροφοδοσία του εχθρικού στρατού. Είναι επιπλέον ζήτημα που σχετίζεται έμεσα και με την αναγνώριση ενός κυρίαρχου κράτους σε μια επικράτεια της οποίας έχει τον έλεγχο, ελέγχοντας παράλληλα την κίνηση εφοδίων στα όρια που καθορίζει το ίδιο. Διατηρεί παράλληλα και τη διάσταση του ελέγχου στο εσωτερικό. Πρόκειται για εκείνες τις περιπτώσεις όπου η καταδρομή γίνεται πειρατεία, καταπατώντας και πάλι από άλλη πλευρά τώρα το δικαίωμα του ελέγχου της επικράτειας. Συμπερασματικά, παρατηρούμε μια διαρκή, συστηματική και εκφρασμένη με οξύτητα κάποτε προσπάθεια των Υπουργείων του Δικαίου να περιχαρακώσει το χώρο δικαιοδοσίας του, να ορίσει τις αρμοδιότητες, να διευθύνει τις διαδικασίες, να δώσει οδηγίες και να κατευθύνει τα κρατικά όργανα, συντονίζοντας παράλληλα τις ενέργειές του με άλλες θεσμικές αρχές. Όπως εκφράστηκε επανειλημμένα, σκοπός του είναι η εφαρμογή του νόμου, η τήρηση του δικαίου, η ικανοποίηση των αδικούμενων, η φύλαξη της τάξης, η εξασφάλιση της επικράτειας. Στο χώρο δικαίου που διαμορφώνει με τις πράξεις του, βρίσκουν έδαφος τα αιτήματα, οι καταγγελίες, οι διαμαρτυρίες, οι αναφορές των ανθρώπων, που στη συνάντησή τους με τους θεσμούς, πάνω σε αυτό το έδαφος του δικαίου δηλαδή, διαμορφώνονται πλέον σε πολίτες, υιοθετώντας στάσεις και εφαρμόζοντας πρακτικές κατά κύριο λόγο μεσολαβημένες. Η παιδαγωγική σχέση που διαμορφώνεται έτσι μεταξύ των θεσμών και των νέων πολιτών μπορεί κάποτε να λειτουργεί και αμφίδρομα, όταν οι αρχές προσαρμόζονται στην πραγματικότητα, όπου, όπως είδαμε, συναντάται το παλαιό με το νέο, το παραδοσιακό με το νεωτερικό, το τοπικό με το κεντρικό. Αυτή η πορεία διαμόρφωσης πολιτών είναι παράλληλη με τη διαμόρφωση του εδάφους πάνω στο οποίο λαμβάνει η χώρα. Έδαφος που νοείται κυριολεκτικά ως επικράτεια, αλλά και μεταφορικά ως πολιτική τάξη, όπου στόχος είναι η ασφάλεια και η ησυχία. Ο χώρος που διαμορφώνει το δίκαιο στο επαναστατικό νέο κράτος, οι σχετικές πράξεις και τα έγγραφα είναι προνομιακός για την κατανόηση της διαμόρφωσης του νέου εθνικού κράτους και ελπίζουμε η ερευνά μας σε αυτό το χώρο να συμβάλλει στην καλύτερη κατανόησή του. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε, Σταύρο. Να προχωρήσουμε στην επόμενη ομιλήτρια, την Ελπίδα Βόγλη. Είναι μαζί μας, συνδεδεμένη. Ναι.
Ναι.
Οκ, καλώς ήρθες, Ελπίδα. Η Ελπίδα είναι αναπληρώτρια καθηγήτρια νεότερης και σύγχρονης ελληνικής ιστορίας στο Δημοκρίτιο Πανεπιστήμιο Θράκης. Συμμετέχει επίσης στο πρόγραμμα διαβίου μάθησης του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου, το οποίο ονομάζεται «Η Ελλάδα στη νεότερη και σύγχρονη εποχή, πολιτικές, κοινωνικές, οικονομικές προσεγγίσεις» και στη διδακτική ενότητα συγκεκριμένα 1821, γέννηση του έθνους κράτους. Τα ερευνητικά της ενδιαφέροντα εστιάζονται στην ελληνική, πολιτική, κοινωνική και οικονομική ιστορία και ειδικότερα στα ζητήματα εθνικισμού, ταυτότητας, ηθαγένειας και της διασποράς. Έχει συγγράψει μια σειρά από άρθρα σε συλλογικούς τόμους και επιστημονικά περιοδικά και βιβλία, μεταξύ των οποίων «Έργα και ημέρα ελληνικών οικογενειών» 1750-1940, με ένα δεύτερο με τίτλο «Έλληνες στο γένος, η ταυτότητα και η ηθαγένεια στο εθνικό κράτος των Ελλήνων» 1821 με 1844, εκδόσεις Πανεπιστημίου Κρήτης. Και νωρίτερα το 2010 το βιβλίο της «Γνήσιον μεταξά, η ανάπτυξη μιας οικογενειακής επιχείρησης» από τις εκδόσεις Λιβάνη. Τελευταία της δουλειά, μια αναφορά και εξήγηση τέλος πάντων για την δουλειά του ιστορικού, τι πρέπει να γνωρίζει ο ιστορικός για το επάγγελμα και την επιστήμη του. Αυτό μεταξύ πολλών άλλων. Ελπίδα, όποτε είσαι έτοιμη, σε ακούμε. Το μικρόφωνο σου. Ξανά δεν σε ακούμε.
Ναι. Ωραία. Είμαι έτοιμη. Ακούγομαι τον έτσι. Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Λοιπόν, το θρήσκευμα ως πολιτική ταυτότητα. Τα θέματα ταυτότητας εύκολα πυροδοτούν πολέμους ιστορίας. Αλλά αν και οι απαρχές τους συνήθως εντοπίζονται στις συζητήσεις του κοινοβουλίου σε συλλογική μνήμη, αποτυπώνεται η μηντιακή τους προβολή. Η απομόνωση μιας τέτοιας συγκρουσιακής στιγμής από την πρόσφατη ελληνική ιστορία αρκεί μάλλον για να αναδείξει το ερευνητικό πεδίο της προσέγγισης μου. Λίγο πριν την αλλαγή του αιώνα και της χιλιετηρίδας, λίγο πριν από την κορύφωση του ελληνικού εξευρωπαϊσμού και τον αποχαιρετισμό της γυραιάς δραχμής, ο διχασμός κορυφώνεται με αφορμή την αναγραφή του θρησκεύματος στα δελτία της αστυνομικής ταυτότητας των Ελλήνων πολιτών. Σχεδόν πάντα τα ερωτήματα που απασχολούν τα μέλη μιας κοινωνίας σε ό,τι αφορά την ταυτότητά τους παρακινούνται από τις εξελίξεις που τους προβληματίζουν στο παρόν τους. Αναντήρητα αποκτούν μεγαλύτερη σπουδαιότητα επειδή είναι δυνατόν να ανάγονται στο παρελθόν. Μα από την Επανάσταση ήταν ακόμη οι χριστιανοί αυτόχθονες οι Έλληνες πολίτες. Ήταν ένα από τα ελκυστικότερα και συνηθέστερα επιχειρήματα στον πόλεμο περί της θρησκευτικής ή πολιτικής ελληνικής ταυτότητας που μνημόνευσε παραπάνω. Προφανώς δεν είχε μια τέτοια σημασιολογική διάσταση κατά νου ο Τσάρλς Χέις το 1960, που μελετούσε συγκριτικά την αλληλοσυσχέτιση θρησκείας και εθνικισμού. Άλλωστε, σε μία μόνο εξαίρεση μετά την ελληνική περίπτωση, στο ρουμανικό του αστικό κώδικα του 1866, περιλαμβάνεται το θρήσκευμα σε νόμους και διατάξεις ηθαγένειας. Η ιστορικοποίηση πάντως επίκαιρων ζητημάτων είναι συνήθως διαδικασία που διαφέρει ελάχιστα από εκείνη της ιδεολογικοποίησης τους. Αυτό το παρελθόν είναι πιθανό να μετατρέπεται με αξιοσημείωτη άνεση σε πηγή άντλησης παραδειγμάτων και πολύτιμων επιχειρημάτων για τη στήριξη των απαντήσεων που είναι θεμιτό να θεωρούνται επικρατέστερες, όχι βέβαια διότι αποδεικνύουν μια πολυπόθητη ιστορική αλήθεια, αλλά επειδή κατά την προσαρμογή τους σε έκαστο σύγχρονο ερώτημα είναι πιθανό να προσφέρουν αδιάσυστα συμπληρωματικά τεκμήρια των αντιλήψεων που ήθιστε να γίνονται αντιληπτές ως κυρίαρχες με βάση τις οδηγίες ή και την υποκίνηση των σύγχρονων κυβερνητικών ή και πολιτικών ελίτ. Με φαλτήριο λοιπόν τις παραπάνω σκέψεις προβάλλουν ερωτήματα όπως: υπό ποιες συνθήκες, με ποιους στόχους είναι πιθανό το θρήσκευμα να καταγράφεται ως απαραίτητο στοιχείο της ταυτότητας του πολίτη σε νόμους της ηθαγένειας ή ακόμη και σε επίσημα πιστοποιητικά ή άλλα έγγραφα? Πώς εξηγούνται οι συνέχειες ή οι ασυνέχειες, η υποχώρηση είτε η μεταστροφή αυτού του ρόλου του θρησκεύματος? Η ταυτότητα του αναπολίτη, όπως προσδιορίστηκε στη διάρκεια της Επανάστασης, αλλά και όπως εξελίχθηκε στους 2 αιώνες της ιστορίας του ελληνικού κράτους, σίγουρα προσφέρεται ως υποεξέταση παράδειγμα. Αν και στο σημερινό νόμο της ελληνικής ηθαγένειας δεν περιλαμβάνεται καμία αναφορά στη χριστιανική πίστη, Αξίζει να επαναλάβω ότι περιλαμβανόταν και μάλιστα ως το σημαντικότερο κριτήριο της ταυτότητας του πολίτη από το Σύνταγμα που ενέκρινε η πρώτη επαναστατική εθνοσυνέλευση στις αρχές του 1822 μέχρι τη σύσταση κράτους και επισήμως μέχρι τον πρώτο βασιλικό νόμο της ελληνικής ηθαγένειας, λίγες ημέρες πριν την ενηλικίωση του Όφανα το 1835. Και η προφανή συνέπεια, η στενή σύνδεση της χριστιανικής θρησκείας με τον ιδρυτικό μύθο του πολιτικού έθνους. Άραγε μπορούμε να διακρίνουμε πολιτικές στοχεύσεις που εξηγούν την ενδεχόμενη ταύτιση της χριστιανικής κοινότητας με την ελληνική εθνική κοινωνία και από την άλλη, σε ποιο βαθμό προβάλλονταν περιορισμοί ή και τάσεις αποκλεισμού. Θα επιχειρήσω μια συνοπτική απάντηση των παραπάνω ερωτημάτων στους 3 εξελικτικούς χρόνους της σχέσης που αναπτύσσεται ανάμεσα στη χριστιανική θρησκεία και την ταυτότητα του Έλληνα πολίτη. Η πρώτη περίοδος, η συντομότερη, αλλά και η σπουδαιότερη, η δεκαετία της Επανάστασης. Έλληνες πολίτες αναγνωρίζονταν αποκλειστικά οι χριστιανοί αυτόχθονες ή μόνιμοι κάτοικοι των υποταόπλα επαρχιών, το διάστημα που παρέμεναν υπό τα ελληνικά όπλα ή, σε διαφορετική περίπτωση, εάν οι ίδιοι μετακινούνταν σε επαναστατημένες επαρχίες. Αυτή η επιλογή των Έλληνων νομοθετών υπαγορεύτηκε από την κοινή συνειδητοποίησή τους ότι οι πολιτικές ταυτότητες ορίζονται με βάση τις προϋπάρχουσες πολιτικές παραδόσεις, εάν στόχος είναι να προβάλλουν δεσμούς άμεσα αντιληπτούς, ώστε να ενώνουν αποτελεσματικά τους ανθρώπους με την πατρίδα τους. Στην προκειμένη περίπτωση, μάλιστα, με μια ελληνική πατρίδα που δεν διέθετε εδαφική υπόσταση, ούτε πολιτική αυτονομία. Και οι στρατιώτες επαναστάτες, τους οποίους αναγόρευαν Έλληνες πολίτες οι νομοθέτες τους, ήταν κατά κύριο λόγο τα μέλη της μέχρι πρότινος μη κυριαρχής ομάδας στις υποταόπλα επαρχίες, και ήταν αναγκαίο να υποκαταστήσουν την κυριαρχή ομάδα, δηλαδή τους εχθρούς της Επανάστασης, τους μουσουλμάνους, επιβάλλοντας αποκλεισμούς ή και εκδιώξεις. Έτσι εξηγείται γιατί δόθηκε προτεραιότητα στην εισαγωγή του θεσμού της ελληνικής ηθαγένειας στο επαναστατικό δίκαιο. Και επίσης γιατί. Και επίσης αυτός είναι ο πρώτος βασικός λόγος που μας επιτρέπει να κατανοήσουμε γιατί επινοήθηκε εξ αρχής ο ορισμός του χριστιανού αυτόχθονα πολίτη, ο οποίος όντως υπήρξε σταθερά επικρατέστερος μέχρι το 1832. Ο δεύτερος λόγος είναι εξίσου σημαντικός. Η χριστιανική πίστη περιέγραφε αποτελεσματικά τη τη συγγένεια των αυτοχθόνων επαναστατών, δηλαδή των πολιτών, με τους άλλους χριστιανούς υπηκόους του Σουλτάνου, η συμμετοχή των οποίων στην Επανάσταση θα ήταν ευεργετική και για την επικράτησή της, αλλά και για την επέκτασή της. Σε αυτή τη χρήση της, η θρησκευτική ταυτότητα παρουσιαζόταν σπουδαιότερη από την εθνική ταυτότητα του Έλληνα, εφόσον ήταν δυνατό να καθορίσει την βάση της χριστιανικής οικουμενικότητας, την πολιτική ταυτότητα. Γιατί αυτό ήταν το ζητούμενο. Ο τρίτος λόγος φαίνεται μάλιστα μεγαλύτερη σημασία. Έλληνες πολίτες ήταν χριστιανοί και όχι αποκλειστικά οι ορθόδοξοι αυτόχθονες ή ετερόχθονες επαναστάτες. Ο αποκλεισμός, για παράδειγμα, των Εβραίων αυτοχθόνων, προφανώς δεν προκαλούσε ανησυχίες στους Έλληνες νομοθετές. Και ο λόγος ήταν ότι οι Εβραίοι δεν διέθεταν την υποστήριξη ούτε τη συμπάθεια κάποιας ξένης δύναμης. Αντίθετα, μια υποσύσταση ελληνική πολιτεία ορθόδοξων αυτοχθόνων ή ετεροχθόνων θα απέκλειε όχι μόνο τους άλλους χριστιανούς κατοίκους της υποταόπλα επικράτειάς της, και όντως θα προκαλούσε αντιδράσεις, για παράδειγμα της Γαλλίας, της κατά παράβαση προστάτητας δύναμης των καθολικών επικών του Σουλτάνου. Αλλά επίσης θα έκλεινε εξ αρχής της πύλης της στους περισσότερους Ευρωπαίους χριστιανούς και φιλέλληνες, ενισχύοντας την εντύπωση ότι το κίνημα εξαρτάται και ελέγχεται από τη μοναδική ορθόδοξη δύναμη της εποχής, τη Ρωσία. Αντίστοιχα, κατά παράδοση προστάτητας δύναμης των Ορθόδοξων της Οθωμανικής Αυτοκρατορίας, η οποία ασφαλώς, όχι τυχαία, μόλις έγινε γνωστό το κίνημα της Πελοποννήσου, πολλαπλασίασε τις τυχαίες περιηγήσεις της, χωρίς άδεια, των πλοίων της εννοώ, στον Βόσπορο. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο είναι σαφές ότι το θρήσκευμα και η προστασία ομοθρήσκων ομοδόξων, αφού λειτουργούσαν ως παράγοντες νομιμοποίησης των παρεμβάσεων των μεγάλων δυνάμεων και στις υποθέσεις άλλων χωρών, θα ήταν επίσης πιθανό να έχουν νομιμοποιητικές επενέργειες, εάν ήταν δυνατό να μεταφορτωθούν στο επαναστατικό, ιδεολογικό και στην ελληνική περίπτωση και νομοθετικό οπλοστάσιο. Και στους χρόνους της μεγάλης ιδέας, η σύσταση κράτους εγκαινιάζει τη δεύτερη περίοδο στην εξέλιξη της σχέσης μεταξύ της θρησκείας και της πολιτικής ταυτότητας. Αυτή είναι η δεύτερη περίοδος και είναι η περίοδος που καταλαμβάνει τη μεγάλη διάρκεια του 19ου αιώνα και μάλιστα μέχρι τη μικρασιατική καταστροφή και το συμβατικό τέλος της μεγάλης ιδέας. Βασικό σημείο αναφοράς ήταν η αφαίρεση του θρησκεύματος από τον κώδικα της Ιθαγένειας του 1835 ή και από τις διατάξεις του αστικού κώδικα του 1856 και από τις πολυάριθμες τροποποιήσεις μεμονωμένων σημείων τους, όμως όχι από την ελληνική πολιτική. Από τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 1830 και τη συγκρότηση του ελληνικού προξενικού δικτύου, που σηματοδοτεί τη φαντασιακή επέκταση της ελληνικής επικράτειας στο εξωτερικό, είναι φανερό ότι δεν χρειάζεται πια το θρήσκευμα για την διαφύλαξη της κοινωνικής ομοιογένειας στο εσωτερικό. Χρειάζεται μόνο η μεταφόρτωσή του σε ελληνοποιητικό κριτήριο ταυτότητας, αλλά εκτός συνόρων. Και εξηγούμε. Το ελληνικό βασίλειο είχε συσταθεί. Ήδη διέφεται τον χριστιανό βασιλιά, όχι ορθόδοξο. Επίσης διέφεται τους χριστιανούς Ευρωπαίους προστάτες του, που με εξαίρεση στη Ρωσία και πάλι δεν ήταν ορθόδοξοι. Ωστόσο, είχε αποδειχθεί επιτυχής η ανάδειξη των χριστιανών υπηκών του Σουλτάνου σε κυρίαρχη ομάδα, έστω των λίγων επαρχιών που επιδικάστηκαν στο ελληνικό κράτος. Και οι διαφορές τους απέναντι στους ετερόδοξους που κατοικούσαν στην επικράτεια την ελληνική, είτε είχαν πολιτογραφηθεί είτε όχι, αναφέρομαι κυρίως στους στρατιώτες ή τους άλλους συμπατριώτες του βασιλιά Όθωνα ή και κάποιους άλλους Ευρωπαίους, οι διαφορές δεν σχετίζονταν με απειλές κυριαρχίας, ανάγονταν σε πολιτικές αντιπαραθέσεις. Όπως, για παράδειγμα, ήταν και αυτή μεταξύ αυτοχθόνων και τεροχθόνων. Εν ολίγης, η μικρή Ελλάδα του 19ου αιώνα, μετά τον πόλεμο της ανεξαρτησίας της, ούτε αντιμετώπισε προβλήματα μεγάλων και συμπαγών ξένων ομάδων που ήταν πιθανό να παρακινούν παρεμβάσεις τρίτων, δηλαδή μειονοτήτων στο σύγχρονο λεξιλόγιο, αφού άλλωστε είχε συντελεστεί διαδικασία αμοιβαίας μετανάστευσης, θα λέγαμε μιας πρώτης ανταλλαγής πληθυσμών, ούτε ήταν χώρα υποδοχής μεταναστών. Αντίθετα, προοδευτικά, μετά τα μέσα του 19ου αιώνα, κατέστη χώρα μετανάστευσης. Υπό αυτό το πρίσμα, μόνον εκτός των ελληνικών συνόρων η θρησκεία μπορούσε πια να νοηματοδοτείται ως ισοδύναμη της πολιτικής ταυτότητας, και αυτό γιατί, σε ένα πρώτο επίπεδο, η στήριξη του αναπτυξιακού οράματος του κράτους στην επεκτατική εδαφική πολιτική του ως πυρήνας του ελληνικού ιδεολογήματος, τόνιζε την ανάγκη διατήρησης των δεσμών με τους χριστιανούς των Οθωμανικών επαρχιών. Σε δεύτερο επίπεδο, διότι ήταν επίσης προφανής η ανάγκη ελληνοποίησης, και εδώ ο όρος με πολιτικά κριτήρια, των προκρατικών διασπορικών ομάδων που αναπτύσσονταν στην Ευρώπη και δεν διέφυταν την ελληνική ηθαγένεια. Πράγματι, στο πλαίσιο της πολιτικής που ακολουθείται στα ελληνικά προξενικά καταστήματα περίπου μέχρι τα μέσα της δεκαετίας του 1850, το θρήσκευμα αποτελεί αναγνωριστικό στοιχείο της ταυτότητας του Έλληνα, όπως περίπου στο επαναστατικά χρόνια. Γεγονός που αρκετά συχνά εντείνει και τις ελληνοοθωμανικές αντιπαραθέσεις. Τρίτο επίπεδο, λοιπόν. Το κέντρο βάρους της ελληνικής πολιτικής στα θέματα ηθαγένειας μεταβιβάζεται πια από τους κύκλους των αλυτρώτων σε εκείνους της διασποράς, όταν οι πρώτοι επισήμως πια απουσιάζουν από το ελληνικό πολιτικό λεξιλόγιο ως αποτέλεσμα του τέλους, όχι τόσο της μεγάλης ιδέας, αλλά σωστότερα της ελληνικής αλυτρωτικής πολιτικής. Αναφέρομαι στη μικραστικτική καταστροφή. Η μετατροπή του μεγάλου μέρους των αλύτρωτων σε πρόσφυγες εντός της ελληνικής επικράτειας όχι μόνο δεν συνδυάστηκε με προβλήματα εθνικής ομοιογένειας, στην ουσία θεωρήθηκε μια λύση στο πρόβλημα των μειονοτήτων που προέκυψε κυρίως μετά τις ελληνικές επιτυχίες στους Βαλκανικούς πολέμους. Τότε δηλαδή για πρώτη φορά και παρά την προηγούμενη εμπειρία σε προσαρτήσεις εδαφών, για παράδειγμα το 1864 ή το 1881, η Ελλάδα ήρθε αντιμέτωπη με τον κίνδυνο της ανάπτυξης εντός της επαυξημένης τώρα επικράτειάς της εθνικών μειονοτήτων, τα μέλη των οποίων διατηρούσαν δεσμούς κυρίως με ανταγωνιστικά και αναθεωρητικά χριστιανικά γειτονικά κράτη. Το θρήσκευμα δεν ήταν δυνατό αυτή τη φορά να αξιοποιηθεί για την αποσόβηση του κινδύνου. Σε αυτή την συγκυρία προτεραιότητα δόθηκε στην έννοια του ομογενούς, στην αντιπαράθεσή του με εκείνη του αλλογενούς, τα κριτήρια του οποίου νοηματοδοτούνταν με διαφορετικό τρόπο όταν ο όρος περιέγραφε άτομα ή ομάδες εντός ή εκτός της Ελλάδας. Και πώς ορίζεται ο ομογενής? Από τον ορισμό του 1952 και μετά, ομογενής θεωρείται αυτός που συνδέεται με το έθνος δια των συνήθων γνωρισμάτων, κυρίως μάλιστα της γλώσσης και όχι απαραίτητα της γλώσσας, της θρησκείας, των κοινών παραδόσεων, κυρίως της συνηθίσεως των κοινών ιστορικών πεπρωμένων και άλλα. Οι νομοθέτες και γενικότερα οι αρμόδιοι για την εφαρμογή της ελληνικής πολιτικής ούτε προβληματίζονταν, ούτε χρειάζονταν τεκμήρια για τον ρόλο του θρησκεύματος, που αυτονόητα τους προσέφερε λύσεις στο δυσεπίλητο πρόβλημα της απόδειξης της εθνικής ταυτότητας. Γιατί πράγματι πρέπει να δεχόμαστε, όπως εξηγεί ο Μάικλ Μπέιλι, ότι οι εθνικές ταυτότητες είναι κάτι υπαρκτό, αλλά δεν είναι κάτι που μπορούμε να το αγγίξουμε, να το προβάλλουμε, να το δείξουμε. Και έτσι, μια εγκύκλειος του Υπουργείου Εσωτερικών το 1965 προσφέρει αναλυτικότερες εξηγήσεις, με σημείο εστίασης αυτή τη φορά την ελληνική διασπορά. Ακόμη και αν δεν μπορεί να αποδεχθεί η ελληνική καταγωγή, το σημαντικότερο είναι, όπως ανέφερε, η συμπεριφορά των ομογενών ως Ελλήνων, η συμμετοχή των ιστάς ελληνοχριστιανικής κοινότητας και συλλόγους, η ενίσχυση ηθική και υλική του ελληνικού στοιχείου, η συμμετοχή στις εκδηλώσεις εθνικής σημασίας, η παρακολούθηση θείων λειτουργιών κτλ. Πράγματι, από το 1922 μέχρι το τέλος του 20ου αιώνα ορίζεται η τρίτη περίοδος των πολιτικών συντεταγμένων της θρησκευτικής πίστης, με σημαντικότερη κορύφωσή της τον κώδικα της Ιθαγένειας του 1955, πριν καταλήξουμε στον πόλεμο της ιστορίας των τελευταίων χρόνων του αιώνα ή στο προήμιό του τη δεκαετία του 80, δεν θα αναφερθώ στον 21ο αιώνα. Στο μεταξύ όμως είχαν ήδη συντελεστεί συνταρακτικές αλλαγές στην Ελλάδα, που ήταν πλέον χώρα υποδοχής όχι μόνο ομογενών ή παλινοστούντων, αλλά και ξένων αλλογενών μεταναστών. Αντί άλλου επιλόγου, λοιπόν, αξίζει μόνο να πλημμονεύσω, γιατί είναι βέβαιο ότι θα επιτρέψει την εμβάθυνση της κατανόησής μας, την εξής σκηνή από την κινηματογραφική παραγωγή Πολίτικη Κουζίνα του 2003. Τη στιγμή που ο Τούρκος αξιωματούχος προτείνει μυστικά στον Έλληνα πολίτη κάτοικο της πόλης, που υποδίεται ο Ιεροκλής Μιχαηλίδης, να εξισλαμιστεί και όχι να αποποιηθεί την ελληνική ηθαγένεια, προκειμένου να μην απελαθεί. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Ελπίδα, και ευχαριστούμε και για αυτή την σύνδεση με πιο πρόσφατα γεγονότα. Ανοίγει πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες συζητήσεις. Ο τελευταίος ομιλητής μας, Νίκος Βαφέας, είναι αναπληρωτής καθηγητής ιστορικής και πολιτικής κοινωνιολογίας, όχι μόνο ιστορικός όπως ανέφερα στην αρχή, στο Πανεπιστήμιο Κρήτης. Τα ερευνητικά του ενδιαφέροντα είναι στα πεδία της πολιτικής και ιστορικής κοινωνιολογίας, κοινωνιολογική θεωρία, μεθοδολογία και επιστημολογία των κοινωνικών επιστημών. Έχει μια σειρά από δημοσίευσεις και εκείνος σε συλλογικούς τόμους και επιστημονικά περιοδικά και είναι συγγραφέας μαζί με τον Γιάννη Κουμπουρλή του τόμου με τίτλο «Ιστορική κοινωνιολογία, αντικείμενο και μέθοδος και της μονογραφίας από τον Ληστή στον Αντάρτη, τα ένοπλα κινήματα των γιαγιάδων στη Σάμο». Νομίζω η σημερινή του παρουσίαση είναι ως ένα βαθμό βασισμένη σε αυτή τη μελέτη. Νίκο, σε ακούμε.
Δέσποινα, ευχαριστώ. Ευχαριστώ τους οργανωτές που μου δώσανε την ευκαιρία να είμαι εδώ μαζί σας. Είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα αυτή η συνάντηση επιστημονική. Η σημερινή μου ανακοίνωση ουσιαστικά θα βασιστεί σε αυτή την έρευνα που κατέληξε σε αυτή τη μονογραφία που ανέφερε τελευταία η Δέσποινα. Κυρίως θα προσπαθήσω να αναδείξω και να σχολιάσω τον διφορούμενο χαρακτήρα των πολιτικών ταυτοτήτων σε περιόδους ιστορικής μετάβασης και εν προκειμένου σε περίοδο κατά τη διαδικασία της μετάβασης από την Οθωμανική Αυτοκρατορία στο εθνικό κράτος, με μελέτη περίπτωσης στο νησί της Σάμο. Να πω προκαταβολικά ότι το νησί της Σάμο έχει δύο ιδιαιτερότητες όσον αφορά αυτή τη διαδικασία της μετάβασης. Η μία ιδιαιτερότητα είναι ότι ακριβώς δεν περνάει 100% από την Οθωμανική Αυτοκρατορία στο ελληνικό κράτος το 1912-13, ακριβώς διότι περίπου 80 χρόνια πριν την Ένωση, η Σάμος είχε ένα πολύ ιδιότυπο καθεστώς πολιτιακό, οι πιο πολλοί θα το γνωρίζουμε, από το 1830-34 μέχρι το 1912, είναι ηγεμονία, είναι ημιαυτόνομο πριγκιπάτο με χριστιανό πρίγκιπα, αν θέλετε, στο πρότυπο των παραδουνάβιων ηγεμονιών, φόρο υποτελές στο Σουλτάνο. Αυτό έχει μια ιδιαιτερότητα. Πάνω εδώ στηρίχτηκε και το περίπου παρεμφερές, πολύ πιο βραχύβιο, σχεδόν αντίστοιχο καθεστώς της Κρητικής πολιτείας αργότερα. Έχει αυτή, δηλαδή, θα μπορούμε να κάνουμε αυτόν τον παραλληλισμό με την Κρήτη, ακριβώς διότι υπήρξαν αυτές οι αυτόνομες ή ημιαυτόνομες πολιτείες προηγουμένως. Μία δεύτερη ιδιαιτερότητα της Σάμο είναι ότι ακριβώς κατά τη διάρκεια ή λίγο μετά την ένωση με το ελληνικό κράτος, στη Σάμο έχουμε μία σειρά ένοπλων κινημάτων εξαιρετικά βίαιων, τα κινήματα των αδελφών Γιαγά ή Γιαγάδων ή αλλιώς Γιαγαδικά, όπως έχουν μείνει στη λαϊκή μνήμη του πληθυσμού της Σάμου. Ουσιαστικά πρόκειται για 4 ένοπλα κινήματα κλιμακούμενης έκτασης και βίας, το 1914 το πρώτο, τέλη του 16, αρχές 17 το δεύτερο, άνοιξη του 22 το τρίτο, καλοκαίρι του 25 το τελευταίο. Μάλιστα το τελευταίο, παρότι δεν είναι τόσο γνωστά αυτά τα γεγονότα, ήταν πολύ μεγάλης έκτασης και κατέληξε στην ολιγοήμερη κατάληψη όλου του νησιού από το ένοπλο σώμα των ανταρτών, πρωτοσέλιδα στις αθηναϊκές εφημερίδες. Αυτοί οι γιαγάδες ουσιαστικά θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε ότι η δράση τους σε γενικές γραμμές προσεγγίζει τον ιδεότυπο της ληστείας, αλλά αυτή κατά τη διάρκεια αυτών των 4 επεισοδίων μετασχηματίζεται σε συλλογικό κίνημα, άρα εξού και ο τίτλος του βιβλίου μου, από το ληστή στον αντάρτη. Η ιστορία των γιαγάδων ως ληστοφυγόδικων κλείνει 2 χρόνια μετά το τελευταίο του κίνημα και την καταστολή του, το καλοκαίρι του 27, όταν ο πιο διάσημος και ο πιο θρυλικός από αυτούς δολοφονείται από δυνάμεις χωροφυλακής και τα άλλα 2 αδέλφια παραδίδονται στις αρχές. Να πάρω λίγο το νήμα από αυτά τα εκ των υστέρων, το καλοκαίρι του 27, όταν τελειώνει η ιστορία όχι μόνο των γιαγαδικών αλλά και των γιαγάδων. Το καλοκαίρι λοιπόν του 1927, μία εβδομάδα μετά το φόνο του Κώστα Γιαγά, του πλέον θρυλικού αντάρτη από τα 4 αδέλφια, η τοπική εφημερίδα Σάμος δημοσίευσε μία επιστολή «Ευρεθήσα εν της εγγράφης του φωνευθέντος», μέσω της οποίας ο Γιαγάς επισκοπούσε τη μέχρι τότε δράση του για χάρη ενός ανταποκριτή της αθηναϊκής εφημερίδας Πρωία, ο οποίος είχε έλθει στη Σάμο προκειμένου να του πάρει συνέντευξη. Έχει ενδιαφέρον ότι τα αδέλφια είναι γράμματα, είναι ληστές που ξέρουν γράμματα. Αυτό το σχολιάζουμε, αν θέλετε, και το εξηγούμε στη συζήτηση. Στην επιστολή αυτή, μεταξύ άλλων, διαβάζουμε τα εξής, παραθέτω. «Η περί αυτονομίας ιδέα μου, αν και ήτο βαθιά εριζωμένη στο νου μου, εξιτμής θειοριστικός και διαπάντα, καθόσον αντελήφθην ότι εκτός του ότι είναι αδύνατος η επίτευξής της, καθίσταται και επιζήμια δια το έθνος, η επιστροφή προς τον παλαιόν δρόμο. Το αληθές είναι ότι 99% οι Σάμιοι νοσταλγούν την πραγματοποίηση ταύτης, όμως τώρα είναι αργά, διότι παρήλθεν η ευκαιρία». Τέλος του παραθέματος. Χωρίς αμφιβολία, η επιστολή αυτή εκφράζει ρητά ένα αυτονομιστικό πολιτικό πρόταγμα, το οποίο συνιστά την πιο σταθερή ίσως προκείμενη του δημοσίου λόγου και των πολιτικών συμβολισμών των κινημάτων των αδελφών Γιαγά, παρά τις σχετικές σιωπές και τις αμηχανίες τόσο της τοπικής όσο και της εθνικής ιστοριογραφίας. Βέβαια, όπως θα επιχειρηθεί να καταδειχθεί στη συνέχεια, τόσο στην παραπάνω επιστολή όσο και στον ευρύτερο δημόσιο λόγο των Γιαγάδων, το περιεχόμενο της αυτονομιστικής ιδέας είναι κατά κανόνα διφορούμενο, καθώς στο πλαίσιο της επιχειρηματολογίας τους, η σχέση ανάμεσα στην ιδιαίτερη, δηλαδή τη Σάμο, και την ευρύτερη πατρίδα, δηλαδή το έθνος, αποτελεί ανοιχτό και διαρκές διακύβευμα που ρυθμίζεται πάντα κατά περίπτωση ανάλογα με τις ανάγκες της ιστορικής και πολιτικής συγκυρίας. Ας πάρουμε λίγο τα πράγματα από την αρχή. Ήδη κατά το πρώτο και πολύ μικρής ακόμα έκτασης επεισόδιο των Γιαγαδικών, τα ιστορικά τεκμήρια της εποχής καταγράφουν ένα συμβάν με σαφή πολιτικό συμβολισμό. Στις 12 Μαΐου 1914, κατά τη διάρκεια μιας καταδίωξης των αδελφών Γιαγά από τα όργανα της χωροφυλακής έξω από το χωριό του στο Μαραθόκαμπο Σάμου, παραθέτω, οι εν το χωρίο εποφεληθέντες ανύψωσαν επί τινός ναού τη σαμιακήν σημαία, εννοεί της ηγεμονίας της Σάμου, και ζητοκράβγασαν υπέρ της αυτονομίας. Με αυτή λοιπόν την αφορμή, ο αθηναϊκός τύπος της εποχής θα βρει την ευκαιρία για να διατυπώσει ορισμένα ειρωνικά σχόλια προς το παρόν εναντίον ολόκληρου του πληθυσμού της Σάμου. Το παρακάτω δημοσίευμα της Εσπερινής είναι κατά τούτο χαρακτηριστικό. Τι είναι πάλι αυτά τα αστασιαστικά κινήματα που συμβαίνουν στη Σάμο? Αποτελεί μέρος της Ελλάδας η νήσος αυτή ή διατελεί αυτόνομος ως επί Τουρκίας και στασιάζει κατά τυράννου προς απόκτηση της ελευθερίας της. Φαίνεται ότι οι αδελφοί Σάμοι δεν μπορούν να χωνεύσουν την μετά της Ελλάδος ενωσίστων. Επερνούσαν οι άνθρωποι φαίνεται καλύτερα με την αυτονομία των και μαζί με τους Τούρκους. Τέλος του παραθέματος. Ενώ κατά το πρώτο μικρό ακόμα επεισόδιο των Γιαγαδικών η δημόσια διαμάχη στην Αθήνα περιστρέφεται γύρω από το ζήτημα του εθνικού ή αντεθνικού χαρακτήρα του κινήματος, η επόμενη εκδήλωση των Γιαγαδικών θα τα εντάξει, τουλάχιστον σε ό,τι αφορά το δημόσιο λόγο, σε μια εντελώς νέα διάσταση. Όσον αφορά το δεύτερο κίνημα των Γιαγάδων, το οποίο έλαβε χώρα το δεύτερο εξάμηνο του 1916 σε αρκετά μεγαλύτερη έκταση σε σχέση με το προηγούμενο, διασώζεται σήμερα μια εκτενής αναφορά που συνιστά ταυτόχρονα και μια συνολική επισκόπηση του κινήματος από τους ίδιους τους πρωταγωνιστές, μια επισκόπηση που επιχείρησε ο πρωτότοκος, ο Γιάννης Γιαγάς, αμέσως μετά την καταστολή του κινήματος, προκειμένου να επεξηγήσει και να νομιμοποιήσει αποστεριόρι τη δράση του ιδίου και των συντρόφων του. Στο φύλλο του Φιλοβασιλικού Εμπρός της 6 Φεβρουαρίου 1917 δημοσιεύεται συνέντευξη που έδωσε ο Γιαγάς σε συντάκτη της εφημερίδας που τον επισκέφτηκε στο κρατητήριο της Αστυνομικής Διεύθυνσης Αθηνών, όπου είχε καταλήξει μετά την καταστολή του κινήματος και τη φυγή του από τη Σάμο ο Γιαγάς. Η συνέντευξη αυτή, κατά την οποία οι αναφορές του ομιλητή στον εαυτό του και τα αδέλφια του γίνονται στο τρίτο πληθυντικό πρόσωπο, αρχίζει ως εξής, παραθέτω. «Ότε οι επαναστάτε», εννοεί τις στρατιωτικές δυνάμεις της Εθνικής Άμυνας, «απεβιβάστησαν εις Σάμων και κατέλυσαν τα σαυτόθη νομίμους αρχάς, προσεκάλεσαν τους Γιαγάδες να υποστηρίξωσι το κίνημα, υποσχόμενοι εις αυτούς αμνηστίαν και θέσεις. Αλλά οι αδελφοί Γιαγά όχι μόνον δεν εδέχθησαν τας προτάσεις των επαναστατών, αλλά και απήντησαν εις αυτούς ότι θα τεθώσιν επικεφαλής αντεπαναστατικού κινήματος. Και πραγματικώς την 8η Νοεμβρίου 1916, οι μεν δύο αδελφοί, Γεώργιος και Κωνσταντίνος Γιαγάς, συγκέντρωνον άνδρας εις το ορεινών χωρίων Κοσμαδέη, ο δε Ιωάννης περιήρχε το μυστικό στα χωρία της Σάμου και συνεννοείτο με τους φίλους του. Τέλος του παραθέματος. Παρεπιπτόντως το χωριό Κοσμαδέη, ακριβώς τότε θα καεί ολόκληρο από τις δυνάμεις της χωροφυλακής. Είναι προφανές ότι ήδη από την αρχή της συνέντευξης ο λόγος του Γιάννη Γιαγά εντάσσεται πλήρως στο λεξιλόγιο και τις διαχωριστικές γραμμές του εθνικού διχασμού, ο οποίος βρίσκεται τότε σε μια όξυνση και εδράζεται πάνω στα αντιθετικά ενοιολογικά δίπολα εκτροπή νομιμότητα και επανάσταση-αντεπανάσταση. Το στοιχείο αυτό από μόνο του καταδεικνύει, νομίζω, την ικανότητα του εγγράμματου καπετάνιου να χειρίζεται το λόγο και να τον προσαρμόζει στα δεδομένα της συγκυρίας. Στο πλαίσιο αυτών των ενοιολογικών διπόλων, λοιπόν, ο Γιάννης Γιαγάς δεν θα απεκδηθεί μόνο το ρόλο του ληστή, αλλά και αυτόν του επαναστάτη, τον οποίο κρατά για τους πολιτικούς του αντιπάλους, ενώ ο ίδιος τάσεται ρητά με τις δυνάμεις της αντεπανάστασης. Είναι προφανές εν ολίγης ότι στη συγκεκριμένη συγκυρία ο λόγος του Γιάννη Γιαγά, εντασσόμενος πλήρως στη λογική του εθνικού διχασμού, χάνει κάθε παραδήλωση που παραπέμπει σε αυτονομιστικού τύπου προτάγματα. Αλλά αυτό μόνο προσωρινά. Κατά τα δύο επόμενα επεισόδια των Γιαγαδικών, πολύ μεγαλύτερης έκτασης από τα δύο προηγούμενα, η αυτονομιστική ιδέα θα εμφανιστεί και πάλι στο λόγο των ανταρτών, για να συνδεθεί σε ένα ιδιάζον ιδεολογικό αμάλγαμα με τον φιλοβασιλικό πατριωτισμό, όπως αυτός εκφράστηκε τότε στην ιδεολογία του κωνσταντινισμού και παρά την χωρίς αμφιβολία λογικά αντινομική σχέση μεταξύ των δύο συνιστοσών. Κάτι τέτοιο είναι νομίζω ιδιαιτέρως εμφανές στο τρίτο επεισόδιο των Γιαγαδικών που λαμβάνει χώρα κατά το δεύτερο εξάμηνο του 1922. Στο συγκεκριμένο κίνημα, το οποίο από την άποψη της αφορμής της εκδήλωσής του δεν μπορεί παρά να συναρτηθεί και πάλι με τη βία του εθνικού διχασμού, καθώς πρόκειται για μια τοπική εκδήλωση αντίδρασης στο κίνημα των Πλαστήρα Γονατά, μετά την κατάρρευση του Μικρασιατικού μετώπου, έχουμε για πρώτη φορά ξεκάθαρα καταγεγραμμένη άρθρωση δημόσιου λόγου και χρήση πολιτικών συμβολισμών εκ μέρους των πρωτεργατών του, προκειμένου να ενεργοποιηθούν μηχανισμοί κοινωνικής και πολιτικής κινητοποίησης. Έτσι, ένα από τα πρώτα πράγματα που θα κάνουν οι αντάρτες αμέσως μετά τη μεγάλη τους επιτυχία σε αυτό το κίνημα, δηλαδή την κατάληψη εκ μέρους του της δεύτερης πόλης του νησιού, του Καρλοβάσου, είναι να επιστρατεύσουν τους μαθητές της εκεί εγκατεστημένης εμπορικής σχολής για την αντιγραφή προκηρύξεων, μέσω των οποίων θα σπεύσουν να ανακηρύξουν την ανεξάρτητη δημοκρατία της Σάμου, υπό την προστασία μάλιστα της κοινωνίας των εθνών, και θα καλέσουν τους κατοίκους του νησιού να εκδηλώσουν υπακοή στις νέες αρχές. Είναι προφανές ότι από την άποψη τουλάχιστον του δημοσίου λόγου των ανταρτών, έχουμε να κάνουμε ξεκάθαρα με ένα κίνημα αυτονομιστικού ή αποσχιστικού τύπου, κάτι το οποίο θα προκαλέσει εξαιρετική αμηχανία τόσο στους σύγχρονούς του, όσο και στους μεταγενέστερους μελετητές, εξού και οι σιωπές της ιστοριογραφίας. Για να διαπιστώσει όμως κανείς τη διφορούμενη σχέση μεταξύ εθνικής και τοπικής ταυτότητας σε αυτή τη συγκυρία, όπως έχει καταγραφεί αυτή η αντινομική σχέση στο λόγο των δρόντων ιστορικών υποκειμένων, αρκεί να διαβάσει τις επόμενες προτάσεις της δεύτερης αυτής προκήρυξης. Αυτής της προκήρυξης. Παραθέτω. Η μεταβολή του πολιτεύματος εις νέων καθεστώς σήμερων και δημοκρατίαν ανεξάρτητων υπό την προστασία της κοινωνίας των εθνών και στηριζομένης επί του δόγματος της αυτονομίας του θεσπισθέντος μετά τον Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο και επικροτηθέντος υφόλων των λαών, ουδόλως αποτελεί διάρρηξη των εθνικών δεσμών της νήσου ημών μετά της λυπής Ελλάδος. Είναι δε μόνον απλή μεταβολή του εσωτερικού αυτής πολιτεύματος. Εξού η πρόοδος και η ευημερία του σαμιακού λαού εν το μέλλοντι θα πηγάσει. Τέλος του παραθέματος. Η συγκεκριμένη αναφορά στην αρχή της αυτοδιάθεσης του Αμερικανού Προέδρου Βίλσον, αλλά και η ασάφεια σε ό,τι αφορά το περιεχόμενο που τους αποδίδεται από αυτούς τους που την επικαλούνται, είναι, νομίζω, εδώ στοιχεία τουλάχιστον αξιοσημείωτα. Αυτή η διφορούμενη και μάλλον κατά περίπτωση ad hoc χρήση πολιτικών συμβολισμών που παραπέμπουν στην αυτονομιστική ιδέα είναι ακόμα πιο εμφανής στο επόμενο, το τελευταίο και το πιο μεγάλο, πιο έντονο επεισόδιο των Γιαγαδικών. Εκείνο δηλαδή που είχε ως αποτέλεσμα την ολιγοήμερη κατοχή του συνόλου της επικράτειας της Σάμου από τους αντάρτες στις αρχές Ιουνίου του 1925. Αποβιβάζονται οι Γιαγάδες στο Παραθόκαμπο, καταλαμβάνουν με μια μικρή ομάδα τη δεύτερη πόλη, το Καρλόβαση, και από εκεί με μια μεγάλη φάλαγγα αυτοκινήτων επιτίθενται στο βαθύ, το καταλαμβάνουν και εκεί για λίγες μέρες το ελέγχουν ολόκληρο. Προσπαθώ να τα πω συνοπτικά, με συγχωρείτε. Ήδη πριν την πορεία των ανταρτών προς το βαθύ, όταν ο αριθμός των ανταρτών δεν ξεπερνούσε ακόμα τους 16 άνδρες, οι τελευταίοι, κατά τη διάρκεια της κατάσχεσης του Δημοσίου Ταμείου του Καρλοβάσου, θα σπεύσουν να εκδώσουν απόδειξη στο όνομα της Σαμιακής Δημοκρατίας και πάλι. Πράξη με ξεκάθαρο πολιτικό συμβολισμό. Με τη μαζικοποίηση όμως του κινήματος μετά την κατάληψη της πρωτεύουσας του νησιού από τους αντάρτες, εκεί το ένοπλο σώμα φτάνει παραπάνω από 100 άντρες, θα αρχίσει και το παιχνίδι με την κατά περίπτωση χρήση της αυτονομιστικής ιδέας. Σύμφωνα, ας πούμε, με τηλεγράφημα που παρά τη λογοκρισία που είχαν επιβάλει οι αντάρτες κατάφερε να στείλει κρυφά ο τηλεγραφητής της Σάμου στοιχείο την 7η Ιουνίου 1925, αμέσως μετά την κατάλυση των αρχών του βαθιού, παραθέτω, ο Μας Ενόπλων μετέβη στα γραφεία μιας εφημερίδος και έδωσε προς δημοσίευση προκήρυξη απευθυνωμένη προς τον ελληνικών λαών, των πρόεδρων της Δημοκρατίας, των πρόεδρων της κυβερνήσεως και την Εθνοσυνέλευση, δια της οποίας ζητείται η παραίτηση της κυβερνήσεως, η διάλυση της Εθνοσυνελεύσεως και η άμεσος προκήρυξης εκλογών υπό άχρουν κυβέρνηση. Όπως προσθέτει ο τηλεγραφητής της Σάμου, παραθέτω, εν τη προκηρύξη ή της ετυχοκολήθη εις διάφορα κέντρα της νήσου, τονίζεται ότι εις περίπτωση κατά την οποία τα ανωτέρω αιτήματα δεν ήθελουν γίνει αποδεκτά, η Σάμος θα κηρυχθεί αυτόνομος, αποσπωμένη της λυπής Ελλάδος. Ωστόσο, καταλήγει το τηλεγράφημα, η προκήρυξη αυτή δεν διαβιβάστη εις τας Αθήνας. Ενώ λοιπόν η προκήρυξη που απειλούσε ότι η Σάμος θα κηρυχτεί αυτόνομη αν τα αιτήματα των ανταρτών δεν γίνουν αποδεκτά από την ελληνική κυβέρνηση, όσο ήταν δηλαδή τυχοκολλημένη στα διάφορα κέντρα της νήσου, ο πρωτότοκος, ο Γιάννης Γιαγάς, ως ηγέτης του κινήματος, κάλεσε την ελίτ του βαθιού, τους προκρίτους, στο παλαιό ηγεμονικό μέγαρο προκειμένου να τους ενημερώσει για την δημιουργηθήσαν κατάσταση. Στο λόγο που τους εκφώνησε, το χειρόγραφο του οποίου φαίνεται ότι διασώθηκε στο προσωπικό του αρχείου και έτσι δημοσιεύθηκε πολύ αργότερα στα απομνημονεύματά του, είπε μεταξύ άλλων τα εξής, παραθέτω. «Αξιότιμοι κύριοι, βλέπετε έξω των λαών της πρωτευούσης ως τις σύσσωμος περιμένει τας αποφάσεις της Επαναστάσεως. Εστηρίχθημεν και στηριζόμεθα επί της ακάμπτου θελήσεως του σαμιακού λαού, ως της εγνώρισεν ημέρας πανθομολογουμένης ευτυχίας καθ' όλο το διάστημα της ενδόξου αυτονομιακής του περίοδου. Ο σαμιακός λαός από τον αρχαιοτά των χρόνων επέδειξε υπέροχα αισθήματα πατριωτισμού. Η δε επανάσταση του 1912 εναντίον της Τουρκίας και η ομόφωνος θέλησης της επαναστατικής σαμιακής συνελεύσεως όπως ενώση της Σάμων μετά του ελευθέρου ελληνικού βασιλείου είναι τα φωτεινότερα σημεία τα αποδεικνύοντα το πνεύμα της εθνικής αλληλεγγύης, υπό την επίδραση του οποίου προσέφερε πολλαπλάς και μεγάλας εις το κράτος και το έθνος υπηρεσίας επιζημία των τοπικών του συμφερόντων». Τέλος του παραθέματος. Παρότι η επίκληση του παλιού καλού καιρού ή στη συγκεκριμένη περίπτωση της πανθομολογουμένης ευτυχίας καθ' όλο το διάστημα της ενδόξου αυτονομιακής περίοδου διατρέχει το σύνολο του λόγου του Γιαγά, οι άμεσες αναφορές στον αυτονομιστικό χαρακτήρα του κινήματος έχουν κατά το μάλλον απαλληφθεί από αυτόν, παρά τις όποιες νήξεις περί της ζημίας των τοπικών συμφερόντων του σαμιακού λαού που επέφερε η Ένωση με την Ελλάδα. Εν τούτης, όταν έρθει η στιγμή της στρατιωτικής ενίσχυσης του κινήματος, οι συμβολισμοί που παραπέμπουν στην αυτονομιστική ιδέα θα κάνουν και πάλι την εμφάνισή τους. Σύμφωνα με τις αθηναϊκές εφημερίδες της εποχής, κατά τη διαδικασία της στρατολογίας που διενήργησαν οι αντάρτες τις επόμενες μέρες προκειμένου να αντιμετωπίσουν τα στρατεύματα που κατέφθαναν από την Αθήνα, οι κληθέντες στα όπλα κάτοικοι της Σάμου ορκίζονταν στη σημαία της σαμιακής ηγεμονίας. Να σημειωθεί τέλος ότι αυτό το παιχνίδι με την αυτονομιστική ιδέα κατά τη διάρκεια του κινήματος του 1925, η επίκληση της οποίας γίνεται άλλοτε ρητά και άλλοτε όχι, δεν ανιχνεύεται μόνο στο λόγο των ίδιων των ανταρτών, αλλά και σε αυτόν που αναφέρεται στη δράση τους. Διαβάζοντας για παράδειγμα την αλληλογραφία που ανταλλάσσουν κατά τη διάρκεια του κινήματος οι βρετανικές διπλωματικές υπηρεσίες μεταξύ τους, παρατηρούμε πολύ σημαντικές διαφοροποιήσεις στον τρόπο με τον οποίο ερμηνεύονται οι απότεροι στόχοι των στασιαστών. Ο Βρετανός υποπρόξενος στη Σάμο, για παράδειγμα, σε επιστολή που απευθύνει προς την Αθήνα στις 9 Ιουνίου, δηλαδή αμέσως μετά τη στρατιωτική συντριβή των ανταρτών από τις δυνάμεις που ήρθαν από την Αθήνα, σημειώνει ξεκάθαρα πως, παραθέτω, παρόλο που το επίσημο αίτημα του κινήματος ήταν να υποχρεωθεί η παρούσα ελληνική κυβέρνηση σε παραίτηση και να προκηρυχτούν νέες εκλογές σε όλη την Ελλάδα, ο πραγματικός σκοπός των στασιαστών ήταν να ανακηρύξουν την ίσο ανεξάρτητη ηγεμονία, όπως στο παρελθόν. Κάτι που, οφείλουμε να πούμε, θα ευχαριστούσε το μεγαλύτερο μέρος του πληθυσμού του νησιού και ειδικότερα τις κατώτερες τάξεις, δεδομένων των δυσβάσταχτων φόρων που έχουν επιβληθεί και την παραμέληση εκ μέρους της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης όλων των υποθέσεων που αφορούν την ευημερία αυτού του νησιού. Τέλος του παραθέματος. Οι εκτιμήσεις αυτές όμως του υποπρόξενου του Βρετανού δεν φαίνεται να ελήφθησαν σοβαρά υπόψη από τους ανωτέρους του. Έτσι, από την αναφορά της Βρετανικής Πρεσβείας στην Αθήνα προς το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών στο Λονδίνο, απουσιάζει κάθε νήξη ως προς τα αυτονομιστικού τύπου προτάγματα των ανταρτών. Παραθέτω. Σκοπός των ληστών ήταν να ξαναγεμίσουν τις άδειες τσέπες τους, γράφει ο Βρετανός πρέσβης στους ανωτέρους του και προσθέτει. Προκειμένου να συγκαλύψουν αυτόν τον σκοπό, εμφάνισαν ως βασικό τους αίτημα την παραίτηση της κυβέρνησης, ένα αδέξιο μάλλον ψέμα, όταν συνειδητοποίησαν ότι δεν έχουν περιθώρια επιτυχίας απέναντι στις ισχυρές στρατιωτικές δυνάμεις που στάλθηκαν εναντίον τους. Τέλος του παραθέματος. Σε αντίθεση όμως με τις βρετανικές διπλωματικές υπηρεσίες, οι ελληνικές δικαστικές αρχές θα αποδειχτούν πολύ λιγότερο διστακτικές στο να αποδεχτούν τον αυτονομιστικό χαρακτήρα του σαμιακού κινήματος του Ιουνίου του 1925. Στη δίκη των δύο αδελφών Γιαγά που είχαν μείνει ζωντανοί, του Γιάννη και του Κίμωνα, που έλαβε χώρα 2 χρόνια αργότερα στο κακουριοδικείο της Σύρου, το 1927, γίνεται ρητή αναφορά στον αποσχεστικό χαρακτήρα του κινήματος, καθώς τα δύο αδέλφια, εκτός των άλλων, κατηγορούνται για το ότι θέλοντες να αποσπάσωση την ίσον σάμων της ελληνικής δημοκρατίας, κηρύξαντες ταύτην αυτόνομων, συνόμωσαν εντός του κράτους διεγείραντες τάση. Μάλιστα, κατά παράδοξο, εκ πρώτης τουλάχιστον όψεως τρόπο, αυτό το κομμάτι του κατηγορητηρίου είναι εκείνο που θα επιτρέψει την αθώωση τελικά των κατηγορουμένων, καθώς θα δικαιολογήσει τον χαρακτηρισμό όλων των αδικημάτων τους ως εν τέλει πολιτικών και θα τους εντάξει με αυτόν τον τρόπο στις διατάξεις της Γενικής Αμνηστίας που είχε παραχωρήσει η Οικουμενική Κυβέρνηση Λαϊκών και Βενιζελικών λίγο καιρό πριν. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ίσως μπορούμε να φάμε 5 λεπτάκια από το διάλειμμα. Νομίζω έχουμε ήδη μία ερώτηση. Έχω κι εγώ 1-2 πράγματα που θα μπορούσα να προσθέσω. Φωτεινή. Ναι, δεν ξέρω. Χρειάζεται ίσως κάποιο μικρόφωνο.
Πολύ και τους 3 ομιλητές και τους 2 ομιλητές και την ομιλήτρια. Από τη σκοπιά των ιστορικών είδαμε τις διαδικασίες συγκρότησης μιας εθνικής ταυτότητας από το πέρασμα από την Οθωμανική περίοδο στο ελληνικό κράτος. Πολύ χρήσιμες όλες αυτές τις πληροφορίες. Η ερώτησή μου και στους 3 έχει να κάνει, και μετά θα την διευκρινίσω για τους 2, έχει να κάνει το αν σε αυτές τις διαδικασίες ως ιστορικοί, εσείς μεθοδολογικά, αναγνωρίζετε κάποιες εκλεκτικές συγγένειες με τις τεχνολογίες της αποικιοκρατίας γενικότερα. Και πολύ συγκεκριμένα θέλω να ρωτήσω τον πρώτο ομιλητή, μίλησε για κάποιες παιδαγωγικές μεθόδους, αν αυτές οι παιδαγωγικές μέθοδοι έχουν τα χαρακτηριστικά των παιδαγωγικών μεθόδων που χρησιμοποιούσε η αποικιοκρατία ως πολιτικό σύστημα τον 19ο αιώνα. Και για την Ελπίδα τη Βόγλη θέλω να θέσω το θέμα της θρησκείας ή του θρησκεύματος που αποτέλεσε, για τους ιστορικούς θεωρείται δεδομένο κατά την δική μου ανάγνωση, αλλά δεν μπαίνει στη λογική της οριανταλιστικής θεώρησης της Ευρώπης προς τα Βαλκάνια και την Οθωμανική Αυτοκρατορία, να βλέπει τους άλλους, τους λοιπούς δηλαδή της Ευρώπης, μέσα από τη σκοπιά του πολιτισμού, του πολιτισμικού, της κουλτούρας, η οποία συνδέεται άμεσα με τη θρησκεία. Αν βάλουμε αυτή τη διάσταση, ενδεχομένως το αφήγημα που θα συγκροτήσουμε στη συνέχεια να κουβαλάει συνεχώς αυτήν την διάκριση χωρίς να την εξετάζουμε. Εγώ αυτό αντιλαμβάνομαι, αλλά προφανώς θα ήθελα την άποψή σας πάνω σε αυτό. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε, Φωτεινή. Κάποια άλλη ερώτηση από το κοινό μας? Από το διαδίκτυο δεν βλέπω κάτι. Ίσως να προσθέσω σε αυτό, απευθυνόμενοι αρχικά στην Ελπίδα, αν γνωρίζουμε κάτι περισσότερο για το καθεστώς υπηκοότητας, με σημερινούς όρους ίσως, για τους πληθυσμούς που δεν έφυγαν ή δεν διώχτηκαν, μουσουλμάνους ή Εβραίους στην περίοδο εκείνη. Για το Σταύρο θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω, αλλά ίσως είναι λίγο μεγάλη η ερώτηση, δεν έχουμε αρκετό χρόνο και περισσότερες πληροφορίες βέβαια για το πρόγραμμα μέρος του οποίου είναι και η μελέτη μας παρουσία σήμερα. Εάν υπάρχει δυνατότητα ή αν το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα κατευθύνεται και σε μια συγκριτική προσέγγιση, ας πούμε, με το προηγούμενο νομικό καθεστώς, ας πούμε, τρόπους απονομής δικαιοσύνης κτλ. Για τον Νίκο Βαφέα, επίσης, δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε αρκετό χρόνο, αναφέρθηκε πολύ σύντομα σε κάποια δυσφορία του τοπικού πληθυσμού όσον αφορά με την βαριά φορολογία που επιβάλλει το νέο έθνος κράτος, αλλά αν θα μπορούσε σήμερα ή κάποια άλλη στιγμή, να μας δώσει περισσότερες πληροφορίες, εφόσον υπάρχουν, αναφορικά με τοπικά συμφέροντα που πιθανώς θίγονται με την ίδρυση του νέου κράτους. Αυτά. Ίσως να ξεκινήσει ο Σταύρος.
Ναι. Στην πρώτη ερώτηση να πω ότι είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον ο τρόπος με τον οποίο διαχειρίζεται αυτό που προσπάθησα να πω και όλα στις υποθέσεις τις οποίες φτάνουν στα χέρια του το Υπουργείο. Η παιδαγωγική μέθοδος στην οποία ανέφερα εντοπίζεται περισσότερο στα όργανα τα οποία είναι ιεραρχικά κάτω και περιφερειακά διευρύνονται γύρω από το Υπουργείο στα διάφορα σημεία της επικράτειας. Προσπαθεί το Υπουργείο με λίγα λόγια να μάθει στα όργανα του πώς να συμπεριφέρονται στους πολίτες, ώστε και αυτοί να συμπεριφέρονται με τη σειρά τους, να αποκτήσουν ανάλογες τάσεις απέναντι στη διοίκηση. Να αντιμετωπίζουν με λίγα λόγια τις οποιασδήποτε παραβατικές συμπεριφορές τις οποίες καταγγέλουν, να τις αντιμετωπίζουν με τέτοιο τρόπο ώστε να κατευθύνονται πλέον όχι στα επιμέρους όργανα όπως παλιότερα και θεσμούς όπως παλιότερα, τους πρόκριτους, τους δημογέροντες και την Εκκλησία, αλλά να συγκεντρώνονται στην κεντρική διοίκηση. Αν αυτό θα μπορούσε να χαρακτηριστεί ως όχι απεικιοκρατική μέθοδος, αλλά ενός τύπου εσωτερική, όπως έχει χαρακτηριστεί από την έρευνα, απεικιοποίηση, εσωτερική απεικιοποίηση, δεν ξέρω. Πάντως αυτή είναι η κύρια μέθοδος την οποία ακολουθεί το Υπουργείο μέχρι και το 1827. Η τάση μέσω των οργάνων του προς τα κάτω, να παιδαγωγεί, σε εισαγωγικά, όπως είπα, τους ανθρώπους, ώστε να αναλαμβάνουν στάσεις που με τον καιρό γίνονται συνείδηση και ταυτότητες, δηλαδή να γίνεται από υπήκος πολίτης, με λίγα λόγια, αντίστροφα πλέον προς τα διοικητικά όργανα, τα συγκεντρωτικά και τελικά το ίδιο το Υπουργείο και τη διοίκηση. Σε αυτό που δεν ξέρω αν καλύπτει η απάντησή μου. Το δεύτερο, Δέσποινα, που είπες, για το συγκριτικό που έθεσες, το πρόγραμμα έχει 3 σκέλη. Η πρώτη του βάση είναι η πλήρης καταγραφή του Υπουργείου Δικαίου των εγγράφων όλων καθενός του Υπουργείου Δικαίου, επιπλέον επεξεργασία των καταγγελιών που γίνονται από τους πολίτες προς την κεντρική διοίκηση με επιπλέον στοιχεία και σύνδεση των εγγράφων μεταξύ τους. Μια δεύτερη που έχει να κάνει με ένα διαδραστικό, ας το πούμε έτσι, πεδίο, που έχει να κάνει με κείμενα πλέον αυτά καθεαυτά και τη σχέση τους με το χώρο και το χρόνο. Το τρίτο, το οποίο είναι η διάχυση, ίσως έχει να κάνει με αυτό το οποίο λες εσύ, και είναι στην πραγματικότητα μελέτες συνθετικές, όπως μια μορφή της σύντομη παρουσία στα σήμερα, στις οποίες εννοείται ένα άρθρο που ετοιμάζω για να βγει στα πλαίσια ενός τόμου και ενός workshop το οποίο ετοιμάζουμε, έχει να κάνει ακριβώς με αυτό, με τη σύνδεση και την διαχείριση του Υπουργείου των παλαιότερων δικαιικών διαδικασιών στη νέα κατάσταση που διαμορφώνεται. Οπότε ναι, η απάντηση είναι συνοπτικά για να μην είναι.
Ευχαριστούμε. Πολύ σύντομα, Ελπίδα.
Λοιπόν, θα προσπαθήσω μέσα σε 1,5 λεπτό να απαντήσω και στα 3. Όπως αντιλαμβάνεστε, τελείως επιφανειακά. Πράγματι, στο πρώτο σκέλος, απεικιοποίηση από απεικιοποίηση, το δίπολο θα έλεγα πως αποτελεί το πρωταγωνιστικό σημείο αναφοράς στην περίοδο που ξεκινάει η διαμόρφωση της ελληνικής ταυτότητας, ή αν θέλετε να το πω αλλιώς, στην περίοδο που η ελληνική ταυτότητα πάβει να υφίσταται ως ένα εθνικό και αόριστο και ασαφές ερώτημα και μεταμορφώνεται σε ένα πρακτικό ερώτημα με πολιτικές κοινωνικοπραγματικές διαστάσεις στο πλαίσιο μιας επανάστασης και κατόπιν ενός ελληνικού κράτους. Σε άλλη μου μελέτη έχω ήδη υποστηρίξει αυτό το παιχνίδι της απεικιοποίησης και της αντίδρασης, αλλά δεν έχω περιθώριο τώρα να εκταθώ σε αυτό. Ανοίγει μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση με την κυρία Τσιμπιρίδου. Και βέβαια αυτή η συζήτηση επεκτείνεται ακόμη πιο σημαντικά στο δεύτερο σκέλος του ερωτήματός της, που θα συμφωνήσω απόλυτα. Υπάρχει μια ιδιαίτερη διάσταση τόσο στο επίπεδο της κλασικής, παραδοσιακής ή τυπικής ιστοριογραφίας, όσο και της νέας ιστοριογραφίας, που αντιμετωπίζει μέσα από ένα διεπιστημονικό πρίσμα το ζήτημα της ταυτότητας, τόσο σε ό,τι αφορά την πολιτισμική του διάσταση, αυτό που θα λέγουμε την κουλτούρα, δηλαδή την έννοια της πολιτικής κουλτούρας. Και πράγματι το θρήσκευμα εδώ αποτελεί το βασικό σημείο γύρω από το οποίο μπορεί κανείς να σκεγγραφίσει διάφορους διανοητικούς ορίζοντες, όπως διανοίγονται και συζητώνται. Ασφαλώς και εδώ αξίζει να γίνει ευρύτερη συζήτηση. Εγώ έχω κάτι κατά νου, αλλά νομίζω ότι δεν της ώρας τώρα να το παρουσιάσω. Πάντως θα συμφωνήσω με την πρόταση, με τη σκέψη δηλαδή ότι από μια άλλη σκοπιά ότι πράγματι υπάρχει μια διαφοροποίηση σε ό,τι αφορά το ζήτημα της πολιτισμικής διάστασης της προσέγγισης. Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά το τρίτο ερώτημα, για τους μουσουλμάνους και τους Εβραίους, πρωτίστως τους μουσουλμάνους, γιατί οι Εβραίοι ήταν η ουδέτερη ομάδα ως επιτοπλίστων, που μένουν στην ελληνική επικράτεια, στη μικρή ελληνική επικράτεια, στα πρώτα σύνορα, διαπιστώνουμε τυχαία στα διάφορα αρχεία που αρχίζουν τώρα να διαμορφώνονται, τώρα ενώ στη δεκαετία του 1830, την ύπαρξη μουσουλμάνων, αρκετοί εκ των οποίων παραμένουν μουσουλμάνοι, δεν εκχριστιανίζονται και κάποιοι εκχριστιανίζονται, οι οποίοι σταδιακά πολιτογραφούνται ή αποκτούν την ελληνική ηθαγένεια. Υπάρχει μια μικρή κινητικότητα, μικρή εννοώ σε ό,τι αφορά τα ποσοστά της την περίοδο αυτή, ξένης παρουσίας, ή καλά για τους Εβραίους υπάρχει μια μεγαλύτερη συζήτηση, ως επιτοπλίστων σε ό,τι αφορά αυτούς οι οποίοι κατοικούν στην Εύβοια. Αλλά ιδίως για τους μουσουλμάνους βρίσκουμε διάφορα στοιχεία, μάλιστα παραδείγματος χάριν, και κλείνω με αυτό. Θυμάμαι από τα αρχεία των Γενικών Αρχείων του κράτους στο Ναύπλιο μία περίπτωση μουσουλμάνου, ο οποίος ορκίστηκε όχι με χριστιανικό όρκο, αλλά με μουσουλμανικό όρκο, έδωσε τον όρκο του πολίτη. Αυτά. Ελπίζω να απάντησε έστω ακροθυγώς.
Ναι, νομίζω θα χρειαστούμε να συνεχίσουμε αυτές τις συζητήσεις και αργότερα. Νίκο, νομίζω θα πρέπει, από το control εδώ μου λένε ότι πρέπει να κόψω τη συζήτηση. Θα χαρούμε όμως να μιλήσουμε κάποια άλλη στιγμή και να προχωρήσουμε και σε κάποια δημοσίευση των συζητήσεων εδώ. Να σας ευχαριστήσω και τους τρεις και να ανανεώσουμε, όπως είπα, το ραντεβού ίσως σε κάποια άλλη συνάντηση ή γραπτός κάπου. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε.
Good afternoon or good evening. Hello to Julian Go. Thank you for, this is the last talk for the day. Thank you all for staying with us such a late time. I would like to welcome you and I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation. Julian Go is a professor of sociology in the University of Chicago. His research explores the social logics of imperial formation and modern colonialism, post-colonial, decolonial thought, and related questions of social theory, epistemology, and knowledge, and global historical sociology. Much of Go's work has focused on the United States Empire, resulting in articles and books such as The American Colonial State in the Philippines, Global Perspectives, which is co-edited with Ann Foster. Another title, another book, American Empire and the Politics of Meaning, published by Duke University Press, and another one by the title Patterns of Empire, the British and American Empires, 1688 to present. This is by Cambridge University Press. His other work is on post-colonial thought and social theory, culminating in his book, Post-Colonial Thought and Social Theory, as I said, published by Oxford University Press, and Global Historical Sociology and Transnational Field Theory. Fielding Transnationalism, another book co-edited with Monica Krauss, and Global Historical Sociology, co-edited, co-written with George Lawson. His scholarship has won prizes from the American Sociological Association, the Eastern Sociological Society, the American Political Science Association, and the International Studies Association, among other institutions. His current projects include the history of imperialism's impact upon police militarization in the United States. Here one might find interest in thinking about the current situation in Greece as well. As I said, police militarization in the US, the UK, and France. He also continues to explore the implications of post-colonial, decolonial, Southern thought upon social scientific knowledge. The talk is in English and the questions, even though, however, I'm going to just read very, very briefly the description of the talk in Greek. The title is «Φιλελευθερισμός, Αυτοκρατορία και Μεταπικιακή Επιστημολογική Οπτική». Η ομιλία αυτή χρησιμοποιεί παραδείγματα από τον φιλελεύθερο ιμπεριαλισμό των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών για να αναδείξει την μεταπικιακή κριτική στον φιλελευθερισμό, καθώς και την επιστημολογική οπτική της. Στην ομιλία θα υποστηριχτεί ότι η μεταπικιακή κριτική βλέπει τον φιλελευθερισμό ως ένα εγχείρημα που βασίζεται στη χάραξη συνόρων και ότι εν τέλει αυτή η κριτική αναδύεται από τον χώρο του απικιακού, από έναν κοινωνικοπολιτικό τόπο της διαφοράς, τόσο υλικής ή πραγματικής, όσο και ενιολογικής, τον οποίο τα φιλελεύθερα εγχειρήματα προσπαθούν να οργανώσουν ιεραρχικά. Για να αναδείξει αυτά τα σημεία, η ομιλία θα αναφερθεί στη νέα αυτοκρατορία της Αμερικής των αρχών του 20ου αιώνα, η οποία συμπεριλάμβανε το Πουέρτο Ρίκο και τις Φιλιππίνες και στην τάση της να απικιοποιεί την ίδια την αντιαπικιακή κριτική εναντίον της. Julian, thank you for, again, accepting the invitation, and if that sounded Greek to you, it's because it was. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I want to thank Despina and the organizers for this invitation. I'm really honored to be here with you on this very important initiative. I know the conference is about the place of modern Greece in relation to European colonialism. And when I was invited to speak, I wasn't sure if what I had to say would be relevant. My work on the US Empire has not touched upon the context of Greece and coloniality, but I was assured by the organizers that it still would be appropriate to speak about my own work on the US Empire and post-colonial thought. So that's what I'm going to do. More specifically, what I'd like to share with you are some thoughts that I've been trying to work out that bring together a couple strands of my prior work. I'm not going to assume that you know my prior work, so let me just briefly give an outline of that. Some of this was already in the introduction, but it's worth contextualizing my talk today within my broader corpus of work. As was mentioned, one strand of my work is really empirically rooted. It's been about exploring various dimensions and dynamics of the US empire. My early work focused on US colonialism in the Philippine archipelago and Puerto Rico, and it looked at the dynamics of colonial state formation and elite political cultures in the two colonies. In related work also mentioned, I examined the broader history of the US empire, tracing it from its earliest founding moments through the early 2000s, and compared the larger historical dynamics and forms of empire with those of the British Empire. There's another strand of my work, however, and this is where I come to post-colonial and decolonial thought. In this work, my focus has not been on the US empire specifically, but rather larger questions of theory, and particularly how the anti-colonial tradition of thought, which I see as the basis for post-colonial theory, could serve as an alternative tradition of knowledge that we social thinkers might turn to in order to critique dominant ways of knowing and help repair the imperial legacies upon our thinking. So this work has largely been at the theoretical level. And what I want to do in my talk today is bring together these different aspects of my work, that is American empire on the one hand and post-colonial theory on the other. More specifically, I've been thinking through some issues, and I'm really excited to share them with you and see what you all think. More specifically, I want to use American empire as a way to think about some questions that have been lingering around my headspace, but which I haven't fully been able to answer. And that is, quite simply put, how can we think about post-colonialism as a critique of liberalism? In other words, is there a post-colonial critique of liberalism? And if so, what is it? Furthermore, if there is such a critique of liberalism, how is it possible? In other words, what is its standpoint of knowledge production? So I want to give some answers to these questions today. And as I said, these are ongoing thoughts. Essentially, my answer to these questions is twofold. First, I want to suggest there is indeed a post-colonial critique of liberalism, and the way it operates is by disclosing the limits of liberalism and liberalism's boundary-making character. The primary feature of liberalism from this view is not that it's a universalizing enterprise. Rather, its primary feature is that it is exclusionary, that it draws lines which in turn constitute its core. And I also want to suggest, secondly, that this post-colonial critique doesn't come from just anywhere. It comes from the standpoint of the colonized within the space of the colonial. Now, for those of you already versed in the nuances of what I'm calling post-colonial theory, this argument may seem obvious on its face, but I also want to insist that clarifying this argument and elaborating it can serve as a counterpoint to two other ways in which the post-colonial or the decolonial has sometimes been configured. It differs, for example, from approaches that align post-colonial thought with the project of revealing connected histories. Such an approach, while having its virtues, is insufficiently armed in itself for addressing questions of epistemology and ontology that post-colonial theory's critique of knowledge summon, but which this configuration of post-colonial thought bury under a methodological move of connecting dots across geospatial terrain. The second configuration of the post-colonial, seen in certain sectors of social science, equates the imperial episteme with Eurocentrism, and therefore collapses a critique of the imperial episteme with the mobilization of knowledge, norms, or values found in presumably autonomous, non-Western civilizations or cultures. This approach counterposes Islamic thought, Confucian thought, Yoruban knowledge, African knowledge against Eurocentric ones. An ally of this geo-epistemic configuration of post-colonial thought is one that locates the standpoint of critique in the South and individualizes knowledge. To counter Eurocentrism and generate a post-colonial critique, according to this approach, all we need to do is locate an individual from the global South with the correspondingly correct ethnic or racial identity, whose knowledge is presumed to automatically facilitate a critical approach. By these moves, post-colonial thought becomes a game of geoepistemics, resting upon, I would argue, a questionable ontology of the world. Now, I think of the post-colonial critique differently. More than artfully charting connections across spaces and societies, the post-colonial critique bears witness to the limits that those connections engender. It mobilizes the critical voices of those subjected to the analytically flattened connectivities. And rather than digging up values from a presumably pristine space of non-Western indigeneity, a space presumed to be external to liberalism's geographic location of emergence, post-colonial thought, as I see it, emerges from the colonial space and through a critical engagement with the dominant forms and knowledges that impose themselves upon that space. Now, to be clear, these points about post-colonial thought and its critique of liberalism have been partially informed by ongoing critical intellectual histories of liberalism and empire. I'm thinking here of the founding work of people like Uday Mehta and others in political science, like my colleague here at Chicago, Jennifer Pitts. Mehta, for those of you who don't know this book, exposes how liberalism in the 19th century contained within it an exclusionary logic that expressed rather than deviated from its core principles. For example, he says, the universalistic reach of liberalism derived from the capacities that it identifies with human nature. Concealed behind the endorsement of these universal capacities are the specific cultural and psychological conditions that are woven in as preconditions for the actualization of these capacities. Liberal exclusion works by modulating the distance between the interstices of human capacities and the conditions for their political effectivity. Besides Mehta, my thinking is also inspired by anti-colonial writers and post-colonial thinkers, such as Frantz Fanon, writing within the context of the French Empire. And if Mehta challenged the operations of liberal exclusion within the thought of British thinkers, Fanon underscored the hypocrisy of liberal humanism as it was ostensibly practiced by European colonialists more broadly. He writes that same Europe where they were never done talking of man and where they never stopped proclaiming that they were only anxious for the welfare of man, today we know with what sufferings humanity has paid for every one of their triumphs of the mind. When I search for man in the technique and style of Europe, I see only a succession of negations of man and an avalanche of murders. So these critiques might be familiar, but if I put those aside, even though I've been informed by them, my thinking has also been, and here's where I come to my work on US empire, it's been informed foremost by my research on US empire, not just European or British imperialism. And specifically, my thinking is inspired by the voices of those subjected to America's empire state at the turn of the 20th century. Now, to understand this, we have to understand something about America's empire state at the time. The United States, of course, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, underwent profound transformations in its imperial career. It had, of course, for decades been expanding westward on the frontier, displacing and in many cases decimating indigenous peoples, seizing their lands and incorporating new territories. In these cases, America's acquired territories became states in the Union. It's how the United States today has Texas, California, Utah, and so on. But at the turn of the 20th century, the United States began a new phase of its career by going overseas and taking new territories. In 1898, the United States declared sovereignty over Hawaii and the former Spanish colonies of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. It occupied Cuba. In 1900, it took half of Samoa. In 1918, it took the Virgin Islands, which at the time had about 26,000 inhabitants. And so the United States, in a sense, constructed an overseas empire. And then there were three paths for these, this colonial archipelago, for these territories. And this is important to understand. There were three paths. One is statehood. The United States could have granted all of these territories statehood. It could have given Puerto Rico statehood, for example. This is what it had done in the Western frontier to have states like Texas. But this only happened for Hawaii, and not until 1951. The other option was to give these colonies full independence. The United States could have let these territories go. This, however, only happened for Cuba, and then later for the Philippines. The US granted independence to the Philippines only in 1946. As for the rest, they remained colonies of the United States, and they remained colonies to this day. And you have to understand that the question of what these territories were when the United States acquired them was sort of open-ended at the time. The United States declared sovereignty over them, but their status was unclear. Were the residents of these territories US citizens? Were the territories automatically equal states in the Union? Does the Constitution, in other words, follow the flag? And ultimately, a series of Supreme Court cases had to decide the issue. Here were the Supreme Court in 1901, around the time when the Supreme Court had to make these decisions. And it was through these cases, known as the insular cases, that the United States invented a new status category, the category of unincorporated territory. The Supreme Court decided that the previous territories that had been acquired on the Western frontier were all incorporated territories. These, the Supreme Court said, were subject to US control, but they would eventually become states in the Union, with the residents enjoying full citizenship status, including voting rights. Again, this is how New Mexico, Arizona, and so on eventually became states. But the acquisition of the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam and other territories generated a problem for the Supreme Court. What would they become? And at the time, most Americans were frightful that these places might become states in the Union. The main reason was, of course, racism and white supremacy. Americans at the time believed that the residents of these islands were less developed, backwards, even savage and barbarian. They thought of them as part of the inferior races, and imagery from newspapers at the time showed this. This imagery here and this imagery here. And the Supreme Court agreed, and therefore decided that these new places were fundamentally different from the territories of the West that had become states, because their inhabitants were part of the undeveloped or lesser races, as the Supreme Court called them. The Supreme Court claimed that Puerto Rico and the other territories were inhabited by alien races, so governing them according to Anglo-Saxon principles for a time may be impossible. As they said, in some cases, the natural gravitation of small bodies towards large ones in others, the result of a successful war in still others, may bring about conditions which would render the annexation of distant possessions desirable. If those possessions are inhabited by alien races, differing from us in religion, customs, laws, methods of taxation, and modes of thought, the administration of government and justice according to Anglo-Saxon principles may for a time be impossible. And this was a case from the Supreme Court specifically about Puerto Rico, and so it concluded, we are therefore of the opinion that the island of Puerto Rico is a territory appurtenant and belonging to the United States, but not a part of the United States. This precedent therefore applied to the other territories, and the bottom line was this. While the United States wanted to keep these territories for various reasons, specifically for exploitation, it did not want the territories to be equal states in the Union. It did not want the people of these territories, the colonized people, to become equal citizens. At most, they should be subject to the whim of the US Congress and kept as colonies. So this is the background. And with this background in mind, I can finally turn to the critics of this new empire and begin to speak a little bit about the post-colonial critique of liberalism. Consider foremost a letter to the editors that appeared in the New York Times in 1905, written by a woman named Isabel Gonzalez. It was an attack on America's treatment of the island of Puerto Rico. The US had first occupied Puerto Rico in 1898 during the Spanish-American War, but then after purchasing it from Spain at the war's end, declared sovereignty over it. And Gonzalez, in her letter, said this: "We are not going to ask that liberties and franchises be taken away from or granted to Kentucky or Oklahoma. We're going to ask that our own be given back to us, those that we exercised when General Miles went to Puerto Rico and proclaimed to the wind winds his liberating speech, which turned out later to be nothing but bitter mockery and waste paper." Gonzalez's letter here exposes a betrayal. The General Miles she refers to was General Nelson A. Miles, the first US officer to land on the shores of Puerto Rico during the Spanish-American War. In order to obtain support from Puerto Ricans for America's arrival, Miles issued a proclamation to the people of Puerto Rico upon landing on the southern shores of the island, asserting, "We not come to make war on the people of a country that for several centuries has been oppressed, but on the contrary, to bring protection, not only to yourselves, but to your property, to promote your prosperity, and to bestow upon you the immunities and blessings of the liberal institutions of our government." Now you see, Isabella Gonzalez was holding General Miles to his word. In response to Miles's proclamation, many Puerto Ricans had welcomed the United States with open arms, believing that American occupation meant that Puerto Rico would be incorporated into the United States as an equal state in the Union, just as other territories had been so far, and that this would imply full and equal citizenship for Puerto Ricans. But as noted, the United States, because of the Supreme Court decisions, did not, in fact, grant Puerto Rico the so-called blessings of the liberal institutions of our government, in Miles's words. It did not make Puerto Rico a state, nor did it make Puerto Rican residents equal citizens. And Gonzalez had learned this the hard way in 1902, after she took a boat from San Juan to New York City. She had been expecting to enter the country through the New York port as a US citizen. Had not the US declared sovereignty over her homeland? Had not General Miles promised the blessings of the liberal institutions of our government to the Puerto Rican people? Gonzalez, though, in New York, was immediately confronted by a wall. Port officials denied her entry as a citizen, detained her as an alien, and sent her back to Puerto Rico. Eventually, Gonzalez enlisted a Puerto Rican lawyer, an official resident commissioner from Puerto Rico to the United States Congress, Federico Degetau. She enlisted him for legal advice, and her case ended up in the Supreme Court as part of those Supreme Court cases I had just referred to, known as the Insular cases. Gonzalez was clamoring for equal citizenship by taking her case to the court. She insisted that America's Constitution followed the flag. She insisted that Puerto Ricans were full American citizens by virtue of the fact that America had declared sovereignty over the island. Now, the larger issue here has to do with Gonzalez's campaign for equal citizenship and how the United States eventually, as I mentioned, forced the answer that the United States was not going to give Puerto Rico full citizenship, that the territories like Puerto Rico were going to essentially remain colonies. Gonzalez failed to win her case for citizenship. And ultimately, as I've mentioned, the Supreme Court declared that while the United States could retain sovereignty over Puerto Rico, it did not mean that, that Puerto Rico was an equal state, nor that residents would get citizenship. In fact, the Supreme Court decided that while Gonzalez and the people of Puerto Rico were not aliens because they were subject to American control, they were not citizens either. They were something else entirely. Here then is where the American liberal empire state drew lines. The insular cases created the category of unincorporated territories. They were called foreign in a domestic sense, which means that they were part of the United States, subject to American control, but a line was drawn around them. Puerto Ricans, Filipinos, Comoros, and Guam would become second-class citizens. Hence, as Gonzalez herself said in her editorial, America's new colonized peoples were neither Americans nor foreigners. They were ultimately colonial subjects. Now, there's a lot of complexities here, but the larger point that I'm trying to get at is to use Gonzalez's case, to think about her case and the case of these unincorporated territories in America's empire as a window into the limits of liberalism's universalism and a window into its boundary drawing character. Now, American liberal thought may have created the idea that, quote, all men are created equal, but it never claimed that everything or everyone are men or that all men are equal in actuality. Liberalism instead insists that to be bestowed the benefits of liberalism's promise, the rights-bearing citizen must meet strict criteria in order to be a citizen. For one thing, they must be a person, not a piece of property or a thing. This is why slaves were not afforded equal rights. They were not seen as persons, they were seen as property. Furthermore, even if someone is not property, they are not automatically granted the status of the rights-bearing citizen. People must have, according to liberal thought, the rationality and maturity to be deserving of the rights they will exercise. In the early 20th century America, progressive era reformers like Woodrow Wilson, who would eventually become president, articulated this quite clearly. Through various speeches and writings, they insisted that having liberty means that an individual or a community must govern itself, but self-government is a form of character, they said, characterized by self-control, self-mastery, and self-possession. If one does not have these characteristics, one is not deserving of self-government. And the universal embrace of liberalism stops at your doorsteps. So the insular cases that created the American empire state determined that Puerto Ricans and other peoples of America's new empire, like the Philippines, were not deserving of liberal citizenship and the full rights it bestowed because they were seen as lacking this maturity, this self-possession, this rationality. Due to a combination of environment, race, and history, Americans said, Filipinos and Puerto Ricans were too bound to their passions and patrons, too, quote, ignorant, credulous, and childlike, as the American colonialist Elihu Root said. Accordingly, Puerto Ricans and Filipinos were seen as incapable of self-government. The Filipinos and Puerto Ricans, according to Americans, were literally children. They were human beings, but they were still not deserving of full citizenship. The Supreme Court essentially took what Elihu Root said of Filipinos to also apply to Puerto Ricans like Gonzalez. There is, Elihu Root said, a period in childhood during which the obligation of a guardian cannot be performed without the power to control the child's actions. The people of the Philippine Islands, he said, are still in a state of political childhood. What we see then is that liberalism's universalism particularizes, even as it seeks to extend its reach. It is perhaps not accidental that those who were the most ardent proponents of America's new overseas empire, such as Woodrow Wilson or Elihu Root, who I just mentioned, were important figures in American progressive thought, which sought to expand rights and democratic participation to more and more citizens. Extending democracy came hand in hand with drawing lines around it. Democracy and colonial despotism were not opposites. They were two sides of the same liberal coin. Now, the second important point here, before I head towards a conclusion, is the constitutive character of colonialism. If Gonzalez's arrival to New York shores from the territorial space of the colonial helps disclose the particularizing character of the ostensibly universalizing liberal project, it also shows the constitutive character of colonial boundaries upon America's turn-of-the-century liberalism. In other words, it's tempting to think of the exclusionary treatment she received as an exception to liberalism's tenets, some kind of deviation. But I would argue that what we see here is actually that the exclusion of Gonzalez from equal citizenship, the exclusion of others from equal citizenship, the exclusion of colonial subjects express liberalism's logic rather than deviate from it. Liberalism must draw lines around its subjects. Liberalism cannot have a liberal rights-bearing agent without some definition of who or what qualifies as a liberal rights-bearing agent. And definitions necessarily exclude. Liberalism's universalism, which only posits that all humans are capable of meeting criteria of citizenship, regardless of race, religion, culture, language, sex, or ethnicity, thus depends upon demarcating its own exclusionary boundary. The question is not whether liberalism excludes. The question is where the lines are drawn, and hence how capacious its qualifications for membership are. And at the turn of the 20th century in America, the figure of the colonized and the territorial space of the colony provided one of the conditions of possibility for American liberal thought. Note that when liberal thinkers like Wilson at the time enunciated that self-control and self-discipline were necessary for liberal subjecthood and hence self-government, they did so by reference to colonial peoples. The encounter with colonial subjects like Isabel Gonzalez sparked an explosion of discourse in America about what self-government, liberty, and freedom really mean. And Wilson theorizes America's own history as a progression from childhood to maturity, whereby Americans learned the self-discipline necessary for self-government. But he states that it is America's encounter with Puerto Ricans and Filipinos and the task of ruling them that enables him to narrate history in those terms. The colonial project enabled Americans to understand their own capacities that had made them self-governing. He wrote, "It is our present and immediate task to extend self-government to Puerto Rico and the Philippines if they be fit to receive it, so soon as they can be made fit. If there is to be preparation, we must know what kind it should be. Although we have forgot our own preparatory discipline in that kind, these new tasks will undoubtedly teach us that some discipline must precede self-government and prepare the way for it. That one kind of self-government is suitable for one sort of community, one stage of development, another for another. An examination of the affairs of the peoples we have undertaken to govern will confirm us in the understanding of them." And Wilson proceeds to claim that America will have to teach Puerto Ricans and Filipinos our own principles of self-help, order, and self-control. But as they do so, America will better understand itself. "They shall teach us," he said, "and as we shall teach them, we shall teach them order, a condition precedent to liberty, self-control as a condition precedent to self-government. They shall teach us the true assessment of institutions." Now, Wilson's claims don't amount to a critique of liberalism. They are rather an assertion of liberalism's basic ideology, offering a window into how liberal discourse works. Just as the despotic appropriation of value from spaces outside the metropole provide the material infrastructure necessary for the practice of liberty in the metropole, so does the figure and reality of the colonized, of those who are neither citizen nor foreign, provide the conceptual infrastructure for liberalism's universalism. In the early 20th century, that constitutive colonial space was occupied primarily by Gonzalez's homeland, Puerto Rico, and other colonies like the Philippines. When the American Empire State declared these territories to be foreign in a domestic sense, and when Gonzalez was declared neither an American nor foreigner, the descriptive terms were not unsettled or threatened. They were reinforced. To constitute liberalism, the previous colonial figure had been different. It had been the slave rather than the unincorporated territories. Isabel Gonzalez's boundary-making predecessor was thus, for example, the bondsman Dred Scott, whose case in the Supreme Court in 1857 firmly fixed that slaves were property, and so Scott, as property, could not be bestowed with the blessings of liberal subjecthood. Of course, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution overturned that case, thereby granting full citizenship to all those born in the US, regardless of race. But this did not so much upend liberalism's boundary drawing project as it did reanimate it. For even the 14th Amendment did not overturn the fact that children and women were not granted equal rights, even if they were citizens. And with America's new empire, liberalism's exclusionary boundaries were merely redrawn than removed. The encounter with Puerto Ricans, Filipinos, and Comoros in Guam in the early 20th century was just another constitutive encounter among others. As the lawyer Henry Hoyt argued before the Supreme Court when he rejected citizenship status to Gonzalez, as he put it, he said, in regards to the categories of American citizen, alien, and national, the meanings of these words are relative rather than absolute. So, my concluding point here, what I've shown is that liberalism as an ideology posits freedom, but in order for there to be freedom, it also posits exclusion. Freedom depends upon exclusion. Liberal rights depend upon the denial of rights of others. And again, the question is not whether liberalism has this exclusionary character. The question is only when and where it will draw lines. Even today in the United States, someone under the age of 16 is still excluded from liberalism's full privileges. They are not fully an equal citizen. So even though we draw the lines at age, we're still drawing lines. Similarly, liberalism draws lines around citizens and foreigners. Immigrants who come to the United States, so-called illegally or even legally for a time, are seen as human, but they're not necessarily seen as equal rights-bearing citizens. Liberalism may hold the hope of freedom, but liberalism, by holding the hope of freedom, also operates through exclusion. And I conclude by suggesting that to embrace liberalism is probably the best ideology that we can embrace for now. But we must always recognize its exclusions that linger beneath and underneath liberalism's promises, so that we can imagine a future even beyond liberalism, where lines perhaps don't have to be drawn. Thank you. I'll conclude with that.
Thank you very much. I think that was like really useful. As you were talking, actually, I was thinking about the recent economic crisis coming about because of neoliberalism, actually, and the language used to describe the situation in Puerto Rico and Greece, where apparently we were all proven undeserving subjects of the Anglo-Saxon liberal principles, still being in a state of political very young age anyway. So I don't know if there are any questions from our audience. Again, I don't see anything from online. I have a couple of things maybe I can ask or add. Well, obviously, one of the reasons that we invited you and was precisely because we see these lines of ruptures in the narratives of liberalism, and obviously the occasion here was the celebration of 200 years of the Greek Revolution, which very much like the American Revolution have been celebrated as liberal, emancipatory processes and so forth. So, or at least this is how it's largely celebrated this year in this part of the world. So one of the things that we try to do here and with this conference today is to better understand how we can benefit from a post-colonial critique of liberalism, precisely what you were delivering here today. Do we need, however, to broaden the scope and definition of colonialism to better understand the process through which states, the Greek state, for instance, liberal states, build internal domestic colonies? By doing so, and here is my concern, do we undermine, weaken the power of post-colonial critique by engaging some kind of appropriation also of the colonial experience. This is a question sort of like was posed earlier in another talk. The colonial experience and suffering that may or may not be comparable to the Greek case. And I understand here, of course, you're not really familiar with the modern Greek history. A case, talking about Greece, that is right at the border of Western culture, as I alluded to before with this reference to the modern or most recent economic crisis, but also at the same time is at the center of this Western colonizing culture.
Is that a question about internal colonialism and whether we should use the model of colonialism to understand
there is a need here to extend the definition of colonialism. You suggested, for instance, that is first and foremost a question of empirical side. And by doing so, is there a danger here of undermining this critical stance?
Yeah, that's a very good point, a very good question. I think that for me, I like to use colonialism concretely to refer to it to the official declaration of sovereignty and assertion of power over peoples who are seen as inferior and who are officially designated as inferior. But through my investigations of liberalism and colonialism, I think what I've come to the conclusion is that we do and should have an expansive, capacious idea of colonialism. For me, when I look at that instance of colonialism that I mentioned, the assertion of sovereignty, that is just one among many instances of the broader exclusions of liberalism, right? And so any exclusion of liberalism, any exclusion that liberalism imposes, whether it be based on territory, citizenship status, or race, ethnicity, religion, I think can be fruitfully thought of as colonial, not to really, just use the word and as just in kind of a careless way, but to highlight that colonialism, the types of power and forms of exclusion that historic colonialism was one example of, they still persist, right? And so I think that as a strategic concept, I would prefer to still use the word colonialism in this bigger and broader sense, especially as one that applies to the current situation. The problem with discourses of colonialism is people think that we're beyond colonialism. But precisely one of the underlying points of my talk is that the colonialism of the past, in the case of Puerto Rico and the American Empire State, is really just one instance of a broader liberal imperialism, and that we can think of colonialism as one instance among many others, and others that persist through the present. Hopefully that answers your question.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. Yes, Penelope, we have a question from the audience. Grab a microphone.
For this great talk. It's late here, so I hope I can formulate, well, first an observation. I think this foreign and a domestic sense could be really interesting to think about the Greek case. Like today we heard about sort of the Ionian Islands, like Corfu, which were protectorates that they would get the same blue books that they would give to the British, would give to other colonies, but then, they didn't have the category for slaves. So they were in, they were out. And we also heard about sort of these informal, zones where a lot of the looting, cultural looting of antiquities happened because it was sort of in and out of colonies. So I think this is sort of maybe this idea of this proximity of these close, sort of foreign and domestic sense. Somehow it seems like there's something there that would be really interesting to think about. My question, though, is more about liberalism and about education. Because I've read that book by Mehta, and it's very powerful, this whole idea of that the colonized are children, that we're going to educate them, but they'll never actually become adults. But I'm wondering if you could talk a little about education and its role in drawing those lines, and then how we have things like affirmative action
let's say, debates, because you realize that all these lines have been drawn, so it's not really working to actually, the promise of liberalism through education, literally. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I would be interested in, and we're also like being, academics and thinking about the university and decolonizing the university. This is something that would be interesting to hear about.
Thank you. Those are very interesting observations. And I do think, just very briefly, I don't know the situation in Corfu or Ionian Islands, but I think this notion of foreign and domestic sense is another way of capturing these exclusions more broadly, right? It's not just, I don't think, just applicable to Puerto Rico. It's probably a way of thinking about colonialism more broadly, or other types of relations that you seem to be talking about. So I'm glad that you found that useful. Thank you. In terms of education, I mean, as an educator, right, and I sense many of you are also educators, I have to reckon with what I take to be education as we know it. And education as we know it, I think, is in many ways an imperialist tool. Education emerges with liberalism, at least modern education as we know it. In the United States, it emerges with liberalism. It's the idea of teaching people, bringing them into maturity, right? So that they can exercise rights. And so education is premised upon this developmental schema that marks liberalism's exclusions. Now, what else has education as we know it today become? It's also become, at the same time, a ladder for upward mobility. And that's fine, but as an institution in modern capitalist societies, education in these senses, to me, has been little else than a tool of the existing apparatuses. That doesn't mean education in a different sense isn't possible. And that's what I think I would strive for, and I would hope others are strive for, is to cultivate spaces where a different kind of education is possible. An education that isn't about upward mobility necessarily, an education that isn't about disciplining children into the subjectivity of a good rights-bearing citizen, but rather education for the purposes of emancipation, education for the purposes of enlightenment, education for the purposes of growth and realizing human capacity, which I think is a different vision of education than the one I've been talking about, which is, I think, a notion of education that we have in modern society that in some ways is a corrupt version, or at least an expression of liberal imperialism, in my view. Now, how we get there, what that means, these are open-ended questions, and we can think about them more. And I would turn to other people like Freire, who talks about pedagogy of the oppressed. There are other models of education we can think of, and so I would just urge us to maybe think about those, and to recognize how the educational institutions that we're involved in now are mostly tied to this history of empire and the disciplining of subjects into capitalism.
Thank you very much. I had a couple of more questions which you anticipated. I think you already answered them. One was basically if you see any uses for a post-colonial critique of this current liberal universalism in the conditions of mass migration, refugees, the population movement, and clearly, and I think we all agree here, we definitely see what happens today as a direct continuation of the colonial history. And the other was whether at the end of history, what are the prospects going beyond liberal universalism or the universalism of liberalism? I think you alluded to that as well. Maybe just a quick note or a quick question about what in Greece we mostly understand of American imperialism creating what I would compare to what you describe as insular cases. The direct engagement of the United States with Greece, or the most systematic, comes after the Second World War, where basically US comes as the official protector of Greece following Britain. And of course, it is that period of Cold War that is the Red Scare is introduced, and severe anti-communism. So this is the time, basically, that a great number of people, leftist radicals who have fought against the German occupation, find themselves in this suspended state of non-deserving citizens. I would compare that to these insular cases. So do you think that American imperialism or continuation of colonial practices sort of continues creating these cases of exclusion, of insular cases, of these divisions that we see obviously in the United States, but all around the world, these new categories of terrorists or undeserving radicals and so forth. And again, the tools available, to go back to my first question of post-colonial critique, would be useful to better understand.
Yes, great question. And I do think, at least for me, I think there's a number of different ways we could think about the current configuration of discourse and power that you're talking about. But for me, from a standpoint of a post-colonial critique, I certainly think that it's helpful to, on the one hand, think of these configurations as continuations of the kind of colonialism that you see in the insular cases, but also to be open to new configurations analytically, and to recognize that colonialism works in different ways. And probably today there are a number of different ways that it works, a number of different lines of exclusion. And I think you seem to be alluding to those when we think about the war on terror, or when you think about the Cold War, the communists as enemy and alien. And note all of these discourses that essentially, what are they about? They're about legitimating violence upon people. They all have a similar discourse of foreignness, whether the foreignness is due to race or morality. They're evil, fundamentally evil terrorists. It's always a discourse of foreignness, which of course, historically very much originates with racial discourse and with colonialism and imperialism in the past. But that discourse persists even as colonialism and imperialism in the sort of formal sense begin to dissipate in the 20th century, and new enemies, so to speak, new foreigners take hold, whether it be, again, the immigrant, the migrant, the terrorist, the criminal, right, which relates to my current work on police militarization. And when I look at police militarization and the use of police violence and military violence on otherwise people who would be otherwise citizens, it's the same discourse, right? It's that the citizen is undeserving of proper humane treatment because they're inhuman, right? Because they're violent, they go against our morals, or because they are racially other. So it's really about this larger process of othering. And that's entailed in all of these configurations, past and present, whether in the United States or overseas or other places in the world. And to me, post-colonial critique is all about understanding those complexities to othering.
That's great. Thank you so much. The more we see American policing tactics being imported in Greece, we might find use in your work for some future talks and future discussions. I don't think we should keep you any longer tonight. Thank you also for accepting our invitation to be part of our advisory board, but also for your talk today. So I hope we can continue this discussion. Thank you again.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Καληνύχτα. Έχουμε ένα λεπτό. Οκ, εντάξει. Ναι, ήταν η τελευταία μας ομιλία για απόψε. Είναι ήδη αργά. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω 2-3 από τους συντελεστές μας που δεν ευχαριστήσαμε νωρίτερα και θα τους ευχαριστήσουμε και αύριο και μεθαύριο και την Κυριακή. Συγκεκριμένα, η Ναταλία Κλώσσα που μου φωνάζει εδώ, η οποία είναι υπεύθυνη για την οργάνωση ό,τι έχει να κάνει με το συνέδριο. Για όλα αυτά τα πολύ όμορφα που βλέπετε γύρω μας, για τα οποία είναι υπεύθυνος ο γραφίστας μας Λάζαρος Κακουλίδης. Μεταφράσεις, επιμέλεια, ο Βαγγέλης Πούλιος. Μαζί μας όλη την ημέρα σήμερα. Και βέβαια η Λέκτρα Αλεξανδροπούλου για τη διαχείριση όλου του έργου και του project εδώ, η οποία εργάζεται για το Rosa Luxemburg, το παράρτημα εδώ στην Αθήνα και η οποία βέβαια χρηματοδοτεί και το project. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και ελπίζουμε να σας δούμε όλους και περισσότερους ακόμα αύριο εδώ. Γεια σας.